Been a long weekend thus far of popping off in matches for these teams, but it all comes down to this. So welcome back, everyone, to Calling All Heroes, Radiant Heroes Major 3. I'm Ash, your host, and I'm joined here by Epitomes and CB. Epitomes, how are you doing? I know we just had to stop the stream for a little bit, have a little bit of a pause because your Chipotle was running a little bit late, but you definitely couldn't wait to get it.
Yeah, I had to go run downstairs really quick and get my Chipotle. We are trying a different burrito bowl today.
Okay.
I named this order Yup, with chicken, guacamole, white rice, black beans, mild tomato, sour cream, and lettuce. So we're going to see how this tastes throughout the broadcast, but I'm also just really excited to see what's going on. The stakes have never been higher. And it's nice to have like popcorn, otherwise known as Chipotle, by your side while you do it.
You gotta love to be able to take a bite out of something, right? So if you guys are ever hungry, you know where to order from while you're watching Calling All Heroes this Sunday. But overall, I do want to skip over now to the calendar, see how we've gotten here, because it's been a long season here so far. We started all the way back in April for the first major, and now we're down in December. 2023 is wrapping up, and so is the end of this regular season, CB.
Yeah, it's been quite a long road, and we're reaching the end of it. Some of these teams, they get off here. They get to take a break for another, another group of teams. They're gonna have to take a little detour through LCQ, and if we're gonna keep going with the road metaphor, that's gonna be like a construction zone where there's all kinds of hazards and it's just a very unpleasant drive to try and go through. And the pressure is going to be on. You're late for
Yeah.
work. You got to try and make it to championships because that is where the big payday is going to be. That's where everybody wants to make the name for themselves. That's where everybody wants to show their stuff. And hey, these are the teams that we have right now that have, well, most of them locked in their spot in champs, but a couple of them are still fighting for it.
They really are. Everyone's trying to run away. It's like a heist, as you were saying, having to make that tumultuous drive. But talking about these points placements thus far, CB, I want you to tell me a little bit more.
Well, most of these teams, Ethereal, Celestial, Drainers, Michael Wave, they are all pretty much safe, especially it's Timeless Ethereal and Michael Wave, they're still in it right now. NYXL Embers, I think, have already at this point done enough to jump a little bit higher, secure a top 6 spot. Right now, the big story is between Vancouver Titans Blue and Fable. Fable have been eliminated. That's absolutely massive, by the way, because it gives Vancouver Titans Blue an opportunity to potentially overtake them and maybe jump into that number 6 spot, secure a spot in champs, narrowly avoid that LCQ. But, their work is cut out for them.
It definitely is. And I know for Vancouver Titans Blue, right now they've already surpassed the goals that they were looking towards, right? Previously, they were very much so stuck in that 5th, 6th finish, and now have finally broken out, are guaranteed at minimum 4th place. Batala, I know you were doing a little bit of cooking with those numbers. So what exactly does have to happen?
I was doing a little bit of math off stream, my worst enemy, but Vancouver Titans Blue, currently the least amount of points that they can get by placing 4th is 7,050 total. And when you're looking at the numbers from the rest of these teams, currently the cutoff to get in, Fable is in that 6th place spot with 7,875. So if Vancouver Titans place 4th, then they're still missing on around 800 points to be able to get into the qualifying through circuit points. So in order to do that, they will need to get 2nd place at the very least to qualify through circuit points, or else they're going to LCQ. And if they do get 2nd place, then Fable is edged out of that 6th place spot.
Ooh, okay, so big stakes here. Vancouver Titans Blue must reach that grand final through the lower bracket. We just saw that prizing graphic there. Again, it is a 10K prize pool for the Challenger Series and 1K there for Rising. But we also have to talk a little bit about the additional prizes for these squads as well. Our lovely sponsors, Be Quiet, were kind enough to grant 6 PC cases and 6 power supply units to that first place. And then you've got some power supply units and air cooler units from 2nd through 4th as well. So really awesome opportunity to even upgrade these setups for these squads on top of that, CB.
Yeah, I mean, and thank you again to Be Quiet. They sent me one of these cases and a lovely power supply as well. And my only personal regret is that I don't have a bunch of PC parts that I can stuff this case with currently. But hey, if you're this first place team and you also take home the cash prize, I think that's enough to get yourself a nice motherboard and a GPU. The prices are going down these days. You can probably sneak in there, get yourself a nice 3080 or something.
Yeah, I mean, hey, SSD prices are pretty popping right now, if we're gonna be honest. But why don't we check out the format right now? We know that we're in the bracket now within the double elimination and whatnot. Of course, revisiting last week, it was that Swiss stage group play, and it comes down to these results. We're now down to the winners final and the grand finals on top of that. So taking a look at this here, CB, how have things kind of panned out? How are you feeling about the Challenger Series?
I mean, if you're Timeless Ethereal, you got to be feeling pretty great about it because this is their 6th Grand Finals appearance that they have guaranteed right here. They're currently hunting, what was the stats I put out? Their 3rd Calling All Heroes major trophy, their 4th Calling All Heroes tournament win in a row, and their potential 5th Calling All Heroes tournament win this entire season. All they have to do is win one more game to guarantee it. But the competition down in the lower bracket that's nipping at their heels is pretty stiff. We've got the underdog story that is Vancouver Titans Blue. We've got NYXL Embers, who almost beat Timeless Ethereal yesterday, and Michael Wave, who have beat Timeless Ethereal in Swiss. It's still really anybody's game.
It really is, and it's pretty insane. Just I thinking about some of specifically like NYXL Embers matches that they had, taking it to that 5th map there up against Drainers, for example, and then earlier in the day as well up against Timeless Ethereal. It absolutely stunning results to have come out from them. It really tells you the story of how the competition has grown closer over this past season. But we also got to swing down now over towards that Rising series because that is happening concurrently alongside the Challengers main event. And for these squads, again, as a reminder, if you don't know too much about them, these teams are all Diamond 1 and below as far as ranking goes there within the competition. And Tala, it's been pretty interesting when it comes down to these results.
Yesterday, Fable Rising on stream was able to make it into that grand final, now currently waiting for the winner of LFS 4.5K versus Redacted. And Fable Rising, they are, the rising squad of Fable, who is currently in the top 6 out of circuit points in the Challengers bracket, and being able to have that advice and from their Challengers squad and apply it makes it seem like they were just a cut above the rest. They had such good macro and a good understanding of what their win conditions were, and that is why they deserve this grand final spot. And I'm really excited to see later today, Got Moxie and Dustin will be showing you who is going to win that grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited. I think it's going to be interesting to see as Calling All Heroes develops if we have more of those kind of sister team pairings in that kind of sense, where you have that opportunity to be able to kind of elevate rising players and help those teams elevate their gameplay. But everyone here is competing for those big prizes. But you guys in chat who are supporting at home have some nifty things to sink your teeth into as well. Kicking things off with some awesome Overwatch 2 contenders skins here. We've got the drops on lock there down in chat. On top of that, we've had 2K burritos throughout the entirety per day of the entirety of the event thus far. But when it comes down to today, I've heard that we actually have 4K on the line. So we're going to do a drop around midday here, and then also right before those grand finals as well. And on top of that too, the MVP of finals through the entirety of the Major 3 series will win Chipotle for the year. So if you're part of the Calling All Heroes community, if you're a member there, remember to vote during the grand finals to be able to grant one of these awesome players that prizing. But that's not all. The real kicker, some sick Noble Gaming chairs. Really looking forward to the fact that we're going to have 4 chairs over the weekend being given away for you guys down in chat. And as a reminder also, I believe there is a 10% discount up until the end of today with the code Radiant if you aren't one of the lucky winners but are looking to be able to elevate your gaming seating in that kind of situation. But with that all said and done, we now have to move on to the actual matches. Yesterday, we saw a lot of that upper bracket now headed down to lower, so it's elimination time here, CB.
Yeah, it's where your back is up against the wall. It's where the stakes start to get high, and I'm not just talking about the delicious carne asada that is offered at Chipotle. That again, one of these players could win free Chipotle for a year. That's a prize worth playing for. And if you're Vancouver Titans Blue, you definitely want to play for a little bit more than that. You want to play to try and get yourself in that championship spot. You want to try and play to earn your way into grand finals, to keep the underdog story going. It's been a phenomenal story throughout this tournament. The power of friendship, the culmination of all of this hard work that this team has put in to put forward their best performance, but it still might not be enough. It's a stacked roster. We saw a ton of great stuff coming out from Phone on the May in the past. We saw what popping off on the Sojourn. That kind of needs to keep up, right? If this underdog story is going to have another chapter to it, or whether or not it's going to have a spin-off series going through LCQ, like an entire separate book series that's going to have to take us back to, you guys read books, right? I don't, but you do.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, they've only made one substitution throughout the entire year, and I think that is so admirable out of a team like this to be able to stick together and just know how each other plays, figure out what everyone is comfortable with, and that kind of synergy really sticks. That's not something that you can find through individually talented players. You need to stay together for a while to be able to find and cultivate something like that.
No, that's absolutely so true. And I think, too, the fact that they've already broken that 5th, 6th place curse, a little bit of that weight was elevated off of their shoulders. We got to talk to Phone yesterday about it, and they did feel the pressure in that kind of situation. Of course, the circuit points are very important as well, but if they don't end up making it, there is still that chance at the LCQ in January in the new year. But now, shifting over towards NYXL Embers, this squad is very interesting, I think. This team previously, the Valiant Guardians, have very much so elevated their gameplay over the course of this year, CB. The fact that they are able to take both Timeless Ethereal and Drainers to a 5th map was very impressive.
Yeah, especially the Timeless Ethereal one, because if we look back at that match, if just a couple other things had gone NYXL Ember's way, specifically, maybe that slow start on Samoa, they would have won that series. And I feel confident saying that, right? Like, we look back at Vancouver Titans Blue, where, yeah, they did beat Fable, they did beat Drainers. So Vancouver Titans Blue have proven that they can beat some of the best, but NYXL Embers have proven that they can be the best if just a couple more things go their way. So, I mean, going up against Vancouver Titans Blue, they have to start it, right? They have to try and make that statement again and make it all go their way. Prove that they can be the best. They can't let the underdog story continue. And with talent like this, I mean, they've got all the tools that they need to be the champions here. It's just a matter of climbing back up, getting that rematch with Timeless Ethereal, and this time doing it right.
Yeah, when you're all in the hot seat as well, but of course, we're always starting off with control. So it's going to be Antarctic up next year, Antarctic Peninsula there. Tala, how are you feeling about this map pick?
Well, Antarctic Peninsula, both of these teams like to play a bit of that Sigma. NYXL Embers actually taking out the Winston for a lot of it. So I think that NYXL Embers actually have a good chance here, especially since they like to play those dive compositions into the Sigma. And I just am really excited to see this matchup because Vancouver Titans Blue and NYXL Embers, Vancouver Titans were really sticking to one composition, and NYXL Embers, they like to adapt. They like to switch things around, throw things at the wall, see what sticks. So if things at first they don't succeed, then they try again, but they don't do the same thing over and over. They always know that when they have to make changes.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Overwatch, too. It's the fact that you have to be flexible, you have to be quick on your feet, and you need to be able to adapt within the game and also control your own pacing. But we're just about ready to swing into things here. So, guys, you two take it away. It's going to be a long day of best of fives.
Thank you very much, Ash. We say in unison.
Yeah, we love, we're in sync today. I think it's the Chipotle orders. They have just connected our brainwaves from across the opposite sides of the country.
Chipotle does have a way of bringing people together. I've often said, people have criticized me for that view, but I stand with it.
stand by it.
I don't know if that's one of the like if I can actually get away with making some of these claims about Chipotle, but I'm sure they'll still love it. But regardless, hey, you know, I mentioned how this is the stakes getting higher. This is how it's got to be. You know, your back is up against the wall. You're facing elimination. You gotta try and come out here strong. We saw NYXL Embers going up against Timeless Ethereal, and my main criticism of them in that series is that on Control, on Samoa, they didn't look as coordinated. They didn't look, you know, like they were playing their comp to its fullest potential, and I think that slow start cost them. They can't afford to make that same mistake against a scrappy team like Vancouver Titans Blue, who are looking to really solidify themselves in this upper echelon. They've been on the outside looking in, you know, the 5th, 6th curse, never really, you know, considered one of the favorites. They can change that narrative, and they have to do it at NYXL Embers' expense, and the Embers, they just can't let that happen.
Yeah, NYXL Embers, we saw them go to all 5 maps, and it was really maps like Flashpoint, like Control, where they felt weaker, right? They just felt like they had a harder time working around those objectives, as opposed to those payload, escort maps, or push, where they were able to kind of keep playing around the moving bits rather than having to stay in one spot. And I think they really like being able to have a lot of different architecture to be playing around, rather than having to just kind of stick to one point.
Well, the Penguins are ready, and so are we. Let's kick it off. Calling all heroes, Radiant Heroes Major 3. We're officially underway. Both teams are going to be walking out with these Sigma Brawl compositions, looking for an early poke until either a big Maywall or a Sojourn pickoff comes across, and then these two are going to collapse on top of each other like long-lost lovers. And hey, there's 2 Maywalls for your money right there.
Yep, just the tanks just stuck between both of the bay walls, looking to get a bit of that early damage down, looking to get a bit of early ult charge and get things started. NYXL Embers looking to take point on the objective first, though, getting in a good defensive position, while Vancouver Titans Blue are kind of wrapping around the edge. Bone, with being the first to be picked off, that's going to be a tough one for Vancouver Titans Blue to recover from, though.
And NYXL Embers, you know, they're getting the first cap, and they're going to go ahead and push the advantage here. Take this choke point, make it difficult for Vancouver Titans Blue to go in for a re-engage. Interestingly enough, though, Phone actually got a little bit more work done than HKey, despite falling to her at the tail end of that fight. So the Blizzard for Vancouver Titans Blue might be online just a little bit quicker than that of NYXL Embers. That could end up making the difference if VT Blue are able to find a good use of it. HT with an early Maywall. There's the one from Phone. Now Vancouver Titans Blue want to go in.
Yeah, they have both of the amplification matrix up, but there's Cat with the Gravitic Flux trying to get a lot of damage down, forces out the Immortality Field and the Amp Matrix as well. They have to back away, but that's a good pick from Moving Fish, taking down what? And now Phone has to make up for lost time, but can't throw out the Blizzard, and it's probably not worth it anyway. A later kill onto Cat, and NYXL Embers, they hold on.
I'm not quite sure where Claire dropped the Ant Matrix, but the fact that she dies first in that fight ends up sealing the deal for NYXL Embers. That means when the Gravitic Flux slams you back down, there's not an Immortality Field waiting to caress you and nurse you back to health. Nope, no such thing. NYXL Embers, they just pump out the damage and clean it up. But that said, that's a pretty, you know, a pretty decent investment for the side of Vancouver Titans Blue, because you use that and you use the Gravitic Flux, whereas Moving Fish still holding on to theirs, and they're gonna go ahead and kick off the fight with that Gravitic Flux.
Ooh. Yeah, just trying to isolate out Claire as well, keep them away from the front lines of Chrono, however, besting for you in a 1v1 with the Lucios, and now it's Overclock from X10, looking to even out the numbers. Anion is also able to help out with the rest of the support line, and there is no beat for this fight as Claire and Safrona fall.
I mean, Safrona with some great pickoffs there that end up forcing out more of these ultimates from NYXL Embers, but hey, if you're NYXL Embers, we only got 5% left before they take this whole point. Is there even going to be a touch for Vancouver Titans Blue? It does look like, yeah, Phone is going to go in and even gets the overhealth from the sound barrier from Safrona. Poor use is going to be forced out later, but Phone not going to stick around.
Yeah, and now the Hamster Ball has to try and contest and buy some time for the rest of the squad to come in. Already that beat used, and the Overclock looking to clear some space, force their way through the choke. Overtime still active, but Anion taking down Cat, and now the rest of the squad, they need to get in somehow. Safrona was their last hope. What slides in and is immediately taken down. Phone switching to the Sombra last second, but not enough for this first up map.
It looks pretty surgical from NYXL Embers, at least on this first point of Icebreaker. Like, they just kind of control the entire tempo. Again, it goes back to that one early pick off there onto Claire. Like, that was a fight that Vancouver Titans Blue could have realistically won if the follow-up had been there, because, you know, they had Phones Blizzard waiting in the wings. If they really wanted to invest, if they really wanted to make NYXL Embers sweat, they could have, but without your Baptiste, it all falls apart. As we go into sub-levels here, though, Look, I mean, I never trust attacker spawns, but I feel like if you're going to run the dive, and we've seen NYXL Embers riding this new Winton wave, this is the point on Antarctic Peninsula where you can definitely make do with it. You can kind of play that high and low ground kind of situation where you're making the dives, utilizing the Primal Rage to neuter the enemy Soldier and make sure she's not able to get any value with her
Life
overclock.
Weaver real. Life Weaver real. Alert! Alert!
Right, yeah, I mean, this also makes the dive a little bit interesting. You can make it a little bit more like a yo-yo dive if you really want to play with the life grips. X10 has a pretty favorable angle here. Well, I'm curious to see what value Poryu is going to find here.
Yeah, X10, I mean, already with the first pick onto what disadvantage. Anti is huge, and they're able to just take down the Immortality field and just clear house. This is NYXL Embers. They are in their comfort zone. I mean, clearly, they broke out the Life Weaver. So NYXL Embers looking confident as first cap.
I'm not sure if it's like, you know, a hard strat or a plan, but there is some upside to running the Life Weaver here because you got to think, you know, going back to when Vancouver Titans Blue played against the dive previously, their strategy is to try and mark H-Key, the enemy Genji, right? But you have the ranged heals coming out from the Life Weaver. It feels like almost an infinite supply of Brigitte repair packs. And, you know, Anium doesn't need a Brigitte. She's under no threat. Vancouver Titans Blue are not running a dive comp.
Well, Phone has taken out the Bastion, though, so definitely the Winton is going to have a little bit more trouble this time around, wanting to just shred through the health as soon as the dive goes through. Cat looking to test the point, but it's the Nano that goes onto Moving Fish, onto the back line, looking for Claire. Claire needs to force out some cooldowns here. Safrona comes to their rescue, but it's the Immortality field that saves them in the end.
The other day I was talking about how, like, you know, some of the Ana play we were seeing was, you know, good blue collar. It ain't much, but it's honest work.
It's honest work,
yeah. Bastion is the opposite of that. It ain't honest, but it's much. It does put down Moving Fish there, but despite the value that you're immediately getting out of this Bastion, Vancouver Titans Blue haven't been able to capture the space to retake this point here. NYXL Embers still ticking it up, and they've only invested a nano boost so far.
Yeah, the bubble goes up onto the high ground. The Amp Matrix from Claire looking to force a bit of positioning. Moving Fish is actually able to just kind of weave out of the LOS of these supports and go back for the dive with the Primal Rage while Phone's Artillery Strike comes down, but doesn't do much here. Already that Immortality field also comes through, and now you're just waiting for the heals from the Life Weaver. HP has the blade out, takes down Cat, looking to try and take down What as well, blinking around the point to keep the contention, but it's 90% for NYXL Embers, and the rest of the squad are still getting staggered.
And it just feels like everything is moving too slow for Vancouver Titans Blue. Like, we realistically only had, I think, 2 fights on sub-levels here. And yeah, that's it. NYXL Embers, they take it back-to-back 100-0s. And it looked pretty competitive there on Icebreaker. You know, we took a lot of team fights. It's just that some small things went in NYXL Embers' favor. But for sub-level, it felt like we realistically only got like 2 of them. And we took so long to set up to try and adjust and even make our approach that anytime we went in, X10's taking angles like this, finding big pickoffs. Moving Fish is going in deep, pressuring out cooldowns, making it so you can't get on the point in time. And, you know, it's just kind of control fundamentals at that point. Like, NYXL Embers just kind of win by sheer force of, we have the point, you have to play into us.
Yeah, NYXL Embers, we know that they are a very strong team. They took Timeless Ethereal to all 5 maps, to Drainers to all 5 maps as well, and Drainers are already qualified. So NYXL Embers, they are definitely looking to make it into that top 6. I think they basically have their position guaranteed even if they only get 4th place. But from how it's looking, Vancouver Titans Blue already on the back foot. However, this is a 1-to-3 series, so there is still that wiggle room. It's only the first map, and NYXL Embers, they now get their own pick.
There's still some wiggle room, yeah, but you better start wiggling because after this, there's again no second chances. We're in the losers bracket. You know, I mean, Vancouver Titans Blue, they already lost to, I believe, Michael Wave earlier to find themselves in this situation, and that was a 3-0. If you want to get that rematch, which, by the way, you have to go through Michael Wave to even get to the grand final, so we didn't even talk about how steep the hill is for Vancouver Titans Blue, but get your climbing shoes out, right? You can't go down this early in the series. We saw how dominant they can be on control. You know, they have to try and find their footing, right? They have to utilize their map pick to their advantage, try and play something that is a little bit more brawl favored, where Moving Fish can't really get away with playing the Winston. Maybe you do kind of stick to the Bastion because, you know, I'm morally opposed to playing the Bastion, but you know, right? But you gotta do what you gotta do, right? I don't think it's ethical. I don't agree with it on like a moral standpoint, but if you're, you know, in a tournament situation and your hopes of qualifying for championships ride on you winning this series and the next one, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? That's a hero that I know Phone is very, very comfortable with. If Vancouver Titans do want to pull that out again, then, you know, maybe we go to a King's Row. Maybe we try and play something where the dive isn't going to have as much success, and you have a lot of these narrow angles where the Bastion can put the whales down and, you know, just make that Winston jump right back to his team. Try and heal back up. Don't let him find value. Don't let him take space. By sheer force of existing, completely negate the enemy tank pick, right? That, I think, is a solid strategy for Vancouver Titans Blue, but they also do kind of want to make sure they're getting the maximum value out of the Mei pick as well, because if they switch to that Bastion, they can't mark the Genji anymore.
Yes, that's very true. I mean, Moving Fish, it's really about following up on the anti-nades from Anion and just going in, trying to get the back line down, forcing out some cooldowns. But it's also, maybe this might be time to pull out the so-called free thinkers when they see a Winston. Because if the back of that is just Moving Fish getting these being able to follow up, and then H key right after that. But if you're able to completely counter out, pressure out Moving Fish, I mean, the Life Weaver, I'm not sure if that stays. If things become a little bit more dicey, I mean, you might be able to pull the Winston back out. But if they go back to the Brigitte, I think it's going to be really difficult to keep the Winston up if they do decide to go for a Bastion, maybe a secondary as Reaper. And I think Reaper can also feasibly mark a Genji.
I'm unironically a Weaver believer in this situation because, you know, again, Vancouver Titans Blue, like, I've seen what they practice. They're most likely not going to pull out any sort of dive composition that's going to realistically pressure the enemy backline to where you would get more value out of that Brigitte. And if you do find a way to, like, you know, circumvent the entire front line and just rush the enemy backline, a Brigitte, a Life Weaver, you're not going to have, like, an easier time killing one versus the other. It's kind of all the same, right? So it is just some pretty good value for NYXL Embers. And, you know, again, speaking of NYXL Embers, you mentioned the value that Moving Fish is getting on the Winston. I want to give a shout out to Moving Fish because up till this point, like, we've typically thought of them as mostly just kind of like a Sigma specialist. I've talked a couple times about how, you know, for Redbirds Esports, they would be the Circuit Royale Sigma specialist for that team. But, you know, we're seeing a lot of flexibility coming out from Moving Fish, playing a dive hero, a Winston, almost the polar opposite of the Sigma, something that teams will traditionally have two entire separate tank players come out to play. Hey, Moving Fish can hit both of them, and I think the flexibility of NYXL Embers is what can take them to the grand finals once again.
Yeah, I think NYXL Embers, they definitely have a really good chance going up against Microwave as well. These two teams, they both had to go up against the Titans of, no pun intended, but the Timeless Ethereal, and not these Titans, the other Titans of Calling All Heroes and Timeless Ethereal. And NYXL Embers, Microwave actually did beat them one time. NYXL Embers got very close, but the second time Microwave beat Timeless Ethereal, they were angry. They said, not again, and they beat them 3-1. So these are two incredibly closely matched teams, and NYXL Embers, they are just steamrolling forward, trying to go towards that goal of the grand finals. Vancouver Titans Blue, they know what's on the line. If they don't do this, it's LCQ for them. There's no circuit point qualification.
It's kind of like I said in the pre-show, right, where I was like, both of these teams have proven that they can beat some of the best teams, but NYXL Embers look like they can be the best team. They are just that one extra step ahead, and Vancouver Titans Blue, they got to get in step. They got to get in step fast. I mean, they still have one more chance if they do, you know, somehow lose King's Row here, but that's it, right? There's nothing left after that. It's looking like we are going to go with the Bastion composition. They've, you know, peeked out the window and scouted that Moving Fish is once again on the Winston composition. This time, Koryu, by the way, is on the Kiriko, so they're still opting not to go for that Brigitte, just play for the ranged heals, play for the survivability, and even for a little bit of kunai pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I like that NYXL Embers, they are knowing their limits, especially since they are on the defense. It's going to be more difficult for them to make switches if they need to Cat already on the objective though, looking to contest, still getting healed from the backline, just sitting inside of that hotel, and the bubble going down on Moving Fish nearly takes the Winston out of the fight, but not just yet. Anion is in such good position though, and is completely uncontested.
Yeah, no one can possibly touch her. And you saw, like, as Vancouver Titans Blue walked through Hotel, Anion hits a big Bionade, and that forces out the Immortality Field from Claire. There's another one that comes through. It doesn't look like the follow-up is going to be there. Moving Fish. Oh, here we go. Here comes the follow-up.
Yeah, there's the anti-nade once again, but HK going down to Phone, that could potentially open up a little bit of space, especially now XM going down to what? So Phone trying to get rid of You, looking for that Swift set to come back up, and goes back towards Anion's side. I don't know if there's going to be a recontest here. Looks like they might come in on third point. Oh, okay, You knows exactly where what is, just goes ahead, punches that Tracer in the face, but while this backline is dealing with the Tracer, you have this nanoed Winston on the point looking for the contention. HK, is there going to be another recontest here? Doesn't look like it. Might have to just give it away. HK goes down once again to Phone, and Claire taking down Moving Fish. That's going to be the end of this objective.
I hate this damn Bastion hero. Like,
it's unethical.
It is unethical, but like, okay, so you call that Moving Fish had the nano from Anion, right? But Winston, like, you see them jump out onto the point, right? Claire puts down the Ant Matrix, Phone puts down the turret form. Suddenly Moving Fish, even with the nano, is like, I can't stay here, I will die. So they jump back around Hotel and essentially get no value out of that nano boost. Sure, it's an ult for an ult, but you would have expected a little bit more, right? You would have expected to go in with that nano boost build to a Primal Rage. That's entirely off the field. Moving Fish now going to make a swap over onto the Doomfist. Just a little bit more survivability against the Bastion while still maintaining the dive composition. But Vancouver Titans Blue are marching forward. They've already got Anion from the sky.
What? Okay, Phone, this is a little bit unethical here. We gotta think about the morality of this Bastion taking down Anion immediately. And now they do have 3 ultimates on the board. The DPS ultimates are a factor, but it's not going to be a Nano Blade or a Nano Overclock. The timing is just not right. Cat going ahead with Gravitic Flux to try and isolate Moving Fish. You comes in with a good Suzu, so no damage done there. But they're just having such poor position. Vancouver Titans Blue, this is looking so good. NYXL Embers can barely get around the corner. Now HT looking to go in, and the overclock from Extend does find Cat. Now the Kitsune rush to force them forward a little bit further, just waiting to smash the Q keys, and okay, that was a nice shot from Extend finding what?
What never saw that coming? Came around the corner and was just a face full of just a face full of rail shot that came out there from X10. I almost kind of wish that Vancouver Titans Blue had utilized the sound barrier to keep the aggression up when that overclock came out, to try and maybe force out a few more ults. I think the overclock and the Kitsune rush might have been a little bit too much to overcome, but you try and bleed the coffers dry for NYXL Embers. Try and force them to utilize some things, because right now, I mean, sure, you do have the sound barrier for HK's Blade, but then what, right? How do you close this fight out? How do you win? It kind of has to be what? Coming up with a big pulse bomb here. Are they going to be able to find it?
Well, you asked then what? It's then what? It's What's turn to try and fish for this pulse bomb. And looking at the timing, this might be a nano blade angle as well. A huge biotic nade on both of the supports forces out Immortality Field, and now the blade comes through, but it doesn't look like it's going to find any picks, and the nano was held onto as well. And now that's the only ultimate left over after the Meteor Strike has been expended. Amp Matrix from Claire looking to force out Moving Fish, but instead it's Cat that goes down, and the rest of the squad, where are they going to go? What, once again, just eating a bunch of rail shots, and team kill from NYXL Embers to stop this push.
So Anion doesn't actually get the nano onto HT, but she doesn't even need to, because again, a big Bionade forces out both the lamp and the sound barrier. And if you're a Genji, you can go in with the Naked Blade and find plenty of value if you don't have all that overhealth that you need to chunk through. You don't need to have the nano boost. So now Anion can put it onto Moving Fish for this next fight, maybe bleed even more resources out of VT Blue. HT can go in with a follow-up. This could be another easy fight win for NYXL Embers.
Get in there.
Going ahead with the nano boost on to Moving Fish, gets a bit stunned here, lamp out, and now just immediately Phone goes down to the Doomfist up on the high ground. Player falls as well. Safrona has to retreat, finding a way out. Cat, though, doesn't have any sustain here. It's just the Lucio, and where is what now?
The spawn, back at the enemy spawn, that's where what's going. And it's great ult cycling, by the way, from NYXL Embers, right? I called out how they're gonna, most likely put the nano onto the Doom that fight. Well, That's the only ult they use, and they built up to pretty much everything else they could possibly want. So again, this should be another free fight win for NYXL Embers. And if you're VT Blue, have a look at the clock. You are out of fights to take. You gotta win this one, or at the very least, lose it fast so you can take a second one. But with where the cart is, that second fight is not guaranteed. VT Blue, look at the silhouettes in the on the high ground here. They're gonna try and wrap around, take a high ground approach here, and they realistically, like, they have to leverage this high ground if they have any hope of getting back on the cart and capping this point out here.
And they're trying to peek out of that little narrow choke point, and there's just a disruptor shot there as well. Now look at the ultimates coming up. They can just all smash the Q keys, stop this push and extract. Now under 30 seconds left over. The artillery strike goes through, and X10 takes down Claire immediately, even through the immortality field, and now taking down what? This is just lost over and over again. Safrona, get out, don't get staggered here, try and escape, but it is just actually Cat finding for you. And now the Kitsune Rush running out. X10 needs to find something. Cat might be able to clutch them from the jaws of defeat. Moving Fish cleans house though, and now has to contest this objective. Overtime is activated, but Moving Fish instead going for the health pack while HK activates Dragon Blade. Huge biotic nade, but there's no follow-up just yet from the Genji. There's the pulse bomb going out, don't stick, and Bone falls. NYXL Embers, they are so good at getting back to this point. Their heroes are so quick, and Claire now falling. There's the biotic nade. Cat can't even get to the point, and asleep on top of that. NYXL Embers with a good first round.
Safrona dies just as the sound barrier comes online. She didn't get to cast it. I think even if she had hit the Q key there, it likely would have Ajaxed, but that was almost salvageable. In fact, almost salvaged from Vancouver Titans Blue. First of all, somebody needs to put a bell on X10's neck or something, because Vancouver Titans Blue have no clue when they're coming, where they're coming from, and you can even see, out damaging the rest of the lobby, 16-3 with 8 final blows, leading the lobby, and a lot of that is those Sojourn flank angles. The one, like, towards the tail end there, damn near killed the whole push of Vancouver Titans Blue. The early pickoff onto Claire, she never saw that coming. All of the follow-up damage. Cat's going for some frontline heroics, does find a ton of value with the Sigma, but eventually falls. It's gonna be just Phone trying to deal the rest of the damage. Safrona coming back to try and salvage it. Getting back there on the Tracer, but NYXL Embers had the ults, and they had the damage, and they had the discipline to rotate it all, utilize it all, make sure the cart was always in contention, never give it up fully, never back down, never what. They hold at the end of point B, and that's a little bit dicey for Vancouver Titans Blue. This has to be a decisive hold if they have any hope of coming back alive in this series. They only get one more map after this one.
NYXL Embers, they are just on that steam train, and they are chugging down to the finish line. Moving Fish looking for that bit of early damage once again, and already going for the contest and immediately just hopping out. But they threw that first choke point. Vancouver Titans were not going for the closest hold here. And Moving Fish is really just like yo-yoing in and out of their backline. Bone now coming through, looking for the extra damage, but HP gets shredded before you fall. And this is actually very good from Vancouver Titans Blue, waiting for the cooldowns to be expended and then just shredding through their health bars.
The problem with this composition, though, is, I mean, again, Bastion is a problem, but once Phone falls, Vancouver Titans Blue don't really have any way to control space, because the Doomfist is just going to punch right through it. The Genji is going to be there with the follow-up, so you have to try and keep Phone alive at all costs. So you're going to be looking at Claire to be expending the immortality fields. You're going to be looking at Cat finding insane early angles. I don't even know what X10 was doing there, and I don't think they do either, but they're definitely not going to try something cheeky like that one again, as long as Cat has anything to say about it.
Were you also falling a little bit after that? NYXL Embers, they need to take a little bit of time to regroup here. Vancouver Titans Blue, they're looking at a pretty solid hold thus far, but they still have 3 minutes to try and figure out what the cracks in the armor are. Looking for
They can make a crack in the armor with the nano boost right now, actually. As a matter of fact, Anyun already has it. Moving Fish almost has the meteor strike. They could just go in with that, go super aggressive, and they're gonna do it. Yeah, they're gonna go and put the nano onto the Doom.
Yeah, and there's the immortality field to come through. The meteor strike goes down, and they're forcing out the beat now. Claire also taking through the amp matrix, but not in a good position to take down Moving Fish. HK finds the immortality field and gets rid of that cooldown, while Bone is just struggling to stay alive through all the damage. Immediately, they do disengage, and now Bone using the artillery strike for getting some damage. There's the anti onto What, but What is able to survive through it and sustain through. Now HK is the one with the cooldown to look at with the Dragon Blade to potentially move them onto the objective.
Yeah, and there's no sound barrier that could possibly stop it. Claire might have the immortality field back online, but it's too late to save Saffrona, and Claire wasn't able to get it down for herself. H-Key might fall in the backline here, but the damage is more than done. This should be NYXL Embers taking the first point.
A team kill from NYXL Embers off the back of a huge Dragon Blade from H-Key. They knew exactly what they were doing, forcing out the cooldowns with the Nano Doom, and then they just had no way to counter that Dragon Blade without a beat. Now Moving Fish still looking for that early aggression once again as that payload starts rolling out. Meteor Strike already online. That was just at the speed of light. It was breakneck how fast that ultimate has been built up by Moving Fish once again. X10 also looking at an overclock very soon alongside a Kitsune Rush, and that anti onto Cat using the immortality field to keep the tank alive, but the Meteor Strike comes through and X10 comes in with the overclock. There's no way to save them without that cooldown from the Baptiste shredded through. Is that another team kill for NYXL Embers as they head forward through that first choke in Streets phase?
And part of the problem for Vancouver Titans Blue, right, is because of the composition they're playing, they don't really have a good way to access Aniune, so she can keep hitting all of those big bio-nades. She's currently set up for a sneaky little flank when Vancouver Titans Blue walk in here again, but every time she hits a nade, at the bare minimum, it's forcing out Immortality Field, and if you already have that cooldown offline, you've won the fight, because there's nothing left for Vancouver Titans Blue to do when you go in. She's been scouted out, she still hits a nade onto Claire. Immortality Field invested, X10 falls though. Vancouver Titans Blue might have done enough.
DPS kind of over-invested off the back of that biotic nade. Aniune does get taken down. What is really the only one putting pressure onto the backline, but this time they have done their job, and they're going to be able to stop this push for a little bit longer. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. They need to bleed this time bank dry.
And in order to do that, they're going to have to cycle out their ultimates, which, good news, because of that fight and the way that Cat popped off, the way that What was able to pressure down Aniune, they've now built up to a full house. 5 stack of ultimates. Phone gonna go ahead and let one rip first to try and force out some cooldowns, but I feel like this might be a little bit too early. Oh, wait, the 5 hit. The Suzu, though. I think that might be a good opportunity for Vancouver Titans Blue to go super aggressive, though, knowing that Suzu's out of play.
Yeah, What is looking for something, fishing with the Pulse Bomb here, but is immediately scouted out by X10. Now there's a little bit of dive onto the back line, but no follow-up just yet. Now Graphitic Flux looking for something. It's canceled. It's not in time. Cat is just out of position now and is shredded through. Vancouver Titans Blue, a misplay from the tank, and now they're missing that front line. They should be able to push this a little bit further. The Biotic Nade onto Phone just spells a death sentence for the Bastion, and Claire going down. Now NYXL Embers, they have so much progress. They have a minute and a half left over to push it a few more meters, and Vancouver Titans, they need to get here on time. What is just being zoned by the Doomfist though?
Yeah, is What even going to be able to get a touch? All right, there is a touch on the field, but Vancouver Titans Blue, with the exception of Cat, have swapped to fast heroes. They have to find a kill here. They have to find something big, sound barrier, to try and make it happen.
And here's the blade as that overhealth is fading. The Biotic Nade again from Aniune. Aniune has been landing shot after shot, nade after nade, and that is just a quick clean up. H-Key cleans house with the Dragon Blade, and YXL Embers with a 2-0 lead into this best of 5 now.
And I think that's a critical misstep from Phone, right? Because the artillery strike from the Bastion, you don't often get a lot of high-value pickoffs from that. You know, they almost managed to take down Aniune with it, but realistically, all they got was the Suzu. And I mentioned, you know, maybe they can go aggressive and try and pressure, knowing that that cooldown, that high-value cooldown, is now firmly off the table, but their composition doesn't move fast enough to capitalize on it. And as soon as they go in, they just end up falling right into NYXL Ember's trap. I think that if people are going to play the Bastion, you want to use that artillery strike a little bit more like you would use a Reaper Death Blossom, right? You wait till resources are expended and then use it to close out some kills, or you use it to combo with a Gravitic Flux to get some of that guaranteed damage, maybe get a guaranteed break on that Immortality Field when they all come crashing down. But I mean, it just doesn't work out. I think that critical misstep in that fight, when you have 5 ults on the field, you don't have to go too aggressive with them like that. You don't have to try and force cooldowns out before the fight has even realistically started, especially ones that you can't capitalize on.
Yeah, this was, I mean, Vancouver Titans Blue, this isn't really their comp, right? Their comp is usually with the DPS line of the Sojourn alongside the Mei. I mean, Phone switching over to the Bastion, it might be a comfort pick for them, but at the same time, is this what they're used to comboing? They're used to the overclock and the damage from the Blizzard, which is a lot easier to combine with the Gravitic Flux on their side, and I feel like it was also easier for them to be able to protect their backline as well, because Bastion isn't really the kind that you want to be sticking by your backline, especially since they don't have that. They were really trying to play that brawl kind of hybrid with the Tracer harassing that backline as well.
And like, you're investing what on the Tracer to try and harass the backline, but you know, outside of the couple times where Anyun did end up getting spotted out, she had to vacate whatever hiding hole she found herself in. It wasn't really enough to stop Anyun from getting into those aggressive angles where she can land those big bio-nades. And I'm going to keep calling it out every time it happens, because every time she lands a big bio-nade, either someone dies or the immortality field is gone. And if that immortality field is gone, NYXL Embers can play slow, wait till they have their cooldowns again, go in and dive a second time without having to worry about that lamp. And if that happens, somebody is going to die. That's just the value that Anyun gets if she's not adequately pressured. And, you know, you do have Poryu as well, the threat of the kunai to try and maybe pressure what out, maybe getting a little bit more value than a Brigitte would use or would get in that sort of situation. It's the way that we like to see. You know, it's the way that we saw them play even against Time into Ethereal yesterday. They like to go for some of these different main support picks, you know, not always going for the Brigitte, not always going for the Lucio, but sometimes opting for a Kiriko, for a Life Weaver, for something that can still protect the Ana, but can also be a little bit more of an offensive threat to maybe keep the Tracer from getting a little bit too close.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that BT Blue wasn't a team that loved to be the kind that was always adapting. They have a comp, they play it well, and they stick to their guns. But we saw that they were trying to make a few adaptations, and it wasn't quite meeting the bar. It just wasn't quite enough to take NYXL Embers on. And now I'm wondering, do VT Blue, do they make wholesale swaps to different heroes and try something new, or are they just going to stick to the same thing that hasn't been working?
I think for Sordvasa, you're definitely going to want to try and stick to the same thing, honestly, because this does feel like a map where Sigma kind of has the advantage. That said, of the two Flashpoint maps, it's a little bit less dive favored than New Junk City, so, you know, NYXL Embers, they could still go for the dive, but it's not going to be quite as strong. There are some really good, you know, environmental positions where Moving Fish can get some big punches, or Poryu can get some big boops here. But for VT Blue, it's, you know, it's adapt or perish, right? Like, they have to either make some changes or change the way that they're playing what they're playing now. Because right now, you know, with the Bastion, they're trying to pressure out the enemy tank. They're trying to pressure out Moving Fish, and that's all well and good, but they're going to live forever as long as Anyun continues to live. So either what has to put out more backline pressure, be more of a threat so Anyun can't ever, you know, she got to sleep with one eye open, right? Always got to be fearful that what might be out there. If Vancouver Titans Blue can't do that, this is NYXL Embers 3-0.
And coming into this, we knew that Anyun was a huge pickup for this NYXL Ember squad, and she has proved her value time and time again with the biotic nades that she's been landing, with the shots that she's been hitting, even some of the sleeps that we've seen at the right time, though, because she hasn't been pressured, the sleeps haven't really needed to come out and haven't had a huge impact in the past two games. I want to see that pressure on Anyun. I want to see the pressure on the back line, especially, okay, since there's a lot of confidence here from NYXL Embers, Phone being taken down early from X10 with a railgun shot, and they've also swapped their backline Poryu onto a Lucio, and that's not a very protected support swap.
In all honesty, I want to see Phone swap off of this Bastion, not just because I'm morally opposed to Bastion, but NYXL Embers are playing a composition that I know VT Blue have played against and scrimmed against. This is exactly what Michael Wave play, and this is what Vancouver Titans Blue have been practicing against. They know that if they just played the Mei and the Sojourn and they mark the enemy Genji, they should be able to negate the dive wholesale, but they haven't done that. They're playing this Bastion composition, and again, trying to put all of the eggs into the Grief Moving Fish basket, but Doomfist is slippery. Like, he's covered in baby oil. He can just jump across the other side of the map, doesn't have to worry about the enemy Bastion, and then just dive right back in when the wheels are off cooldown with a big nade to follow up over and over again, build up to more nanos, and suddenly you got a nano Doomfist to worry about.
Yeah, you could fry a fish with the amount of oil that Doomfist has on him. And Poryu already having the sound barrier up, the amplification matrix forces a little bit of positioning, allows them to get some contest and progress on the point. But Moving Fish just hops back on. X10 taking down the Immortality Field, allowing HK to do so much. And the Biotic Nade on the Cat, well, they were not long for this life.
12% and counting for VT Blue, 14% is where it's going to stop. But this does look like NYXL Embers have this locked up. There shouldn't be another touch. Yeah, everyone's just gonna have to go and play for the next point here. Where is it going to be? It's somewhere directly behind NYXL Embers. VT Blue, that's really, really bad RNG there, actually. They have to go through a near full ult bank NYXL Embers, who are going to get first point presence if they want to even touch the point here. Granted, they have ults to work with here, but again, their composition, I just don't feel it adequately shuts down what NYXL Embers are cooking right now.
Oh, Michael Wave, when Vancouver Titans Blue played against some of the other upper bracket, that was a 3-0. So this might just be a tough composition for them. Okay, that Biotic Nade is just so huge. Anion shreds through Cat's health. They use the Pulse Bomb, but it doesn't connect with anything. And that was just a messy, disorganized fight. They crumbled.
So we need to go ahead and use the artillery strike. I hope that signals a swap. And hang on a second. Vancouver Titans Blue. Hey, you know, I said adapt or perish. I like this. Okay, this is really good. This is going to be a very, very aggressive rush composition, similar to the Ramatra, but with the Junker Queen. I love a little bit of mommy in the morning. I don't know about you, but it still kind of feels like, you know, this should be an NYXL Embers favorite fight, because while Vancouver Titans Blue were making wholesale swaps, they were diamond hands on all their ultimates. They almost have another nano boost. I mean, right now, VT Blue,
That was such a huge Biotic Nade. They're saved by the beat here. Phone pressures out Anion. This is an excellent start, though, despite the ultimates. Now the Blade looking to save things. Phone does fall to X10, and now the Blade comes through and tries and clutches back this point. Saprona doesn't really have a lot of places to go. Cat doesn't have sustain. Claire goes down. It is still another NYXL Embers team fight win, but that one looked closer. They were able to get Anion down first, and that makes things a lot more difficult for NYXL Embers. They had to invest the beat in order to keep everyone up, and then HK was able to save it with the Blade. But Vancouver Titans, this is the idea. They're getting it. They're swapping their ships.
There was no real shot that they were going to win that fight unless they, you know, some chicanery happened, because just look at NYXL Embers positioning their ult bank, everything they had, and the fact that VT Blue had made those wholesale swaps. The mission was to just bleed out ultimates, and I think that was a success, right? You trade your sound barrier for an enemy sound barrier and a Blade. NYXL Embers still have a fair bit, but you're starting to build up to something that can match it. You can maybe utilize this Coalescence, build up to that Rampage, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to go aggressive with the Coalescence. That's going to bait out the Nano. Can Moving Fish find anything with it?
Fish now with the Nano, as well as the Meteor Strike in the back pocket, looking to find Claire, but Moira's pretty slippery with the Fade. Phone getting slept, though. That allows Anion to take down the Mei, and now Saprona following very quickly. Meteor Strike does go down. The Junker Queen gets low, and X10 finishes them off. Another team kill for NYXL Embers. Vancouver Titans Blue, they just seem like they can't quite get the answer, and NYXL Embers look unstoppable.
This, though, could be the fight that VT Blue needs. They're going to have the Rampage, and there is no sound barrier to counteract it. They just have to be on the lookout for Moving Fish's punch, and potentially the follow-up damage from X10's Overclock. Outside of that, they have, you know, mission successful. You finally bled out the ult bank from NYXL Embers, and you should have the advantage here. That said, if VT Blue don't win this fight, they might not get another one.
Oh, Moving Fish finding Cat first, and that is with the Rampage in the back pocket. X10 getting pressured quite a bit by X5. What, though, on that Reaper? And the Death Blossom is also coming up. This could be a Smash Q kind of play from Vancouver Titans for the next fight. Oh, no, the Death Blossom comes out early to try and take down Moving Fish. I don't think that was a worthwhile investment.
No, and there might not be another chance for VT Blue. They're gonna have ults, right? They have both support ults and they have the Rampage, but now the mission is get to the point, and Moving Fish is gonna go be the bouncer, gonna ID check them all. The Rampage just a touch. It does get there. The sleep is good, but the Poryu almost bleeds out there.
Now what does fall to X10 once again? HK has the Blade, and the Nano Boost goes onto the Dragon Blade, and there it is! HK once again just going insane on these tanks. Cat shreds through Cat's health pool, and what can player do? Even with the fade, the Moira does not have the survivability, and it is just NYXL Embers all the way. 3-0 on Flashpoint, 3-0 in the series. NYXL Embers prove why they can be one of the best.
VT Blue, I mean, again, for all the props in the world of Vancouver Titans Blue, this is again a franchise best performance for them, but with this matchup, they will be eliminated from the playoffs. I mean, they have nothing to be ashamed of, right? But unfortunately, they didn't do enough. They needed to get second place or better. Fourth place is where they will sit, and I think it goes back to that one fight, right? The one where Cat gets picked off early. The rest of VT Blue get caught out trying to disengage the Death Blossom from what comes in, and it just kind of felt like they were going out not with a bang, but more with the sound that a balloon makes when you deflate it and it kind of flies all around the room there. That's what that felt like at the end, because you really needed to keep those ultimates and use them for an advantageous fight. They needed to disengage cleanly and get back with Cat so that they could actually use that Rampage aggressively, use it offensively, use it not just to try and touch the point in time, because that's not enough. And there's not going to be enough presence to follow up on the damage that comes out, especially if you're going to use it like that, and especially if Cat gets slept. Anyun was so great with these bio nades, forcing out cooldowns, forcing out immortality fields, with these sleep darts, making Cat's life a living hell. And X10, the value that X10 was getting on this Sojourn cannot possibly be understated, especially on King's Row. NYXL Embers, I still believe that they could have beaten Timeless Ethereal, and they are playing like it today, and this is what they need. Their story continues, but unfortunately this was the final chapter of the underdog story for Vancouver Titans Blue.
NYXL Embers, they are just so strong, so dominant. Every single player was on fire in this matchup, and I'm excited to see who we're going to name the MVP for this match right after a very quick break, and we'll be back with an interview. See you then.
what a heated matchup there. Unfortunate for Vancouver Titans Blue to be able to be eliminated at this point within the event. However, at the very least, they did manage to break their curse. They made strides for themselves as a team nonetheless. But now we've got to focus down onto the winners here. NYXL Embers CB have been bringing their A game here for Major 3.
They have been bringing their A game. I think they need to bring their A plus game if they want to beat Timeless Ethereal. But hey, today they're showing it, right? They're showing understanding of how these compositions work. They're showing understanding of how to beat even what seem like they should be hard counters for their composition. And a big part of that is coming down to just some of the individual plays. And that's why our Chipotle MVP is going to be X10.
Yeah, the damage was absolutely insane going out from X10. Of course, lots of support there from the back line as well, but it is undeniable this performance that X10 managed to have here, Tala, in those last 3 maps.
Yeah, I mean, you saw how many flanks that they were able to get off on King's Row. You saw the value of the overclocks on every single map, especially when they were able to get that good flank play. Vancouver Titans Blue did not know where this damage was coming from, and they were able to get a few kills through the immortality field that was being thrown out by Claire because they just didn't know where to look. They weren't sure what was happening, and in a matter of seconds, oh no, I think I've eaten a railgun shot.
Not the oh no, I think I've eaten her. Oh no,
I
woe is
consumed
me.
something lethal.
Woe is me. Tis but a scratch, you know?
Cause
No
of
big
death,
deal.
railgun poisoning.
Well, all fun and games here, of course, with you guys as always. But we actually get to talk to one of the members of the side of NIXL coming in next. It's not going to be X10 though. It is going to be the tank player. We're going to be having a chat with Moving Fish. Congratulations and GG's on that win. You guys are playing phenomenally today. How are you feeling, Moving Fish?
I'm feeling great. I was really happy to play this match because Kat's actually a really good friend of mine, so I know.
Awesome.
That's always fun. That is always fun being able to play with against your homies and whatnot. I know that you guys had phenomenal games yesterday. You know, nearly being able to take that match up against Timeless Ethereal as well, taking it all the way to that 5th map. I'm wondering between yesterday and today, what are you guys looking towards as far as being able to maybe make that last stride and really maybe even cement yourselves as the best team if you can make it to that grand final?
Yeah, so matches yesterday versus Timeless Ethereal, I'm gonna say we had that. It literally just came down to a hair and like we couldn't like pull through.
Yeah.
But we have a second chance today and we're hoping to win. I'm really confident that we will, but I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that like it's, determined, guaranteed. I don't think so. We're gonna have to work for it,
Yeah.
but I'm very confident.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything that
But
you
of
want to
course,
say to them on that? I guess now that you're on here for the interview, any beef?
uh
Sorry, I like to stir the pot a little bit.
no, I have a lot of friends on there. But I'm gonna say we'll see you in grand finals.
Okay, okay, I love that. I love being able to hear that from you. I think our casters had some questions for you as well, so I'm gonna shift over to Tala first, and then CB, you can wrap things up.
All right.
Well, you are headed over into a match against Michael Wave, and you just eliminated Vancouver Titans Blue from this match, and in doing so, you've also given Fable that 6th place qualifying spot for the championship. So I think that Fable would consider you the heroes, and Fable also said in an earlier interview that Michael Wave are the villains. So how are you feeling going into that next matchup?
Yeah, I mean, Microwave is a dark horse in this tournament, I think. I think they're a good team, but like I said, like it's not guaranteed, but I'm confident we'll beat them. We'll see.
Mhm.
I'm looking forward to it. That should be a really good matchup, and I'm glad that we get to call it. I actually have 2 questions for you. The first one, though, a lot of people who probably know of you from pre-calling the heroes might know you more as that Sigma player, right? But you've shown a lot of flexibility this tournament. You're showing the Winston, you're showing the Doomfist. I want to ask you, what is the ceiling? Like, what can't you play?
No, I'm
Cue
learning
nervous
every day.
laughter.
I'm learning every day.
I mean,
I'm trying to get better, improving myself, and I think that's the result of that's the reason why I've made so much progress. I had to get better, and here I am now.
It's definitely paying off. It's definitely showing, and you got a couple more chances to show it, especially in this next matchup. But first, I want to get personal with you. What is your Chipotle order?
My Chipotle order, oh my god. So I'm a big gym goer, so I need that protein. I start with brown
Yes.
rice and I do extra black beans, and then after that I'm gonna hit it with the double chicken. Sometimes I spice it up with the
Ooh.
barbacoa, but the chicken's my default. And I load that John up with vegetables. I go extra fajitas, extra pico, and guac if I did the cardio today, but not always.
I love it. All right, the
Ooh.
only difference between you and I is the fajitas. There, I don't go for the vegetables because I'm a child, but you know, we're kin. We're kin. The double chicken protein for the post workout, it goes hard.
Yeah, fajitas are my weakness.
Man. You gotta get those gains, right? Man. I feel like chicken's been like, I want to get like Chipotle stats or something like that if we could from like everyone's
Zeuser.
orders. That would be so cool.
Zeuser, can we get some Chipotle stats?
Phoning in.
You have a Chipotle scoreboard.
Not the Chipotle scoreboard, but I know that you guys have some more matches to go. You have the one looking forward to in that lower bracket up against Microwave coming up next. So we're not going to keep you too much longer. But while you're here, any thanks, shout outs, or anything that you want to say here on broadcast before we sign off?
Shout out my team. They're working really hard, and I'm actually really proud of us to have the mental resilience to like bounce back after that loss yesterday because it was so close. Shout out Cap, my friend, and shout out Capitology and Wadi, our coaches, and also Tenza.
Well, thank you so much, Moving Fish, for taking the time to do this interview with us. Good luck on your remaining matches for today, and we will hopefully see you later. That's a lovely Chipotle Real Talk interview, you guys, that we managed to have here. But when it comes down to it, I think it's going to be interesting what we have coming up next. We're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll be right back with those lower bracket finals. Just kidding. It's a giveaway for you guys down in chat. The Radiant Heroes Major 3 giveaway. Thanks to Noble Chairs, you guys have the opportunity to win 1 of 4 gaming chairs. And you guys can check that out at x.com/radiantgg because it is going to be on socials rather than in chat there. But just giving you guys that heads up. And if you're not one of our lucky winners, as a reminder, there's still that opportunity to use the Radiant discount code for 10% off of the gaming chair if you need to upgrade that setup. But I'm going to reintroduce our casters now. Of course, Epitomes and CB, they brought us through that last elimination match between Vancouver Titans Blue and NYXL Embers, where we unfortunately did have to say goodbye to VT Blue for today. That means that as we look into this bracket, CB, NYXL Embers, they're playing again, this time up against Michael Wave.
Yeah, and Michael Wave is a team that, remember, back in Swiss did beat NYXL Embers, so it's by no means going to be an easy feat for NYXL Embers, but it's not going to be easy for Michael Wave either. Like, it's not going to be another one and done kind of situation because we've seen NYXL Embers in the past couple of days kind of level up to, you know, again, that like superstar status where they can contend with the best and even put down the best. That said, Michael Wave does hold a Swiss 2-0 victory over Timeless Ethereal, so these might be two of the best teams. I mean, undoubtedly they're the top 3 because they've already placed top 3, but with a roster like this, like, one person I want to highlight as we bring up the Michael Wave roster specifically is AJMR. If given the opportunity, AJMR does like to go for a lot of big flank nades, and we talk about the value that Aniyun got with some of those plays in the previous series. AJMR is right up there as well.
Yeah, and this team as well, Tala, likes to flex around in those very kind of divey / brawly type of compositions and adapt a lot around in that sense. How do you think that's going to fare up against the likes of NYXL?
I think Michael Wave is probably the Doomfist team in this bracket. I think they were probably played it the most and played it the best. But NYXL Embers, they are playing that Winston. And I think the way the Winston plays into the Doomfist, I mean, they switched on to the Doomfist because of the threat of the Bastion. But when you do have the Winston, it can play very well into that into the Doomfist composition, even though there's going to be a lot of pressure on the backline. So there's going to be a lot of eyes on the supports of both of these squads to see who can take that pressure, and we're going to see if it's going to be a Wicca weekend.
Who do you think? Okay, I love hearing that.
That'd be a good Wicca weekend.
Wicca weekend. That
Wicca
was
weekend.
a banger tagline there. But CB, as we look into this first map and get the drum roll waiting and rolling as we find out what that's going to be, what are your expectations on who you think is maybe going to be better at controlling the pace of the game here, again, on Antarctic Peninsula?
I mean, I kind of have to give it to Michael Wave because I know that they do like to play very aggressively, but I can't say that with full confidence. Both of these teams have a great understanding of how to play the compositions that they're best at. Something interesting I also want to bring up is that both of these teams are extremely flexible. In the past, I have highlighted Mari specifically for being another one of those players who has shown an adeptitude at multiple heroes. You know, she was previously one of the best Junker Queens, then suddenly, you know, she's one of the best Sigmas. Now we're seeing that she's arguably the best Doomfist in Calling All Heroes right now, but also showing a really strong Winston. And on the other side, we just talked about how flexible Moving Fish is. So these teams, they can realistically, you know, they're both yoga instructors. They're highly flexible. They can, you know, roll with whatever punches, do whatever poses they need to do. It's going to be pretty back and forth, you know? And it's going to come down to, I think, whichever team just has the better understanding. And that's anyone's guess.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what compositions come out and how both these teams end up adapting on the fly. We're just about ready to head into Antarctic Peninsula here, but while you guys are waiting in chat as well, we've got the first drop here for those Chipotle burritos. There's 2,000 of them up for grabs, so you guys can check out that text code down there and be able to get yours out, while CB and Tala get ready to sink their teeth into some fun games.
Thank you very much, Ash. Now, if you do have a burrito or a bowl, then get ready because this is going to be a banger, or at least I anticipate that it will be. This, if anything, is going to be the matchup that can go the distance. I have seen very impressive things out of both of these teams, and maybe they're going to give us a masterclass in Pilates.
by the way, we are on a delay here, by the way, so I've got approximately 2 minutes or so to where I can just go ahead and claim as many of these codes as I want. So you're gonna want to make sure you get in there while you can.
Don't read the fine
print. I'm actually
print.
not gonna do that because I still have half a burrito bowl over here that I gotta finish, and I can only really chip away at it in all of the breaks here. But hey, let's go ahead and get into the action here. We're starting on, like you said, Antarctic Peninsula. And something that's interesting, right, is that both of these teams have lended themselves more in favor of dive composition from time to time. They might still try and go with that because that is their bread and their butter. But, I mean, of the control maps available, this is also the most Sigma friendly, the most rush friendly.
No.
No! You know what? I predicted the same thing. I predicted that Michael Wave would win the whole thing, right? We posted that whole bracket with the interview that I did. It only took one series for me to be dead wrong, and I said I am the bad Pachimari of Calling All Heroes. Turns out me and BP predicted the same damn thing. So
yeah, apparently you're both the bad Pachimari of Calling All Heroes.
There is room for 2 bad Pachimaris in Calling All Heroes, but there is only room for one of these teams in Grand Finals where Timeless Ethereal are waiting for them. Mari is going to open up with the Doomfist Dive, and NYXL Embers, they're going back to Old Reliable. They're going to the Sigma Brawl.
This is definitely going to be an interesting one. Eyes are on Zoe here because Zoe has gotten quite a few MVPs when we've seen Michael Wave play, and she's just been incredibly good at getting a lot of value, especially as a supportive DPS rather than just the main DPS who's getting all of the support from the nano boost that AJMR is throwing out. A little bit of damage onto that back line, but ultimately it looks like Michael Wave gets first capture.
Not quite yet. And by the way, that was a big nade from AJMR that landed onto Anion, but she didn't use the Immortality Field, so that should still be in play for NYXL Embers. They're actually still holding on to it. NYXL Embers get the first cap here. And, I mean, Michael Wave, they're kind of scattered all around it. There we go. There's the first blow onto Zoe. Now NYXL Embers can clean up.
Yeah, HK, I mean, was doing a lot of damage to this Doomfist here. Mari is able to retreat out of all the damage and get regrouped back with the supports. So Michael Wave, they're just going to wait for the next fight for Zoe to come and regroup, but that allows NYXL Embers to get a closer hold, and that's a stagger pick onto Wicca as well.
Anion's already going to have the Ant Matrix, so at least one of the angles that Michael Wave is going to try and approach from will be locked down, and that's going to kind of, shuttle them into something potentially a little bit more suboptimal, something where HK might be waiting with a wall, something where Moving Fish might be able to get enough damage with those spheres to build up to a Gravitic Flux. Michael Wave, they're going to have a nano boost here very soon, but they still have to play a little bit slow before they can realistically have that. And on the other side, AJMR, how are we going to bait out that Immortality Field from Anu? Because she seems to hold on to that for dear life.
Well, Mari going to go ahead and get a first pick onto X10 with the help of the nano boost. Now the Meteor Strike getting quite a bit of damage onto Poryu, looking to take them down, but the Amplification Matrix does come out, forces the position from Mari back towards the point, but they're able to flip that over. The Blizzard from HK actually is able to get a little bit of damage down, but everyone survives it. Now with a beat from Poryu to try and sustain this fight through and force their positioning forward. Zoe still dancing back and forth on the point. HK is really looking to mark that Genji, but Poryu is actually the first to find pick onto Wicca as that rally is building up, so they won't have it as this fight continues.
That's so huge that Zoe deflects the Blizzard there that came out from HK at the start of that fight, though. This is 25% and counting from Michael Wave that realistically, had that Blizzard landed, they just flat out would not have. And yeah, it looks kind of dicey for them, but the stagger can just keep up as long as they possibly can. Michael Wave, they're going to get a pretty decent percentage out of this.
Yeah, they're just making sure that they keep the contention in. NYXL Embers, they do eventually flip that over with 2 ultimates to speak of. On the other side, it's going to be a rally and that Dragon Blade. AJMR, I'm not sure if they can build up to that nano quickly enough, but Zoe has been really good at just going in with these raw Dragon Blades.
The timing on Wicca's rally here is going to be everything because that's the main defensive tool that they have to stave off the pressure from either the Overclock or Moving Fish's Gravitic Flux. It's going to come down to order of operations, right? Which of these ults is going to come down first? It looks like Zoe's going to go ahead and pop the Dragon Blade. That's absolutely massive. X10 no longer a factor.
Yeah, immediately taken down X10, no overclock to speak of. Moving Fish goes in with a Gravitic Flux to take down HMR, and the rally looking to sustain with a bit of overhealth and armor. The accretion goes onto the shield, but Wicca can't stay long, and now it's going to be Mari jumping in to look for the contention on the overtime. Once again, there is the amplification matrix forcing the positioning. Mari has to dance around and try and hide behind this little corner. Now the overclock from X10 shredding through the health of Mari. There is nowhere for that Doomfist to go. Zoe is quick to follow, and even though there's a biotic nade landing from AJMR alongside the nano, wait, they get in there with the nano boost. Death is trying to do some damage here and is actually able to find one as that beat goes down, but it is just not enough. Michael Wave, they were too staggered, they were too separated. NYXL Embers, they take that first sub-map.
That's very flashy towards the end there, that nano boost, that power slide, and that kill there from Death. But I mean, with the sound barrier on the side of NYXL Embers, there was really no way for Michael Wave to get themselves bought back into that fight so long as that was... so long as that threat was present. And it kind of comes down to that Gravitic Flux that goes in, a solo Gravitic Flux onto AJMR. I'm often talking about these Doomfist compositions and Dive as a whole, that if you take out the supports, the wheels on the bus just fall right off. And, you know, Wicca even invests the rally to try and keep everybody alive, but there's just not enough healing without that burst healing that the Honor provides. There's not enough pressure to bait out some more enemy cooldowns without the threat of that biotic nade. Speaking of the threat of the biotic nade, and speaking of dive comps, we have mirror dive comps with Winton on either side.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one. Eyes are on AJMR and Anyun once again to try and stay alive, save off that pressure, and be able to land those biotic nades that get these fights started. There's the biotic nade onto HK. HK immediately falls. Mari's able to find that first pick, giving Michael Wave an advantage into the fight.
And, you know, it's going to come down to a lot of these bio-nades and whether or not they land and whether or not the dive is there to follow up. And that situation for Michael Wave, it was. There's another nade coming up from AJMR. Doesn't look like it's actually going to hit anybody, but there is a lot of pressure being put on by Mari. Enough for Michael Wave to get the first cap here.
Yeah, and it seems like Michael Wave are a little bit more aggressive in this round than they were in the one previous. It felt like they were playing a little bit more just shy in the last round. Moving Fish is able to take down Zoe, though. A biotic nade does land from HMR, but they get to sleep onto Mari as they try and dive the back line. Moving Fish wastes no time, looking to take down Death, and HK is going to finish off that kill with a dash on through. And Michael Wave, it seems like they are falling apart. NYXL Embers, they flip that point over and get to capture that percentage ticking up 7.
I want to give a shout out to Poryu. I'm only speculating this is what actually happened, but there was a big bio-nade that landed onto Anyun, and the dive did come in. The pressure was on her, but I think there was a whip shot from Poryu that stopped Mari from being able to confirm that kill, and because of that, now we got nano boost on either side. Perfectly symmetrical violence coming out from the Winstons.
Yeah, Moving Fish gets landed with a bio-nade, but HMR is the one that goes down to HK. Looking at the ultimates as well, X10 does have the leg up in terms of the overclock, while Mari and Moving Fish both have that primal rage. That anti onto Wicca forces out the rally here from Michael Wave as NYXL Embers still tick up onto the ultimate percentage. The overhealth from the rally still active, and X10 looking shred through that shield. Zoe wants to find pick, but can't. X10 just shoots straight through the dome of that Genji and is chasing off the rest of the squad.
X10 is playing so well today. That was a beautiful 180 flick. I mean, yeah, Zoe's health was already low. She was already, you know, knocking on death's door. But, I mean, X10 just does a quick little 180 and kicks the door down for her. Now Michael Wave, sure, they have the blade, but they don't have a nano to combo it with. Neither do NYXL Embers, but, you know, they're closer. It's got to be Death with this overclock to make something happen. You only have, realistically, one more good fight here for Michael Wave. That's a great way to open it up.
Death, amazing pick onto X10. Now HQ wants to make up for lost time with the help of this blade, knows that the Winston is antied, but able to just jump out, regroup with the supports in time. Anyun, however, finding Zoe, there's no blade for Michael Wave's side. They need to flip this point over somehow. They're able to contest on it, and HQ, there is no way to flip and hold on to that. So now contesting the high ground.
I'm seeing a lot of back and forth with the bio-nades coming out from these Anas. AJMR and Anyun are both phenomenal when it comes to landing them on the right targets. It's just a matter of whether or not the follow-up is or is not there. And it feels like for NYXL Embers, a lot of the time, it definitely is. But for Michael Wave, this time, the follow-up was there. They were able to cap, and they do have a pretty solid advantage here, though. Zoe, that's dangerous. 9 HP in the anti-nade. Killing to Poryu, though. Michael Wave, I think they're okay.
now the Nano is available for Michael Wave. There's a potential Nano Blade angle here, and usually it's Death getting those Nano boosts, but Zoe has the Dragon Blade available, and they still need to take this time away. NYXL Embers, they're pretty close to last fight territory if they're able to flip this over, and Michael Wave, they are quite a ways to go. There's the Nano boost now to come through, immediately slicing through both of them. That is gorgeous from Zoe, and now it's just the dive onto the remaining players. There is nothing to be done, and can even use the Nano boost to try and stay alive.
Staggering the Winston.
They're doing it on purpose. Moving Fish,
so
what are you
good.
supposed to do?
That's so good though, because it was either Moving Fish. If they wanted to stay alive, they would have had to invest the Primal Rage. But no, they have to just take that death whenever Michael Wave decides to dish it out. And now they have put themselves in one fight territory. A Primal on either side. Wicca's gonna go in with an early rally. This is Michael Wave's fight to win.
And now they have the Biotic Nade cooldown forced out from Anion. The sleep goes on to Mari as the Primal Rage comes through, but there is no Bio Nade to follow it up, so that Winston is just so healthy. Now looking to try and contest. There's 99% for Michael Wave, and X10 comes in with the overclock. Oh my gosh! HMR goes down so fast. HP follows up onto Wicca, and the rest of the squad, they fall like dominoes. Now it's another last fight territory, but I'm not even sure if they'll be able to touch.
And there's not going to be any touch. Michael Wave got wiped off the face of the planet towards the end of that fight. And I said it was their fight to win, but I think it was Anion that actually sealed the deal for them. A sleep dart on Tamari mid-Primal Rage and a huge, huge bio nade that X10 was able to follow up with the rail shots that just put it all to bed. Michael Wave are not out of this by any means. Is not as one-sided as the 2-0 scoreline is going to make it look. But at least in the Ana head-to-head right now, I gotta give the nod to Anion.
I mean, Michael Wave is a team that sometimes needs a little bit of time to warm up. We saw it about last week in the Swiss stages. They were kind of ramping up as time went on, but this looked very good from NYXL Embers. They had a really good grasp on what they needed to do with their win conditions, and Anion especially just landing a lot of really good nades. HMR really trying to follow up with the bio nades as well, but it seems like HKey, Moving Fish, they are just coordinated. There's so much synergy there, and they are also warmed up from already played a match with its exact team composition. For you also getting a lot of value out of the Brigitte and showing so much flexibility on the types of heroes that
I mean, the flexibility from both of these teams is coming out in spades, but yeah, NYXL Embers, they opened up with a Sigma composition, and they did best the Doomfist composition. And, you know, I still believe that the Doomfist is the strongest composition in the current meta that we're playing, but NYXL Embers, despite that, are still able to overpower it with the Sigma composition. I think that's telling. And then the fact that they both go to back-to-back Winston dives, and it gets a lot closer, but the fact that NYXL Embers once again just barely squeak it out, I think that, you know, it still does have to speak to some of the individual skill of a lot of these players. The difference in whether or not the follow-up was there on the bio nades, whether or not you're landing the big ones, because we know Anion was, and the big sleeps to boot. That nade right there, and X10 with the follow-up, and even HKey going in with the dash, that's what sealed the deal right there for NYXL Embers. And X10, you know, our previous match MVP on this Sojourn, this is why Death is no slouch by any means, but having a look at the eliminations versus the deaths ratio going on here, you can kind of see which Sojourn is getting the better of this head-to-head.
Yeah, X10, I mean, is just on fire. They've been getting so much value. They are literally just a monster on that Sojourn. The overclocks every single time, shredding so much value, and it's the combinations with the biotic nades as well. And also, HKey also following up on the damage being done by the railgun. If it's not quite enough to finish them off, go ahead with the Genji, just dash right on in, and then all of a sudden, that's just two supports deleted from the backline. And it's so much pressure on the backline every single time with these dive compositions, and that's why they need to be incredibly careful with the positioning of Anion and AJMR. And Poryu and Wicca, they have a lot of responsibility on their shoulders to be able to stave off that pressure.
It does put a lot of pressure on the Brigades, as you have to hit those whip shots, especially if your Ana ends up being, if your Ana finds herself antied, she's as good as dead, right? Because you don't have an immortality field. You have to hit a whip shot to try and stave off some of the pressure. You have to get that Winston. You have to quite literally get that monkey off of her back. Or, you know, again, you lose your Ana, the wheels fall off the bus, your whole composition falters. That's just how dive works. You need to have that burst healing. You need to have that sustainability in order to keep up the pressure, or otherwise you're just, you know, doing the hokey pokey. You're putting your monkey in, you're taking your monkey out. And it doesn't work. That's not how you win points. You have to win fights. You have to win points. You can't do that without your Ana. It's imperative. So we need to keep an eye on AJMR, and we need to keep an eye on Anion. We need to keep an eye on Poryu, and we need to keep an eye on Wicca. See who is keeping each other alive. See who is the more ironclad unit on that map on Antarctic Peninsula. It was Poryu and Anion, but I still have faith in AJMR and Wicca.
And we gotta find out if it's wickable. Sorry,
Stole
I
that
need
one
to
from
stop
me.
saying words.
I
know
was waiting
you
to
did.
use that one. You stole that one right out from my dictionary. I'm suing.
I just robbed it, tore the page out of your dictionary out of the notebook, and now we're looking at King's Row. And I'm curious if they're going to be playing that same dive composition. I mean, I feel like it can be the Winston. It can also be the Doomfist. We saw a lot of Doomfist play from NYXL Embers the last time we saw them on King's Row, and they also look very dominant, very strong in the way that they were able to play it. Across the board, though, I have to say NYXL Embers team, across roles, they seem just a little bit ahead of Michael Wave.
I think it might end up being kind of like a rock, paper, scissors sort of composition thing, right? Like, without even seeing the team comps that they're going to come out here with, I'm going to predict that what's going to happen is Michael Wave is going to open with the Doomfist, and NYXL Embers goes with the Sigma. Eventually, NYXL Embers are going to try to match the Doomfist, and at that point, Michael Wave will swap over onto the Winston, and then NYXL Embers will match the Winston. We could also just forego all of that. Both teams just cut straight to the chase, and we both go to that Winston dive that all roads apparently lead to. But, you never really know. And even if we don't go that far, like, we've already seen that NYXL Embers can beat out a dive composition with their Sigma composition. They understand how to play it. They understand how to put the pressure onto AJMR to completely gut the entire offensive capabilities and the defensive capabilities, for that matter, of the Doomfist composition. So, I mean, we could go all the way down that road, all the way down to the Winston mirror, or we could just see straight up Doom versus Sigma, or even maybe like a secret third thing. Who knows? Maybe these teams are gonna bust out like Ramatra.
Roadhog.
No, not that one.
No. Not
Don't
that
you put that
secret
evil
third
on me?
thing.
No. I would expect to see, if it was going to be anything else, I would expect it to be the Ramatra composition. But here's something that's actually a little bit interesting, and I think it might be kind of the inverse of what I'm saying, because like right now, NYXL Embers are hovering over the Winston dive. This might actually force Michael Wave to adapt, because I think that the Winston dive beats the Doomfist dive. You just jump on the backline, put a bubble on the supports, and suddenly the LOS is broken. The Doomfist is vulnerable. You simply kill him.
Yeah, I mean, NYXL Embers, all roads lead to Winston, Brigitte, Ana, I guess. All roads.
Well, this road is going to lead to grand finals from one of these two teams. NYXL Embers are up 1-0, and they're taking the initiative with both this Sim TP play to get the high ground and kicking it off on the Winston dive. So who is Moving Fish going to jump on? And more importantly, where is HAMR playing? Are they vulnerable to getting sectioned off by Moving Fish?
Well, we found where they're playing, but they're immediately able to get out of the way of the biotic nade and get into a little bit of a safer position. HK is really looking to put down the harassment onto the Brigitte and the Ana, though. And Michael Wave, they got to retreat a little bit further, leaving the Doomfist a little bit vulnerable. Has to find a way to regroup with the supports as they force their way past that first point. Okay, AJMR taking a lot of damage here, and Moving Fish does get biotic naded, but with the bubble down and not a lot of follow-up damage, it's no problem for that Winston.
That's a window where AJMR is vulnerable, though, because that was both cooldowns that came out, so you can see Mari has to go in with the pressure. That's a great whip shot there from Wicca, though. HK trades out Zoe. NYXL Embers, they're not out of this, but Michael Wave, they're holding on.
Michael Wave, they're playing pretty safe, very defensive positions, but when it comes down to it, they're good at staving off that pressure. Mari now looking to try and shred through the health of that Winston while they go for the dive once again on the high ground.
Speaking of high ground, AJMR's made a rotation. You saw briefly them peek through that window up on the high ground, and that's going to be where Moving Fish has to try and go in for the jump to pressure them back. But yeah, they just rotate around. Now AJMR's over here on that corner. X10's trying to take some shots at them there, not finding a whole lot. Meanwhile, Michael Wade have given up a tick and a half.
Yeah, and now the nano boost as well onto Moving Fish is going to allow them to get so much more damage down onto Wicca. They're able to stay alive for a second with the rally, but AJMR just gets stomped on by Moving Fish, and then Wicca, you're all alone. It's just a Brigitte. What are you going to do? And it seems like the answer is not much, but Mari does trade back X10 and contest this point for a little bit longer. The Doomfist looking to be forced off that point. They are so close to getting that payload moving. The Meteor Strike goes up, but the sleep onto the Doomfist. Is there the Biotic Nade to follow up? There is, and now Mari, where's the sustain for this Doomfist? Getting knocked off the point once again, and all of them get shredded, falling like dominoes.
That ends up being such a staggered fight because they don't actually kill Wicca. They just kind of keep her as a pet for a little while there after the rally expires. They're like, okay, you come to us. And as soon as she actually, gets back on the point with Mari to try and get the contest, Aniun with another grenade seals her fate. And suddenly, Wicca's she's no longer a factor. She's no longer a threat. She was effectively neutralized for a full minute straight there. NYXL Embers, they find the cap. Michael Wave have now... Hey, we're at the end of the road. It all leads to Winston, right? We're back on the Winston dive. But NYXL Embers have the momentum and they have the ult advantage.
I was going to say Moving Fish was in such a good position. If Anion was in a good spot to get a nade onto that back line, then it could have been really good for Moving Fish to follow up. But it looks like they're just going to regroup back, play a little bit safer, but they got so much progress already halfway to that second point capture.
Nano Boost comes out onto Death, though. Looking for just about anything. Finds Moving Fish, gonna slide in deep and pressure everyone else back. And yeah, without a monkey to tank all that damage, you definitely don't want to be around to face check it.
Yeah, I mean, Death has been really good with these nano overclocks historically, and now getting rid of the overclock is going to stave off the pressure a little bit and allow them to reclaim the space, take another fight before Michael or NYXL Embers can get to their...
Embers, though. Nanoblade for Embers. Aniun is almost there, just a couple more seconds, and that should be a win condition. And Michael Wave, they have to try and go before the window closes.
Oh, Mari goes in, and Zoe also with the blade, just completely raw, no nano. The rally comes in to stave off the pressure, but HK at the very least goes down, denies the nano blade for a little bit longer. Now Payload moving back towards their spawn from overhead. Moving Fish trying to get a bit of damage down. X10 though, onto HMR. That is excellent for NYXL Embers to start off this fight. They force their way through, and there's the overclock from X10. HK finds Mari, and now without a tank, what are they supposed to do? X10 doesn't find value from the overclock, but the rest of the team sure does. Now without a backline, Michael Wave, they're forced back into the spawn once again.
X10 didn't even need to find value from that overclock because they already found it with the pickoff there onto AJMR, which by the way, I saw AJMR peek out and go for a sleep dart, and it lands onto X10, but while it's mid-flight, X10 takes their head off with a rail shot. That's a phenomenal play from the Sojourn for NYXL Embers, and they get to hold on to this nano blade to do it. They can put this one home in cap point B here.
Yeah, just straight on to Death, and what are they going to do there? The rally from Wicca does come out, and it allows them to contest the payload a little longer. There's a Primal Rage from Mari as well, trying to juggle them off of the point, but the sleep does come in for a second here, trying to keep Moving Fish alive. Primal Rage still available for the extra health sink if needed, but it doesn't seem like they are going to need it. That's a huge Biotic Nade onto Mari once again, and they should be able to take down this tank, dancing in and out of the bubble for a few more seconds, but not for long. They are able to cap second point and now have 2 minutes and 40 seconds to cap point 3.
It's another Aniun nade that ends up sealing that fight, and there's another one as well on AJMR and Zoe. Yeah, I mean, NYXL Ember's not going to overcommit, right? But these aren't even like set nades. Like, these aren't ones that Aniun is going for. She's just throwing them where everybody from Michael Wave is going to be walking through, where they're trying to path back to the point, where they're all coming out of spawn in that case. But here we go. Moving Fish now deep in enemy territory, has the Primal if they need it, and it is forced.
Yeah, the Primal does come through, looking to try and get some value. HMR, though, is just getting shredded by X10 over and over again with the railgun. And Wicca is like, well, what am I defending? I'm just away from my team. I can't get heals to my tank. And Mari goes down quickly. Now Mari is back in, and they've only got a few meters left to push to the very end. Now the Nano Boost is also in, and HMR nanos Wicca, while Anion is still holding on to a Nano Boost of their own. Rally not quite there. The overclock does come through, but Death, without that nano boost, doesn't do enough damage to really eliminate anyone from NYXL Ember's fight. All they've done is make a bit of space, but AJMR finishes off Anyun with the nade, and Poryu also in the purple as Zoe comes in with the blade. They are going to salvage this fight from the jaws of defeat, and Michael Wave are going to stave off a bit more time off the clock.
But it's so costly. Because that nano boost goes errant, it doesn't go in on with the blade. You use the overclock without it. You've now used 3 ults to win that fight versus, the 4 that NYXL Embers are about to have here. You're gonna have the rally and you're gonna have the primal rage. You can really slow things down here, especially with the pick off there onto H-Key.
Now the rally from Poryu does come through, and maybe they don't need H-Key to win this fight, especially with X10 landing shots like that, finding Wicca right through all of it, and Zoe now going down to Poryu. They know exactly where Mari is, trying to chase down the Winston, knows there's not a lot of places for them to go except back into the spawn, waiting for the regroup. Now once again, almost to the end, rally comes in from Wicca to start things off and start the engage. H-Key is back, there's potential for a Dragon Blade here, and they need to be careful of it. Only a primal rage from Michael Wave that can potentially combat it, while Zoe switches onto the Tracer, needs to get the harassment down onto Anyun, but there is the Dragon Blade to come through, and anti onto HQ for momentarily, but it's the backline of Michael Wave melted. What else is there to do now as Zoe dances in and out of the point, but doesn't touch in time? 3 points on the first round, 10 seconds left.
The primal rage came out from Mari there, and she put all of the pressure onto Anu, knowing that the threat of that nano blade was coming. But despite being juggled around back, literally slammed up against the wall over and over again, Anu still finds the connection to put the nano boost onto the Genji to get that nano blade off, and H-Key does exactly what she needs to do with it. And you can even see, like, look at this KD. Look at H-Key with that 19-4. That's beautiful. 19-1, by the way, for Moving Fish. Good God. My NYXL Embers are executing this dive really, really well. Going into this Winston dive, it's kind of like, I don't even want to say it's a Genji differential because Zoe and H-Key have been going blow for blow. It very much so feels like it's Anyun just being a step ahead of everyone else. She's finding the big nades, she's finding the nano, she's able to stay alive long enough to keep her own tank in the fray. And playing an Ana, playing any flex support, by the way, into a dive composition is hell. You have to use your cooldowns defensively. When you're able to actually use them offensively, though, is when you actually get value. You have to be able to find these angles, and Anyun is one of the best at it.
And we've been singing Anyun's praises this entire series, and honestly, the entire series before that as well. Anyun has been landing so many big nades, and Moving Fish in coordination with that, they just have an excellent synergy. NYXL Embers, they are in tune with one another. They know what they should do and what their win conditions are. And now Michael Wave, they need to find a way past it. They need to have a full capture here.
And by the way, we're talking a lot about Anyun. Take nothing away from AJMR because they've also been playing very, very well, but they have been caught out a couple times, and that's coming back to bite them. Whether the protection isn't there, whether the pressure isn't there, the frontline pressure to try and stop X10 from finding those angles, that's a solution that Michael Wave have to find as soon as possible. They have to keep enabling AJMR to find these big nades. AJMR's gonna fall first.
And now AJMR going down, it's just devastating. You trade X10 out, but it's a DPS for a support. Who keeps your tank alive without that burst healing from AJMR? It seems that they are able to stay alive, but they can't get any capture. They can't keep forcing themselves forward without the help of AJMR. Now the Winston's trying to trade blow for blow here. Moving Fish does get very low, regroups with the supports while they get a little bit of that touch onto the point.
Anyun almost has a nano already, though. Zoe opening pickoff there onto X10. That might be the opening that Michael Wave need, but they're still being pressured, corralled into this little hotel room by Moving Fish, and Moving Fish is gonna check them out.
Oh, well, that is a lot of damage going down onto Moving Fish, but even then it's a primal rage. Monkey see, monkey do, I guess, and it just swipes them off of the objective. Moving Fish, the primal rage runs out, and they're able to get a tick, now a second tick as well, but there's a recontest coming in very fast. HK wants to go in, the nano comes in onto Moving Fish, and Anyun should be able to stave off the pressure from Mari despite that primal rage, and does. Mari has to retreat back to the rest of the team, and HK now has a Dragon Blade in the back pocket. AJM AJMR with a Nano Blade or Nano of their own, seeing if they are able to use it. Zoe comes through, the Nano Blade does come out, and even with the anti, Zoe is just fearless, going on to the tank, going on to the back line. It doesn't matter if their health is purple, she's still able to find the team kill and allow Michael Wave to start pushing the streets phase with 4 minutes.
Fearless is the word there, because it's really scary as a Genji to be at that 100 HP knowing you're anti-healed, but to still go in that deep saying, no, I am getting what I came for, or I am going to die trying, and Zoe does get exactly what she came for, and because it ends up being a team kill as well, Michael Wave can play for this forward aggression, take as much space here on streets phase as possible. But it's not going to be as much as they would like, because NYXL Embers, they're grouped up, they're already back in the fight. This corner right here where Zoe is standing is where this next fight should kick off. And there's a blade for HK waiting in the wings.
There is no Nano Blade potential here just yet, but X10 is also building up to that overclock. Death has an overclock of their own, and it's really down to that Sojourn 1v1 here. Zoe had a little bit of trouble in that first round, but this round seems to be coming alive with those blades and making a lot of space for Michael Wave. They've already pushed it halfway, but now AJMR going down first once again. That is so huge from Moving Fish to take down the support, and now Anyun has another Nano Blade. It's 4 ultimates for NYXL Embers, and they haven't had to expend a single one to win this fight.
Yeah, it was, again, just another Anyun Biotic Grenade. It landed onto both AJMR and Wicca. And hey, if you're Wicca, you know, your job is to protect AJMR, but that's so much harder when you are also anti. You also can't play as aggressive as you want to, because the Winston Tickle Cannon is going to just go right through your shield. You know that your life is on the clock as well, so she can't be as aggressive as she needs to be to keep AJMR alive, so Moving Fish can just go in. And now, like you said, the ults are about to fly.
And here's the overclock from Death, looking for some value here, really just forcing back NYXL Embers to some extent, but they're just disengaging. They're waiting for that overclock to run out before they come in with a re-engage with almost a full ultimate bank. Michael Wave, they only have that rally to try and stave off the pressure from just mashing the Q keys, and there goes X10 with the overclock, looking to stave off the pressure with the rally, but it's not enough. X10 over the top, and Mari shredded with the railgun shot, and now without the tank, the rest of the squad is supposed to just fall like dominoes. They are just all corralled into this little space, not quite using the ultimate. They're just holding it diamond hands, and yeah, there is another nade to come through. AJMR
Still alive, but definitely public enemy number 1 if you're Moving Fish. Look at this angle that they have currently right now, just kind of overlooking the streets from this window, but they have to try and make something happen. They are able to get LOS, dueling Nano Blades, which goes bigger.
And HK has the Nano, both of them have Nano Blades. Zoe, however, is finding so much more value here on the backline. HK wasn't able to find really much of anything.
Now I'll say Genji Gap. If that's not a Genji Gap right there, I don't know what is. You give both Genjis a Nano Blade, see who comes huger, and Zoe even seals it with the cleanup dash there onto HK. Zoe's Genji has been phenomenal this whole tournament. She's been a huge surprise, a pleasant surprise for this Michael Wave team. They get to hold on to the Primal Rage, but that's really all they have. They don't have Death and that forward presence anymore, so NYXL Embers are going to snap back like a rubber band and start to contest this payload again.
Yeah, they're really evening out the ultimate advantages here, though. Michael Wave, they're getting a good momentum going onto the ultimate charges, and they're pretty much even. Poryu does have the advantage of the rally, but the DPSs of Michael Wave are steadily building up to their own ultimates. Now the contention is there from Moving Fish, looking for a dive onto the backline, but where is Anyun looking for the biotic nades? Needs something to follow up on. There is one onto Wicca, but the sleep comes in from Moving Fish, and that might be devastating. The Primal Rage does have to come through for the health sink. Primal Rage from Mari as well, as they're going for the dive onto the back line. Now regrouping both the Winstons with their squads for the sustain to come through. Rally now from Poryu, looking to stave off the pressure off the back line and make sure that they can enforce this push. Now with the rally from Wicca to come out a little bit later. It's just the order of operations here. Wicca finding Moving Fish, and NYXL Embers back away.
I mean, Mari used the Primal Rage to great effect at the start of that fight to pressure off the entire backline, force Moving Fish to not get any value from their Primal Rage, especially with the sleep out that came through from HAMR, but they didn't confirm any kills until Wicca popped that rally, and it wasn't clean, so NYXL Embers, they still have a window here, and they might have just slammed it shut on Death.
It's go time.
And now with the overclock from X10, Death didn't have anything from the overclock of their own. Shredding through the health, the bubble does go down, and it allows them to be a little bit more protected. Zoe comes in, and Poryu goes down, though. The Nano Blade, it's so good for a moment, but Zoe immediately falls, and Anion is still up. Now with the Nano onto X10, trying to find a little bit more value. HK is so low. The bubble comes in just in time to save the Genji, and now NYXL Embers, they are able to stop the push. Under a minute left over for Microwave. It's the only ultimate coming up might be both of the Primal Rages, as well as the Blade for HK.
That swaps over to the Ashe. I'm not sure if this is going to, what this is going to do. You gotta imagine the dynamite pressure might be a threat for the backline. You can see Death has an angle right now where they can challenge and try and put some pressure onto Anion. Moving Fish is not gonna let them have that for free though.
Yeah, they don't want to let them have that high ground control for free. Moving Fish now in the backline. Bubble goes down, and it's a retreat on through. There was a dynamite onto HK for a second. Oh, that is so good. Such a good sleep. But they're woken up, and the Primal Rage does come through. Now really just making sure that they're able to keep each other alive. The supports sustaining one another, and now it's the rally from Wicca. HK with the blade looking for something, but it was a raw blade. There was no nano boost on it, and it's really a struggle for them to find value. Mari now going to take down HK as the rally comes through with the nano from Anion to support. Moving Fish diving onto Death. The sleep comes through, immediately woken up, however, and Wicca looking to duel out the Ana from the squad, and is able to do so. Without Anion, they need to find another way to sustain. Poryu gets very low from the anti. Such a good nade, and there's a nano as well onto Tracer, no less. X10 falling the pulse bomb in case anyone tries to come in looking for a stick onto HK. Anion nowhere to go with the Kiriko, and now in the overtime they are able to find the third point. We are going to round 3.
What a clutch nano there from HAMR to get that onto realistically anybody, because they were being hard pressured down by Moving Fish, but finding it onto Zoe, and Zoe takes that ball and runs with it. And by the way, speaking of nanos, there are some very risky nanos coming out from Anion, but they're paying off, right? We go back to where we saw the nano blade that came out. Well, we answer that with a nano rail shot. Like, who even thinks to do that? Who even thinks to go for a defensive nano boost onto a Sojourn so that she can hit a rail shot onto a Genji, right? And then another late nano that comes out onto Poryu. While Poryu is only 3% away from her rally, ends up building that rally. That is almost enough to buy NYXL Embers back into the whole fight there. I'm loving the Ana back and forth here, and the value that every player is getting whenever they are the beneficiaries of that nano boost. 1 minute on the clock for Microwave, a minute 10 for NYXL Embers. This is getting pretty close here. Microwave, what is their win condition here? How do they break through this and start getting some headway?
I mean, HAMR, they really came alive in that last fight, being able to hit a lot of crucial sleeps and also land the biotic nade on Poryu that really eliminated the supports from NYXL Ember's fight. And from then on, it was really just back and forth from every single one of them. They had to switch on to heroes that could get to the point quickly, but X10 switching onto this Ashe is really interesting instead of the Sojourn, which they've been getting a lot of value with.
I think the Ashe means that X10 is probably going to play a little bit more on the high ground, potentially with Anion. Put out some pressure with that Dynamite. Actually, no, you can look. They're playing on the point right now, just trying to play for the angles, trying to pressure out the enemy backline. A headshot goes in onto Death, and yeah, that's an easy cleanup there. That's a dead fight for Microwave. Half their time bank already gone with one fell swoop from X10.
Yeah, X10 really good to find that first pick up. Now looking at Death switching onto the Widowmaker. This is really interesting. They're looking for the picks, and as soon as they find one,
X10's not gonna peek that. They don't want to stay on the point. They don't want to play anywhere where Death can see them. Death actually gonna make another swap onto the Bastion now.
Okay, the Bastion coming through, the dynamite damage, pressuring out HAMR from peeking out on the angles. Moving Fish in a bad spot, especially after the Bastion comes out and an anti comes through. HQ, however, finding Zoe. Zoe going down is going to be a tough one, but they get a tick, and the overtime is activated. Now a lot of damage coming down from above, and there's the anti onto Death. That goes through as Moving Fish comes in with the bubble, and Poryu just bashing Mari off the point. The overtime's going to run out. It's almost a touch from Wicca, but not enough as the shield bash from Poryu pushes her away. A tick and a half. That's not bad.
That's a win condition. Microwave have, at the very least, saved this from being a draw. It is now win or lose based on that tick and a half, right? And being able to take even that after that early pickoff onto Death wasn't a guarantee because the fight was never going to be a clean one, especially with the swaps. Like I said, you saw Death make the swap over onto the Widowmaker. Well, X10 sees that and says, I'm not going to stick around on the point. I'm not going to be anywhere where I'm at risk to a Widow headshot. Instead, I'm going to go back up to the high ground, coach gun up with my Ana, force Michael Wave to play into us, and suddenly now I'm going to have another advantageous angle to hit another Dynamite. And I don't even have to worry about the hit scan duel with this angle. That's just kind of how, you know, we all play with the map geometry there. Death sees that all happen. That gets called out. So Death is going to swap over onto the Bastion because they need to just play something that's going to actually get them onto the point, that's going to put that pressure forward. And that ends up being what does it. It buys them a tick and a half, but is that enough?
That is the question of the evening as we watch Moving Fish hover this hamster ball. And I want to say that this is fake.
I appreciate how you call it hamster ball every time.
Yeah, I don't... you know,
Yeah.
it's a ball. I know it, he's a hamster. He's a ball. And now, okay, that's really aggressive from Zoe. That is actually devastating. That's anti onto Zoe, and immediately they lose the DPS. They lose so much pressure with that Genji going down early. And Moving Fish does switch back onto that Winston, and it's an anti onto Poryu. Maybe Poryu can stay alive, though. That's a good sleep. And now Mari, so much damage being taken just from X10 spamming down the railgun shots. Can they stay alive? And they are able to just retreat back to the rest of the team, and now X10 has so much pressure being put on it, but with the help of the Disruptor Shot, they should be able to stay alive, and just in time, they grab that health pack. Poryu now on the point with taking down Death, but Poryu does fall to Mari. Zoe weaving in and out with the Tracer, and both bubbles now down, and not enough pressure being put on this Ana just yet, but still hasn't landed the biotic nade that they need. H-Key going down to Zoe, and with the Pulse Bomb now in Zoe's back pocket, this could be a very dangerous for Moving Fish, but with the Nano Boost, they are able to save Moving Fish from the clutches of Death. Zoe still looking to harass, but the overtime is being collected now. They need someone to touch, and they should be able to. H-Key gets on the point, the bubble goes down, but Moving Fish is just getting so low. Death with a huge anti-on to Enion, and now with the rally from Poryu, it's so much sustained. The sleep comes through onto Mari, but the nano boost as well. Both of the support ultimates from Michael Wave being activated, looking to sustain through. Not even a single tick just yet from NYXL Embers, but HK, they're looking to clutch it out with the overclock now, and both the EPSs finding their picks. AJMR hopping onto the point and finding Anion, but it is not enough. NYXL Embers, they take the second map off of Michael Wave as well.
Anion is undisputedly, undoubtedly, 10,000% the hero of that fight. She stays alive long enough to get that, to build that nano really, really quickly. The pulse bomb goes out onto Moving Fish. She pops the nano just to save them, and it works. And then every single time that Moving Fish was on death's door, a sliver of HP and so far away from the primal rage, she was there to heal Moving Fish back up, keep the Winston alive, keep the push alive, despite all of the pressure that Zoe was putting out. And it was a lot of pressure. Take nothing away from Zoe because she was playing phenomenally on the Tracer, finding the pickoffs, really, really making NYXL Embers have to work for it, but it's Anion that makes the difference. For my money, it is 100% Anion that makes the difference. And even, how fitting is it that this entire push for NYXL Embers opens up with a Bionade kill, final blow onto Zoe, and ends with another one onto the Symmetra. I didn't even see who made the Symmetra swap. I think it was Death that swapped onto the Symmetra there.
Yes.
Yeah, how poetic that it is the Bionade final blows that end up sealing the fate for NYXL Embers. They go up 2-0 in the series, and it looks so close, so scrappy throughout, but it's Anion that's making up the difference for me.
Yeah, Anion is just doing so much in these fights, especially that last one, opening up with a Bionade and then closing with another Bionade. And at the end of the day, AJMR does find a pick, but they trade 1-for-1, and there was just no one left to contest, no one to keep that overtime going for Michael Wave. NYXL Embers, it is by the seat of their pants, it is by the skin of their teeth, but they are able to clutch the second map out, and now Michael Wave, they are on match point. They need to find a way to crawl back in this series, and we predicted that this series would go the distance.
And I mean, if you're Michael Wave, if you're myself or Bad Pachimari as well, it kind of has to, right? Like, you got to get the brooms out. It's reverse sweep or go home. You know, Michael Wave, I still believe that they have the capabilities to take this all the way and to win the whole thing. But right now, it looks like they are just that one step behind. And I cannot stress enough how much it's Anyun that's making the difference. A lot of these sleep darts that are saving her own life, a lot of these big bio nades, and just some of the fundamental auto play, being able to stay alive, get the nanos onto the right targets at the right time to save lives. That what more could you ask out of a support than one that is willing to use their ultimate ability to save your life, and then, you know, the wherewithal to make something out of the gift of life that Anyun has bestowed upon you speaks to the team, like the skill level of all of these players on this team. It's the mark of one of the best teams, right? Can they be the best?
Now, again, Michael Wave with the pick onto Suravasa. I think this might be another Doomfist map if they don't keep on playing the Winston. And I'm curious if they do switch it up and try to play that Doomfist, because I feel like Mari was very strong and very confident coming in, especially with the matches before on the Doomfist dive. And you said that it's very strong, but the Winston can just counter it so well with the bubble on the supports.
I still kind of feel like, you know, even though Michael Wave, they have Mari, who is potentially the best Doomfist in Calling All Heroes, right? I think that you still want to go for the Winston here, because knowing that Moving Fish has that in their back pocket, and they will likely play that if they see you come out with the Doomfist, you kind of have to match it. And again, you have to put the pressure onto Anyun. You have to stop her from hitting these nades. You have to stop her from hitting these sleep darts. You have to stop her from building up to these nanos and getting them out at the clutch moments. AJMR has been phenomenal this series. I'm not going to let that one slide either. They've also been playing very, very well, but it's really hard to see it when we're always hyper-fixated on Anyun and how well she's been playing. I think that's the difference maker, and whether or not Michael Wave can pressure her, it's going to be the world. It's going to mean the whole series and potentially the whole tournament for them.
Yeah, Michael Wave, it's do or die. We are down in the lower bracket. I mean, NYXL Embers, they had a lot of warm-up before this, but it also means that they have a longer way to go. If they do make it to those grand finals, then they've already have played 2 best-of-5 series before facing Timeless Ethereal. Michael Wave, they are still fresher, but maybe they're not as warm. Maybe they're not in the swing of things just yet. And now do or die on Suravasa. It is their map pick. It is their map to win.
It has to be. It has to be their map to win, because we're again in that situation, do or die, no more second chances. This is where you have to make your final stand if you're Michael Wave, and you can't drop another map. This is where it all ends. It all ends for you in this tournament. Do or die. Granted, yeah, both of these teams have solidified their spot in the champs, but there's still a matter of wanting to be the one to take home that trophy. Both of these teams look like they can, and you know, in Michael Wave's case, even has beaten Timeless Ethereal. Both of these are championship caliber teams, and for Michael Wave to go down 3-0 in this series, I think would be really, really rough. I believe they actually even hold the Swiss stage win over NYXL Embers, so it'd be a great revenge story for NYXL Embers to get that 3-0, but for Michael Wave, more was promised this time around. They were kind of a dark horse that a lot of teams didn't see coming, but they definitely made a statement, but we kind of expect a little bit more. We want to see them fulfill what is promised, make that grand finals appearance, potentially be the ones to dethrone the Kings in the final opportunity to do so.
Yeah, a quick note on the circuit points as well, though. But Michael Wave, even if they do lose this, even if they do get third, they end up with over 10,000 circuit points total. But Embers, even if they do win this and end up second place, losing to Timeless Ethereal, they end up with less than 10,000. So Michael Wave, they do have the prize pool still riding on this, but in terms of seeding for the championship, they have almost certainly secured their spot as the second seed in this entire tournament.
And let's talk a little bit about Timeless Ethereal, right? Because I was telling a little bit about how, at the top of the show, how, you know, Timeless Ethereal, they're making their 6th Grand Finals appearance. They have been in every Calling All Heroes Grand Finals for both the majors and the minor tournaments. It would be their 5th tournament win overall and their 4th in a row if they are able to capture this win. And being these two teams who have shown that they can contend with and in some cases even beat that team, how good would it feel to spoil that for them, right? Like, to just rain all over their parade. You have the opportunity to do that. Which of these two teams wants it more? Right now, it feels like it's NYXL Embers that wants to be the ones to make that statement. They're angry, they're hungry because of that 3-2 from yesterday. They want to avenge that loss. Michael Wave, they did it 2-0 in Swiss. They know that they can beat this team if just given the chance, but they have to go through NYXL Embers, and that's no easy task, and it's proven to be no easy task. They've been blow for blow, but it's like, I'm not paid. Like, Anium doesn't have my PayPal here, so like, she's not paying me to say this. I'm just an Ana one trick, so I you know, game recognizes game, right? I see the big Ana plays, I call them out. She's been the difference maker, and Michael Wave have to either step up to where she's no longer a factor or completely neutralize her, completely take her out of the equation, find a way to best her in that exchange.
Yeah, I mean, I think we also just need to give supports love in general because they are the legs that your team stands on. And Onion being able to make those big plays on support is just so important and so key in NYXL Ember's success. Michael Wave, AJMR has had some really good moments like that as well with big biotic nades, big sleeps, but not as consistently as Onion has been making those plays. And also a huge shout out to Poryu as well for always being able to stave off that pressure, keep Onion alive in those crucial moments with the whiff shots and shield bashes and make sure that they can sustain through those really heavy dives that Mari is putting on Zoe with the follow-up and Death, of course, with the overclocks. Michael Wave is a really strong team. It's not like it seems like NYXL Embers, because of this 2-0 scoreline, that they are just so dominant, but that's not the case. Michael Wave is incredibly strong as well, and it's just down to the wire every single time.
And let's talk about Murray's dives, by the way. You touched on that really briefly. I want to go back and say that my prediction was correct, and both teams are going to forego the Winston. Forego the Doomfist and go straight to the Winston. Great whip shot from Wicca there to put Moving Fish back in their place. That might actually just be enough for Michael Wave to get the advantageous positioning and maybe get the early cap here.
Well, that is a huge anti from AJMR. We were talking about the Ana. We keep talking about the biotic nades, and they were just able to take down 2 players off the back of 1 cooldown. Death's going to shred through Moving Fish, and you can keep Moving Fish alive from spawn while dead. So now Michael Wave, they have that first point capture.
And that's what Michael Wave need to do. It has to be their backline making the difference. The whip shots from Wicca to keep AJMR alive, and then AJMR to be able to hit those big nades that they do like to go for set plays for. When given the opportunity to, AJMR will go for flank nades if they can, but they haven't really been able to thus far. But now that they have control of the point, there may be a shot for AJMR to try and make a little bit of a rotation here as NYXL Embers looks for their point of ingress.
Zoe looking to find some damage onto H-Key, gets the biscuit from Poryu to make sure that they're sustained through, and now Moving Fish has the bubble on the point. It seems like Mari, though, just gets shredded by X10. It looked good for a moment, but all of a sudden the health bar is just completely gone. Now X10 looking to follow up with a pick onto Zoe, make sure that there's not that extra damage that can shred through the tanks as NYXL Embers are contesting over. It seems like they should be able to get Zoe off with the nice little stomp from Moving Fish and flip that point over, but it's already 80%. They need to hold on to this for the time being, and the anti might be able to delay, but AJMR goes down nonetheless.
It's great rotations, touching the point and coming off the point just in time. To do that without your tank is great discipline that comes out from Michael Wave, and they do get 2 support ults, but have a look at the other side. NYXL Embers, they did enough to match that. It's one fight for Michael Wave, and they do have to win it, but NYXL Embers should be coming into this with the advantage just by sheer force of, you know, the fact that they were able to keep Moving Fish alive. Moving Fish can pop this Primal Rage once they get it to really, really slow the pace of this fight out. Wicca, though, gonna pop the rally early. She wants to close it out.
Moving Fish now having to get real low, but there's the Nano Blade to come through. AJMR has the Nano onto Zoe, but the anti is going to stop her in her tracks. X10 takes her down, and now Poryu a little bit later on the rally, but so much more value from it, so much overhealth that allows them to force this fight forward. Overtime, though, they get the flip over and 99% from Michael Wave. However, X10 is going to shred through the rest of the squad, and AJMR falls after Wicca.
It's so clutch that Michael Wave were able to find the flip, though, because they do have an opportunity for one more staggered fight here, but Zoe's gonna have to be the one to touch unless everybody from Michael Wave can get there in time, and that's gonna be really, really tight. And by the way, that's another fight that Aniyun carries for NYXL Embers, using the defensive nano onto X10 to keep them alive through the enemy nano blade, and then to hit the big nade onto Zoe means that that nano blade found nothing. It needed to find so much more, but it just couldn't.
3 ultimates for NYXL Embers, seeing if they're going to invest them into this overtime. Michael Wave, they're actually taking point. They're uncontested for a few seconds, and H-Key now having that nano blade. Oh, that was such a huge biotic nade onto Zoe, and you're now taking down the Genji. H-Key, that's the go button for them, but it is not enough. Now the overtime, it's between the supports and this, and Mari. Okay, they flip it over, and there's a recontest once again from Poryu. Wicca goes down to Poryu as well, and now it's just the tanks that are just going at it. Mari trying to find something with the Primal Rage here, trying to sustain, and it's not enough. They just weren't on it for a second, and Michael Wave lose that.
I mean, if you're Mari, you still like that, you know, you still take that, because you flip the point. Moving Fish has to invest the Primal Rage just to go back in for the touch, and Mari could have kept that in contention, but I think she jumped just a little bit too high with that last leap, wasn't still touching the point, which very, very unfortunate, but you have set yourself up to where you're at least on even footing for this next point, because you don't have to worry about that Primal Rage now. You don't have to worry about the Dragon Blade coming out from HQ. You will have to worry about the support ultimates, but you can match those. At the very least, you've already matched the rally. I think if Wicca goes aggressive with this, it might make space for Michael Wave to take this point early.
HK looking for the early damage onto Mari. Moving Fish, however, the biotic nade, that is huge. AJMR now finding Moving Fish, and they don't have a tank on NYXL Ember's side, so they need Wicca to come in with the rally to force it forward and get the early positioning, and already with the capture on the point, looking to stagger the rest of the team. A whip shot, but not enough damage to kill as NYXL Embers regroups.
And it's a great regroup that comes out from NYXL Embers, right? Because they don't feed a lot of ult charge over to Michael Wave. AJMR is coming up on the nano boost, but you would have liked to see some more damage coming out from Zoe and Death to build up to their ultimates. Now NYXL Embers, they should still be at an ultimate advantage here, especially if they go fast. It doesn't look like they're going to, though. Moving Fish jumps in, dives right back out. Aniyun holds onto the nano, at least for now.
HMR now has a nano of their own as well, so this could potentially trade blow for blow in terms of the honest. Needs to see who lands a biotic nade. Once again, so much damage being done to Moving Fish, though, and that's going to stave off a little bit of pressure. HK, however, a dry pick onto Zoe in the neutral. Now missing a DPS on Michael Wave's side, and Mari is actually going to trade it back onto HK. The rally comes out a little bit too late. Moving Fish has the nano now onto them and should be able to find something out of it. The Primal Rage comes through from Mari's side, however, and Poryu just gets shredded. Aniyun can't stay alive without the Brigitte, needs to find some way out, but there is nowhere to run. Moving Fish invests the Primal Rage to try and hold on to the point and maybe flip it over. Okay, Death just gets juggled right into the pit of despair, but they should be able to keep this in contention, especially now that HK has come in. Poryu goes and switches onto the Lucio, but Moving Fish goes down. The overtime runs out. Second point goes to Michael Wave, and now we're on to the third with a 1-1 scoreline.
The environmental with the Primal there from Moving Fish is very flashy, but while that was all happening, Mari held on to her Primal Rage for so long, pops it at the perfect moment, and gets a 3K, a Primal Blade in the backline, and that's what seals it for Michael Wave. By the time NYXL Embers pop their own, it's already done and dusted. Moving Fish is just trying to buy time for someone, anybody to come back and help them out, but there was no cavalry to come in, and now Michael Wave, they've matched it up 1-1. They have the point presence on this point already over here in Ruins. They're gonna have a Dragon Blade. X10's gonna go ahead and pop the overclock.
Overclock from X10 immediately takes down AJMR. The rally should be able to sustain them a little bit more, but it's not quite the burst healing that you get from AJMR, and Mari and Zoe fall because of it. HQ now with the Dragon Blade to try and clean house, and it seems like they should be able to get the first capture. Looking to clean up Death, maybe a potential stagger kill, but they retreat pretty fast.
Both teams, though, they didn't have a whole lot to start out with, but they both expend pretty much everything. Look at the ult bank. There's nothing. There are no ultimates. This is going to be a very neutral, very first fight feeling fight. It's gonna be kind of between AJMR and Aniyun to see who's able to build up that nano boost early. So, I mean, Mari has a lot of health missing. That could be a good head start for AJMR. And a big nade onto Poryu.
And Poryu going down early, that's going to be tough. Now Moving Fish looking to slam down onto Mari, gets him very low. It's not quite isolated from the supports though. HK might be able to finish off what Moving Fish started, but is not able to. Wicca comes in just in time. Now Moving Fish has nowhere to run. They get the flip over, but it's good 65% from MXL Embers. Gives them time to build up to those ultimates, but Michael Wave on the other hand, they've already built up to them.
AJMR is getting sick of us praising Anyun so much. We're giving her so much props that AJMR is like, you know, I think I deserve something as well, because it is the nade from AJMR that ends up sealing the deal. Poryu falls, and you know, when your Brigitte's dead, your Ana's not gonna last very long. Now we're gonna go first with this nano onto death. Are we gonna be able to make anything out of this? Looks like NYXL Embers, they just backtrack, they just hold the S key.
Overclock not quite there, but when the nano came on, but it helped build up death to that overclock pretty quickly. NYXL Embers, yeah, they're just gonna back up, but there's another nade onto Mari. Should be able to get quite a bit of damage and force a disengage, at least force the primal rage, but HMR takes down HK, and now without that, HMR, they are able to get so much damage through X10, however, trades out Wicca, and now Death has the overclock available. There is so much anti-health on NYXL Embers' side from that nade HMR throws while going down. X10 might be able to clutch it though. The overclock finds two.
I mean, it's flashy, but I don't think it was necessary. I mean, they were at Microwave was at 99%, so you don't have to worry about them giving more percentage. This is as much as they can get. You go in and use that overclock, and now you don't have it to save yourself from this next fight. If Death is able to find even one pick with theirs, Microwave can flip this back and take it for their own. Moving Fish has to be wary of this and might have to go aggressive with the Primal Rage. The sleep onto X10.
Oh, that was such a good sleep onto X10, but they're not able to capitalize off of it. Instead, it's both of the DPSs from Michael Wave that go down, but the overtime, they might be able to get the flip over here. Not quite. Moving Fish goes aggressive with the Primal Rage, but it is just not enough. They're juggled off the point, and now head on to the next one. A team kill from NYXL Embers allows them to get a little bit of extra ult charge as well. Now HK has a blade on board, a little bit ahead of Zoe, and Death doesn't have an overclock at all.
But Death popped their overclock, and they're like, I called out the sleep dart onto X10, but there was another one that came right back onto Death, and that was the one that we saw on our screen there, and that essentially nullified that entire ultimate. Moving Fish does pop the Primal Rage just to seal it, but Death, gonna go ahead and deal out a little bit of Death, even without that overclock to kick things off. Michael Wave, sure, they lost the previous point, but they're gonna get first touch here.
Neck and neck so far on Suravasa. It seems like they're trading blow for blow, back and forth. The fights are also incredibly intense, and it's not just one person dominating on each point either. It's just the ultimate cycling.
I mean, it's gonna take a lot of ultimate cycling from Michael Wave. They've almost got that nano blade, but they might have to invest the rally if they want to even make it that far. Mari, great pick off there into Poryu.
And now Anyun, they have to back off a little bit further. They have a nano blade on board for both of these sides, but Wicca is leagues ahead with the rally already in the back pocket. Let's see what Mari can get done here. Moving Fish does fall quite low and is just forced to disengage a little bit further. NYXL Embers, they need to regroup as Michael Wave have already got 50% on the objective.
And with how fast it all ticks up, you can't afford those little pickoffs there because it opens the door for big plays like this. Zoe with the blade finds two. Wicca with a little bit of cleanup there. NYXL Embers, they take a couple of bodies of their own. They're gonna get AJMR. NYXL Embers might have saved this.
And that was a nano onto Poryu that allowed Poryu to stay alive, and now Poryu is just finding so many picks. Now all they need to do is try and get onto this point, and they're able to pop the rally, get a little bit of overhealth through, and potentially stun Mari out of the Primal Rage, getting a lot of damage now. And Anyun comes in just in time to try and get the rest of the healing in. Now NYXL Embers, they flip that point, but it is last fight territory on this one. They have both DPS ultimates, but not much else to work with.
Again, we gotta look at the Sojourns. X10 and Death both have an overclock. Who's gonna flinch first? Who's gonna pull it? Who's gonna get the pick first? And we also have to worry about Wicca's rally here. Moving Fish is very low and nobody's there to save them.
There was just no angle for them to get the healing onto Moving Fish, but X10's gonna trade that right back. You take our tank, we're gonna take yours, but it's going to be Wicca who tries to be the pseudo tank for this squad with the rally to come through. HK doesn't find anything off of that, and AJMR just wraps around the fountain and takes down HK. They flip it over, and they need to find a touch here now. Moving Fish comes in just in time, and you need to find a way to keep them alive. Zoe switching onto the Tracer to just try and harass out Poryu. Poryu, and Poryu is getting so much damage done to them, but still is alive. Anyan keeping the Brigitte up as Moving Fish uses the Primal Rage, and such a huge health sink now as Death goes down, and Mari gets antied, has to retreat for a few seconds. Bubble comes through, the Pulse Bomb does not land. NYXL Embers, now Moving Fish has the anti-health and is just getting shredded by the Tesla Cannon. There is still the contention there from NYXL Embers though. X10 is able to take down Zoe, and the rest of the team, they are just trying to move through. HMR uses that Biotic Nade to save the squad, but the contention there, oh my god, HK comes in with a huge pick onto Mari, and Death now trading X10 for it, but the Doomfist from Moving Fish to come through, and it is just Microwave to pick up that point.
Death gonna go in and get the cleanup there. That was almost disastrous. I mean, AJMR was pocketing Mari for the longest time there, but that one moment where they have to reload and Mari falls, that was almost the time for NYXL Embers to buy themselves back into it. They invest the nano boost onto HK to try and make it happen. AJMR has to use theirs onto Wicca to try and counter it, and it just barely works out. We're going to Gardens here, 2-2, tied up. This is what's going to decide it because of that last little bit of cleanup from Death. Microwave have the positional advantage. Pulse Bomb from HK goes wide. Recall forced out. Microwave they want bodies. They want blood.
And NYXL Embers, they find Mari, and there was a Biotic Nade landed onto Onion, but the tank going down, there's no follow-up. HK is able to get a bit of harassment through. Wicca needs to use the rally to try and keep the team alive, try and have that health sink in front, and Microwave actually get the first capture on the point. Zoe also having a lot of harassment onto Moving Fish, and also building up to the Pulse Bomb very steadily. Microwave's ultimate economy is just so much better than NYXL Embers right now, and they've also gotten first capture.
Oh, that's
they
so
have
big.
to play into them. Oh my
you
god.
can't, like I was saying earlier, you can't afford to be losing players like this on Flashpoint, especially your fast players. Like, sure, yeah, HK's gonna get back to the fight, but that's like a good, what, 20, maybe even 30% donated over to Microwave. And with the stick there, okay, by the time NYXL Embers get the regroup, this will be one fight territory, and Microwave are using throwaway ultimates to do it. As long as they don't lose Mari here, they are good to go.
They got Mari back up. HMR doing a good job of pocketing that tank, and also very close to the nano boost now. Now X10 has an overclock, but Death has an overclock of their own. Moving Fish is going incredibly aggressive, needs to maintain sight lines with Onion, who to build up that nano boost. Nano boost now ready for HMR, an overclock from Death and X10, but both of them are pocketed by the nano boost, and they're trying to get so much damage through. X10 finds Zoe and should be able to shred through the health of Death, who's just power sliding around, making sure to watch out for the railgun shots, but Moving Fish comes in just in time, and even with that anti from AJMR, there's no follow-up, and it's just a railgun to the dome from AJMR, and they flip it over. 99% from Microwave. Last fight territory, invested everything into that fight just to lose.
Ooh, I like this. This is kind of like a desperation gambit here. Microwave only have to win one fight, and they're gonna make swaps over onto the Bastion variant of the Sigma Rush, forgoing the Sojourn and still keeping the Mei. So if they section off any of the sports, if they go in super, super deep with the speed boost, they can just win this fight outright, and they have to do it, right? Because they use every ult possible in that previous fight. HK can put this fight to bed with a Pulse Bomb, and it's looking like it's got Death's name on it.
Oh no, it was the Immortality Field that saves them though. They don't have they can't secure the pick with the Pulse Bomb, and now HK doesn't have the ultimate. Moving Fish has to use the Primal Rage because of all the damage that comes through just from Death using the Bastion configuration. And now NYXL Embers, they need to find some way to stay alive. Neither of them have any ultimates. They're building it up quickly. Onion might be able to land a sleep here. The Immortality Field saves Mari once again. That's one cooldown that has been expended, and X10 sees it, takes down Zoe. Now should be able to shred through Mari. Overclock comes through just in time, but the Ho does a beat, and there's an amplification matrix forcing X10 out of position, and the overclock doesn't find the value it needs. HK needs to get back in the fight quickly, and with the Pulse Bomb, and overtime has been activated 99% for both of these teams. And there is a nade, but it's once again, there is an Immortality Field to come through, but HMR just backs out of the lamp, and is taken down. NYXL Embers, is this a 3-0 against Microwave?
It is indeed a 3-0, and it's a heartbreaking one because Microwave, the strategy was so sound and everything was working out in their favor, and it did look like that pulse bomb from HQ went wide, but it found the perfect thing that it needed to, and that was the immortality field. Anyun goes on a little bit of a flank, hits a 3-man Bionade, and there is not an immortality field to stave off any of the pressure that was going to follow through with that, so they end up losing the Bastion do Michael Wave. And suddenly everything gets thrown into disarray, right? Because you no longer have that Bastion. You no longer have the threat of all of that burst damage to keep Moving Fish under control. Sure, they find the pickoff onto Moving Fish, but it's too little too late. The damage is done. The rest of NYXL Embers, they just take up all the advantageous positioning. X10 is taking all the aggressive angles, finding all the damage that they need to, and NYXL Embers just take it. It feels like that pulse bomb was thrown away. It feels like it was superfluous, but it's the first domino in a series of increasingly large dominoes that falls, and it's just enough. It's just barely enough. And again, I cannot stress enough how big the Bionades from Anyun were, because I go to that 3-man, there's another big 2-man that comes in later on, and that's it. That's it, right? Like, you've already lost players. You didn't have the immortality field. They have to use the immortality field again to try and survive through the second Bionade, but it's not enough because everything's too split. It's Anyun. Anyun MVP, or I'm rioting.
Or you're rioting. You hear
I'm
that,
rioting.
production? You want rioting CB on stream?
I'm gonna throw the biggest temper tantrum you've ever seen, alright? Children in Toys R Us will have nothing on me if Anyun got the MVP for these Bionades that she's been hitting all day long. She has almost single-handedly bought NYXL Embers into the grand finals, and I say almost single-handedly because, again, it's on players like X10 who are finding a lot of these flank angles, a lot of these big, rail shots with the Sojourn, who's often getting the better of death in these exchanges. It's on Poryu to keep Anyun alive, and it's on the flexibility for Moving Fish to be able to keep up with Mari. Even when Mari is playing out of her damn mind, Moving Fish is still able to keep up with it. And Michael Wave, again, it feels like they're just that one hair behind, but it was one hair every time.
Yeah, Moving Fish did such a good job following up, and it was X10 as well, getting the damage low. HQ being able to finish those kills, find the eliminations. All of them were playing as such a good, solid unit, and that last fight was just played to perfection. All of the cooldowns were used and forced out so well by NYXL Ember's side, especially the Immortality Field, the most important cooldown on that squad. And as soon as it's gone, boom, Pulse Bomb right in, and you know that there is nothing that can counter that without the Baptiste. Your squad has no legs to stand on, and this is basically an express ticket into the grand finals, and I am incredibly excited to get to speak with this team once again right after this very quick break. See you then.
Someone get the broom and dustpan because NYXL Embers have been sweeping their way through the lower bracket, now landing themselves into the grand finals up against Timeless Ethereal. But we got to break down this last match up first. We've got our Chipotle match MVP, and CB, I think without a doubt, we know who it's going to be.
It seems as though the aisleways of Toys R Us are safe from my wrath once more. It is going to be Anyun, and it's so well-deserved because so many of these plays, so many of these times where NYXL Embers either have no business winning a fight or where it feels like they never lost control, when it feels like it may be slipping from their grasp and it's snatched back from the jaws of defeat. It's the small little plays. It's Anyun building up to these defensive nano boosts, putting them onto the right person at the right time. It's Anyun landing these big bionades, looking for the opportunities to do so, forcing out cooldowns, forcing out positioning, forcing out pressure. And it's just what makes all the difference. When these teams are so evenly matched, just being that one extra step ahead on this day is what makes the difference. She deserves it. She deserves the MVP for this one, and if it was anybody else, you already know what I would have done.
I mean, it was
You would have
so well
started
deserved
screaming,
right there.
crying,
Subverted.
throwing up all of the burrito bowl you just ate. It would have just all came out.
Which, by the way, my cat just put her tail in, so thank you very much for that, Echo. Now I can't finish that.
No. Sounds like you just have to get another one, am I right? But speaking about these plays here, Anyun, without the doubt, the Chipotle MVP of this matchup here, epitomes. We also have to talk about the macro play that came from this team. The fact that this backline was so supportive to allow all of the plays to happen within this chaos to isolate those fights.
We're just really good at following up on everything that Anyun was doing. I think Anyun was really just that go button, right? And then as soon as that Bionade hits, boom, you have so much being shredded by X10. You have HK just going in, dashing, and you have the bubble coming on top of the supports. And you're saying, well, what are you going to do? Are you diving my supports, or are you going to come back and save your supports? And it was really about this push and pull, this game of pressure. Who is getting pressured? The supports, or are you going to come save your own supports? It was really nicely done.
And I do also want to give a shout out on the other side to AJMR. You know, there's I'm a big pro wrestling fan, and there's a saying that, you know, if you make your opponent look like nobody, then you didn't beat anybody. AJMR was definitely somebody. They were very much so able to keep up. A lot of the fights that Michael Wave won were because of AJMR's big plays or AJMR's big nades, but Anyun just got more of them, and some more high value ones. Just that extra step better. That, I mean, being better than AJMR, you're right, like, that's pretty big. That's a pretty big accomplishment. She definitely deserves it. She just looks all the better compared to how good AJMR's performance was. She just looks insane.
Yeah, and it wasn't just AJMR, right? It was going head-to-head, every single player. Mari going head-to-head with Moving Fish, and there were some times where Mari came out on top, sometimes when Moving Fish came out on top, and both of them were just playing out of their mind. And it comes down to that in the DPS differential too. Death was getting so much value with overclocks, and X10 was doing the same, and they were trading back and forth a lot of the times. And you saw that in the Genji play as well. Sometimes they switched over to the Tracer, and down to the wire, beat for beat, blow for blow, neither one would let the other go ahead. And despite it being a 3-0, every single game was down to the wire. It was very, very close, and there was so much talent in every single match.
That's the thing, too. It's the talent. We cannot forget the fact that despite it being a 3-0 series, a lot of these matches did come down to the wire. And overall, Michael Wave was this team that managed to take down Timeless Ethereal beforehand. So it's not like this was just your everyday kind of opponent. This was someone that we were looking at as a dark horse within this competition, CB.
Michael Wave is the Giant Slayer. They have beaten Timeless Ethereal, and NYXL Embers, they just slayed the Giant Slayer. And we go back to yesterday where there was that big 3-2 series that it looked like NYXL Embers were just a hair away from taking the dub. You know, they've beaten the people who've beaten them. If they can just take down the Kings now, be the second ones this tournament to beat Timeless Ethereal, they can solidify themselves as the best team in Calling All Heroes right now. We still have championships, which all three of these teams have qualified for, and we will see again in February. But it's about today. It's about coming out with that trophy today. It's about, coming out with all of those circuit points, getting the better scene, playing for the Be Quiet PC case and power supplies. that the first place team is going to get to take away, and they're going to walk away with the cash prize as well. That's what it's all about today. That's what these teams really, really want, and I can feel just how badly NYXL Embers wants this.
So true. You have to aim for the stars, but you also have to focus on the present. And we're going to have to see who ends up reigning supreme. But first, we got to get into our Chipotle Real Talk interview. This time around, we get to have a chance to talk with Poryu. And Poryu, congratulations on this W. How are you feeling? That was a star-studded matchup.
Hi, thank you. Honestly, I am really ecstatic. I am able, like, after that game, I was really happy to show like what I'm worth. Um, but at the same time, I also have my good friend Zoe on enemy team. That was enjoyable game. Um, sorry, I'm first time ever doing this.
No, oh my God.
Okay, a
Don't
little
be
bit of
sorry.
nerves. It happens. It happens to us all.
Yeah. We all warm up to it. Don't worry. You know, we're just here. We're chatting, we're talking, we're having a good time. So no stress on your end. Before I give the chance to CB and to Tala to ask their own questions, I've got one of my own. First off, what do you eat for breakfast? What's your skincare routine? And how much did you sleep last night? Because I need to know the routine. Like NYXL, I feel like you guys are playing at a completely different level right now. It's incredible just how much confidence that we can see in your plays, the coordination within your squad as well, just the improvement over this entire season.
Um, well, for breakfast, I tend to skip it. Not a big
Okay, okay.
breakfast person.
Skip breakfast squad.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yep, let's go.
Um, and then I don't really have a skincare routine. And then, sorry, what was the last question?
How much did you sleep last night?
Oh, about like 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours. Pretty solid.
Okay.
Me too.
At least
Okay.
at least for mine.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, we'll get into a little bit more, less personal questions. Don't worry. We'll have another personal one to close this one out with. But you know, I do want to talk a little bit about you know, the backline performance. We've been hyping up Aniyun, but a large part of that is being a support duo that's able to help keep her alive. So, what does it feel like to be the Brigitte in these dive mirrors? How much pressure are you under in these high pressure situations?
Um, Honestly, when I first ended up trying out for the team, I was actually extremely nervous. Um, and especially after like knowing that I'm supporting a very good Flux support player in the like one of the best in the world. So definitely put a lot of on my shoulder. If I,
I'd say that you've risen to the task. You're definitely up to it. You know, you guys are making for a world class support duo at this point. I'd say.
I definitely have to
yeah,
agree that it was really intense, the pressure that was being put onto you guys. And we were talking to Moving Fish earlier, and they said that you guys were confident going into the match against against Timeless Ethereal, sorry, and you just fell short yesterday. And what is it like? What do you think that you are going to change today? What are the comms like? What is the energy like headed into the grand finals matchup?
all in my mind is winning at this moment. Like simply um just the JJK meme of nah, I'd win.
Okay, just win. Got it.
Just win. You know what?
Easy, just
Short,
win.
simple. Just like your daytime routine, your nighttime routine. That's the way to go because you gotta focus on that damn grind, right? And it is paying dividends right now within the server. But I've got one last question before we end up signing off. So I gotta know before we go, what is your Chipotle order if you have one near you?
Actually, I'm ordering Chipotle for the first time ever from the code today. So
Oh.
Oh,
Ooh,
you
okay.
snagged one?
What are you
Okay.
ordering? What are you ordering? Let's hear the live the order. What are we getting?
I think you're just going for like a burrito bowl, like, just to test it out type situation.
Very solid. Are you a meat eater? What kind of meat are
Um,
we going with this time around?
um, I'm hoping I'm guessing they have hamburger, right? Meat, right? Yeah.
They have steak. They have carne asada.
Yeah, I think
they got
have
beef.
like pork. Yeah.
I'll probably do steak. That sounds actually good.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
We needed this. This was important information. We're trying to pull for performance right now and tally that up at the end of the tournament. But thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview with us for you. And before you go, one last thing. I want to give you a chance to give any thank yous, shout outs, say anything that you'd like here on broadcast.
Shout out to everyone that's helped me so far and improving from my when I started playing. And the goal from here is not to stop, but to go up and become the best in the world for main support.
Okay, absolutely love to hear that. Good luck on your next matchup. We'll see you down in the grand finals later on today for you. Thank you again for taking the time to do this interview. But that's a wrap for now. We're going to be heading to a quick break shortly, but I want to give both Tala and CB a chance to say their goodbyes. And I'm also curious, you guys, Tala, you can kick it off, about what is exactly your favorite moment so far, because this regular season is wrapping up. This is going to be the last time that we see you guys for the regular season. I got to know what your favorite moments have been.
Well, I have to say that I am really enjoying this meta. Well, technically, it is just another Winston Brigitte on a meta, or from what we've been seeing, but I also have been enjoying the Sojourn play and also the Sigma. But I have to say, I love the addition to Genji of the dive metas, and I have to say my favorite moment is from last weekend when we were watching Michael Wave play. I don't remember who it was against. I believe it was against Drainers, and we saw Zoe get a lot of these sleep deflects and be able to find a lot of Blade 4K, 5Ks off the back of that, and it was really impressive, and I just think that it's a really fun hero to be watching in this level of play.
Nice. Very solid, CB.
I have to agree, and like okay, for my pick, I'm gonna pick something a little bit more selfish, right? Like there's so many good plays, there's so many good players, so many heroes that have risen to the occasion here. For my money though, my favorite part of the season all thus far was the previous minor tournament where I got the entire Twitch chat to meow along with me. So if I could actually just for sentimental reasons, chat, can I have one last group meowing session? If I could get some more meows in the chat for Echo and Tala, I think you're the perfect partner for this one. If you could join me for one final group meowing session of the regular season, and
2, 3, meow.
And maybe we'll even get another one going for champs. I sure do hope, but it's been a pleasure to get to be here to cast this with you guys. I'll look forward to doing it again. Meow.
Thank you,
guys.
production.
Thank you, production. I love you guys for that one. And yeah, that's gonna be it for me for this time. I can't wait to see you guys again.
Man, CB said that she was going to be surprising us on broadcast with her favorite moment, and I was not ready. I didn't know we were actually. I would have gotten my 3 cats up here and done the group meow with you guys. I know, but thank you guys so much for joining.
There will be another.
Yes, there definitely will be. But I appreciate you two so much for the amazing cast throughout the regular season and for being on the desk with me today. We are going to have to say goodbye for now, but we will see everyone at home after a short break when we'll be back for grand finals for Challengers and Rising. Today has been full of eliminations, but now it's time to head into grand finals. But we've got a refresh on our casters this time around. Again, I'm your host, Ash. This time I'll be joined again by Dogman and got Moxie on the desk. And now we're heading into the Rising series here, Moxie. We're going to take a look at this bracket and tell us a little bit about how things have panned out.
I mean, we've definitely seen some incredibly impressive teams. Dustin and I got the absolute pleasure of being able to follow along Fable Rising and LFS yesterday, and Fable Rising are a team that are looking incredibly strong. You can definitely see a lot of influence coming through from the team that they have up in challenges, with Wicket also making sure to be on both the coaching side of things. I'm looking forward to this. I think it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not Redacted are going to be able to once again take it down to the absolute wire, because I love grand final rematches, especially when the previous match went to a full 5 maps.
Yeah, and Dustin, that for Redacted, their lower bracket run was so clean as well. 3 O's across the board. And with this rematch coming through, having been so close last time around, we saw how the prowess of Fable Rising yesterday on the cast. So I can only imagine what your thoughts might be heading into this grand finals matchup.
A little worried, definitely, if I'm Redacted. However, like you said, that lower bracket run has been phenomenal. It's been so clean. It's reminiscent data of the San Francisco shot. Like, this team can, make it all the way, and they can absolutely win it all, which it'd be funny, first of all, if a team named Redacted won it all. But Fable Rising really, we talked about it, Moxie mentioned it, this team doesn't even look like a Rising Heroes team. They look like a super clean team, really coordinated, and at points could be the champions of it simply just through their prowess of their playing.
Yeah, you really see the difference between what your coaching staff can do as far as assisting with the macro gameplay in that kind of sense. But we've got to give a nod now over to our rosters, give them a reintroduction because we know them very well. Moxie, you've had so much to say about this Fable Rising squad. And I got my eyes on Willow. Everyone at home needs to keep an eye on this DPS.
Yeah, I mean, Willow was absolutely popping off yesterday, doing almost 7,000 damage more than her mirror. She was hitting something like 4 extra blizzards in one game. I don't think I've ever seen a Mabel 7 blizzards in one map of Overwatch. It was absolutely insane, and you're definitely going to have to keep your eye not just on all of that primary damage coming through from the Endophobic Blaster, but also how she utilizes those walls to be able to isolate the opposing tank.
Yeah, and man, they're competing out for a $1,000 prize pool here within the Rising Series Grand Finals, going head-to-head up against Redacted here. Dustin, when it comes down to it, it's going to be quite a doozy of a matchup.
Yeah, and, shout out to all these players, first of all, right? I mean, Doobie, one of our TPS players, Starry Night, sorry, I can't even pronounce it correctly today, Moonlight, Lunar Storm, like this entire team, right, has been performing really well to this lower bracket, like we said earlier. And, I think in this matchup versus the, upper bracket champs, they've been so consistent as well on the other side. And also, they made it through their own group, right? We look back at the group stages for the Rising series. Redacted only was third in this group, right? Under LFS. So to avenge themselves in the previous series, to come together today, and especially since a lot of these teams only have like a month or even less of practice, really goes to show that, this team really has a good chance to take it all through the experience they've had in the past week.
No, for sure. And I think we also haven't really had the opportunity to see much of Redacted on stream in itself, at least for this third major. And when that's in consideration, I guess, seeing that it went down to the wire there, it's a question of, okay, we saw macro gameplays coming out from Fable Rising, and for the side of Redacted, maybe it's more of their micro that is able to carry them through some of those matches. But heading over to this first control map, we're going to be seeing Busan up first here, Moxie.
Oh, that is worrying. That is incredibly worrying if you're Redacted, because that means that we're probably going to pull Mecha Base into our map pool. And we've been talking about, that macro coming out from Fable Rising, the fact that they have that Mei. This is one of Mei's strongest maps in all of Overwatch. Mecha Base is an absolute pain in the neck to be able to get out of those chokes if there's an enemy Mei in control of the space.
Well, as we head into Busan for the first map of this grand final best of 5, I'm going to let you two take it away while I sign off and see you guys on the other side.
Thank you, Ash. Over to Basan, like you said, Moxie. Definitely a map you have to be worried on if you're redacted. However, I'm sure this team has all of the confidence in the world through their lower bracket run. And, we said with Fable Rising was interesting. You mentioned Willow. And I know this is a name we're talking about. The rest of the players on this team 100% deserve the recognition that she's been getting.
Yeah.
But Willow is absolutely a fantastic mate, right? Without Willow, does this team even make it this far? There's a lot of questions maybe for this team, but really, Willow's kind of like a Sojourn player, right? with how much damage that they do.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not that mate is going to be able to find a lot of value, because as we've already talked about, having had this presence already on the stream, it is going to be pretty easy to be able to track down how exactly Fable Rising play around that specific hero.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm really interested to see as well on the other side, maybe Moxie's, how Redacted plays, right? Do they want to change anything up? It appears that, it's interesting enough at this rank, in the Rising Heroes rank, it feels like the Ramatra of all heroes has kind of taken prevalence in the meta. I mean, why do you think that is, Moxie? This character is very brawly. Is it relatively easy to play and get kind of coordinated? What's the reason behind the Ramatra being such a mainstay?
He's very good for poke, and at some of these lower levels as well, having the sustain with that Nemesis block and Annihilation, being able to buy yourself a lot of that space with the ultimate, it works really well on things like the May.
That makes a lot of sense. 10 seconds to the point unlocks. Fable Rising kind of just rotating around, have the open space to work with. No Symmetra in the lobby, so we're not going to see a lot of quick teleporter plays around. And meanwhile, the point unlocks. Actually, Redacted make the first move, forced out that Immortality field early, then use theirs. But eventually, Willow goes down first. That's not what you like to see if you're Fable Rising. Starry Night taking the advantage alongside Lunarstorm and the rest of Redacted. Really just off that first pick. I mean, really smart move as well. Make Fable Rising choose where to move there. Perfect for a spike for Redacted.
Yeah, like you said, really good kiting coming on through from Redacted. Fable Rising losing that first fight. Redacted being very smart in how they take that fight. They know that the opposing May has that one, can potentially isolate your tank, but they're able to keep a lot of that pressure off of their backs. Coming into this next fight now, Redacted are in that power of control. They've got the choke, and that's where the May is at the strongest.
Yeah, Maywall, counter Maywall comes through. Both shields out by either side's of Matra. But it's the disruptor shot on Fable Rising that connects on the Lunarstorm. Could not skate out of it. So Redacted fighting back. Also, Moonlight has to deal with the wall. Manages to jump over it. Perfectly timed. However, the damage is already done. They've already lost a member of the team, and Redacted will lose the objective. The late Blizzard from starting. Everybody's frozen.
Yeah,
but
I was gonna say, you're gonna lose the point, but you're also going to lose the Blizzard. That's actually going to really cost Redacted in terms of how available they're going to have space to try and push out from this choke, right? Starry Night could have used that Blizzard to just buy themselves all of that entrance, or even used it to counter something like Sleepy Eels' Annihilation, or even gone for the counter Mirror Blizzard when Willow throws hers in as well, but now that option's been denied.
Now Redacted are down in terms of ultimates. Fable Rising have every single one of theirs. Get to play back, right? This is what you want if you're Fable Rising. Set up Willow's Blizzard. Redacted, where do they rotate, right? Either through main or the coastal side. They're kind of deciding at the moment. Oh, they go in main. Immediately countered by a Blizzard from Willow, though. Immortality field in the ice block. 2 frozen is Lunar, but nice Immortality field to keep Lunar alive for now. However, Lunar will still fall, which is huge because that was the only ultimate for Redacted. Do they have any chance to come back now? Minnow falls really low. Has to deal with the Ramatra on the other side. But Doobie finds the kill. That's big. On the KC on the backline also has that ultimate ready to go after the beat drop. Could definitely pop it. Up a member of their team. Popping their Ramatra ult is Minnow. The rest of their team drops towards that point, but it's Luna to fall again. Just came back from spawn. Now they're actually dealing with Sleepy Eels. Doobie finds 1. Then 2 onto Sleepy as well, so it was looking dicey on the side of Redacted. However, they bring it back and push away Fable Rising.
Yeah, great land coming through from Moonlight to enable that Death Blossom coming on through from Doobie so that they do not go down mid-ultimate. And off of the back of that, they've been able to find the space to pick up the point. Unfortunately, Najila finds Moonlight, and without that Baptiste, there's just not enough sustainability. It's going to be a very fast flip back.
Yeah, Moxie, we talked to Najila yesterday. They were saying that they just started playing Overwatch like 2 months ago.
3 months ago. It's insane.
to be, you know,
absolutely crazy coming through. Like, you can see how quickly when these players get that attention and form of just help and experience from some of these other players, how quickly they can elevate themselves. As KC trying to come in with some fast kills on the overclock.
immediately countered by that beat from Lunar. Overclock runs out. So for Redacted, this has been a great engage so far. Sleepy Eels falls, so working for them in this current fight. Redacted also going towards that Blizzard here. They're actually rotating together relatively well towards that point, right? Consistently taking down KC, shutting them down. Nearly 90% of the board now, 99% of the board for Fable Rising, and that piece ultimate committed by Moonlight, in fact, towards the point just to secure it, just to get rid of these staggerers on the point. 70% now. I mean, we're going to be into last fight territory next fight.
Yeah, but crucially, Redacted hold on to the Blizzard. As a result, Fable Rising, they're sitting on 99%, but they can't just kite over to that point and throw Willow's Blizzard down to be able to find the flip. Redacted have the exact same tool to be able to cover the exact same space. The one difference maker is going to be that amplification matrix.
Oh, they may wall from Willow. From watch outlet, you said from Gila. Sleepy falls solo, though needs that regenerative burst early from Fable Rising. Blizzard towards the point, tried to speed out of it. They've actually nearly avoided it. Counter Blizzard, but Willow shuts it down. Najila also takes down Moonlight, so that's 2 removed, and then Doobie also gone. So in overtime, Redacted are here on the point, but they've got no more members. Fable Rising are going to get the flip and are going to win round number 1.
Yeah, it's the support ultimates. Fable Rising are able to build both the Scion Barrier and the Amplification Matrix, so when we see the two Blizzards go head-to-head, Redacted unfortunately get the worst end of the stick. Scion Barrier kicks in for Fable Rising, everyone gets saved through the freeze fall. The second that those ultimates are removed, there's just no sustainability available for Redacted, and if it goes down to a numbers fight, they're just not able to brute force through all of the extra damage and healing coming out of Najila's amp on the high ground.
I mean, that was beautiful from Fable Rising, Moxie. We talk about this team. You talked about Willow before the game even started. What an insane player today, and overall looks to be just excelling through the Rising Heroes tournament.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether or not we see them may continue as we head into Sanctuary. A little bit more open in the spacing of how you're able to take some of these fights, unless everyone goes for the side building approach and then you're locked in 2 chokes and a very small room where that Maywall is going to be able to look for an isolated target. As Fable Rising remove Redacted's POV.
All Maywalls are committed. Fable Rising in a favorable position though, because their backs are to the objective. There's Redacted. They're kind of just stuck in this choke point at the moment. Both teams kind of just watching each other. Redacted early pummel form committed by Milo or Minnow on the inside. Echo trying to wall right around, avoid that May wall. That could be big as well. Immortality Field committed in there by Najila, who's really far away. Probably wants to get closer to the team, but yeah, they just don't have the healing on the inside room because of that location that Najila was at. And this was how Redacted's been playing. They don't focus on the objective. They focus on the team fight first.
Yeah, they always, like you said, focus on the team fight first. When you're playing with this Ramatra, you do so much damage, but you also take so much damage. That's the trade-off. And look at the difference in ultimate charge to amplification matrix between Moonlight and Najila. In one fight, Moonlight has been able to build their amplification matrix. That is huge because now they get to sit on this side off angle. Fable Rising, if they want to try and walk into this team, they're going to be walking directly into that amp. Instead, they're going to try and focus on the point and use the Maywall kite around Redacted.
On the point, yeah, nearly 30% built already from Racket. Starry wants to go fast on the Jill on the back, but they already lose Minnow on the engage. They do have the amplification matrix, but it doesn't matter because Sleepy Eels is there to shut it down, who has been such a consistent factor for Fable Rising so far. Nice work from Sleepy Eels and the rest of Fable Rising. They get the recontest off and capture the point.
Yeah, really good stuff from Fable Rising. Like you said, that annihilation from Sleepy Eels just sitting their body directly on the amp matrix, so no one from Redacted is able to take advantage of having that ultimate before Fable Rising. Is Fable Rising gonna get aggressive and stop Redacted before they're able to rotate into some of these positions to use something like the Blizzard or Death Blossom to secure and anchor this composition onto point?
They have to come in towards that Blizzard again. Also the overclock from KC. Immediately Maywall to engage. Ranked drop towards that point. Have their own Blizzard, so they go aggressive with it, and a beat drop. Doesn't catch anybody out here. Overclock has to chunk through the beat drop barrier. Lunar Storm able to find the first kill, 2 through the beat. Able to dive towards Najila with that Ant Matrix. They're making sure Najila does not have any space at all. Meanwhile, I mean, Fable Rising have the percentage advantage towards the point, but they're already down members of their own team. Willow finds one trade, however, it doesn't really matter at this point, right? The rest of the Redacted are on the point. Just Echo here wants to hold on to that beat drop, obviously, and Redacted are actually going to get that recontest off and the point.
Yeah, but they did have to commit the Annihilation to clear the stall potential from Fable Rising so that Fable Rising aren't able to hit into upwards of 80% before the next fight starts. Echo is also going to have the sound barrier available to try and just keep everyone topped up through either the Amplification Matrix pressure or the Death Blossom, as Redacted do not have any sort of space control, especially since they lose the Reaper before the ult comes through.
What an icicle from Willow. Without Doobie in this fight, yeah, and that's awful for Redacted, but they're still trying to win it. Ant Matrix committed. They still lose Starry Night, though. And with the beat drop, I mean, they can just run right past this Ant Matrix. With only 4 members on Redacted's side, I mean, they're just going to go down here.
Yeah, this is just going to be cleanup at the moment. Redacted trying to stall out for as long as possible. Doobie comes back in, but she's going to fall immediately. Fable Rising are able to, with only the sound barrier, find the flip, and as a result, they're going to get aggressive yet again. They've got the Blizzard, they've got the Annihilation, they're going to stop Redacted from ever getting to rotate towards that point and force them to go side room yet again, which is going to burn so much time and build so much percentage.
Oh my god, what a play, too. Maywall from Willow into the Blizzard. 3K for them in that fight. Counter. Reaper ultimate from Doobie. I mean, might as well use it because I don't even know if we need a recontest here. Echo went down to it. 90% on the board. They lose Starry Night late. I mean, only Lunar gave it a touch. They got the sound barrier at the very least. However, I mean, look, Willow's going to be here at the choke point to stop it. And Lunar got canceled midair by Willow. Oh my gosh. Fable Rising take map number 1.
And this is why we say, what a May, what a play, Fable Rising. I mean, the scoreboard the first time these two teams met, it showed a 5-map series, but Dustin, it might be a 3-mapper tonight. As long as Willow continues hitting these heads, coming in with these absolute clutch walls. And the teams are so good, they're so clean in their communication to be able to play and set this May up, to be able to win these fights out. And it just means that all of your ultimate economy that you try and bank up and spend so much time, so much part of the map building into gets disrupted entirely. And on Control, that's just not feasible to be able to win the map type.
No, I mean, too many things went Fable Rising's way for Redacted to be able to do anything. You're right. I mean, if we're looking at what they did good and did well, is always those first fights, Moxie. That was kind of giving them the edge, right? Was just always making sure they don't play the objective, waiting out the time, and then coming in first, as we see here, right? It was so consistent out of Redacted on the first fights, but after then, their game plan kind of collapsed.
Yeah, like you said, they were able to find that first fight. They were able to sort of prioritize, okay, we're going to try and play for numbers because Fable Rising play for their objective. As a result, they're going to voluntarily split themselves off. So we're going to have a target already isolated to be able to come in with that Maywall and find that immediate kill. But after that, a lot of the momentum very much disappeared. And a huge part of it was down to how Fable Rising played. Even though Redacted, off of the poke pressure that they were taking in those first fights, would be able to build things like Amplification Matrix far faster than Fable's side. Fable just didn't really respect the Amplification Matrix, and this is something that Amplification Matrix really unfortunately struggles against. If you have a team that has a Lucio, and you don't have control of a super long angle before the Amplification Matrix comes up, they're just going to use that speed boost on the Lucio and push directly past it, especially if you have something like a Mei and a Ramatra as well in the composition, because the Mei's going to be able to wall the window, everyone's going to be able to kite out of any threat of it, and your Ramatra can literally just use that block to be able to absorb all of the damage while enabling your Baptiste to just supercharge their Amplification Matrix build up as well.
And it's funny that you mentioned the Baptiste too, because for Redacted, their best team fights were when they just kind of ran it in Najila, really making sure that Baptiste was not ever comfortable really ever setting up. And, you know, besides that, and then also their first fights, it felt like things were maybe a bit confusing for them at points because, yeah, they just really couldn't get a groove going. I mean, maybe for this next map, Moxie, they could find some footing, right? I mean, especially on Busan, that's a map that's going to be hard versus Fable Rising. I think we expected that, right? So maybe a map pick could be the difference maker versus Fable to take them to somewhere that they're not as comfortable on.
Yeah, I don't want to see King's Row.
There it is.
Oh no!
Well, you jinxed it, Moxie. You jinxed it.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, if you know you're playing into a Mei and you know you're getting worried, the only way that I want to see King's Row popping up is if they use something like a Symmetra teleport on their attack to try and boost everyone up into Cinema so that you can just dodge the threat of the Mei wall by dodging choke entirely.
Yeah. That also is kind of like that's something that you can sink into, though, right? I mean, in a bad way, Moxie, like this, because I do like the rotations, like you said, through that far flank, but sometimes teams will, like if you look in that right side of your screen there through that cinema side, teams will just focus on getting that rotate off, and usually not understanding that rotate takes like 30 seconds, a minute long a lot of the times, right? So while it can be good, if you do that multiple times in a match and it's not working, you lose like a few minutes off the clock on the first point, right?
Yeah, it can be really risky. King's Row, I mean, it's long been a favorite of Overwatch players. It's been in the game incredibly long, so a lot of these players do have comfort rotations that they're able to find, but it's still going to be incredibly hard playing into this Mei composition, because that is when Fable Rising are at their strongest, when they're in control of choke with a Mei wall on cooldown.
Well, let's see what happens in this matchup, right? I think, well, we have to see who's on defense first, really, for us to kind of understand who's going to be in the edge. Because, for Fable Rising, just having Willow on that Mei so far, and just Mei in general, right, like you said, it's that choke point that's always going to get shut down by it, and it's always going to be hard in favor of that defense.
In favor of defense, and that's why you sort of have to try and figure out whether or not you're going to be able to offer your attack. Hold enough distance to warrant being able to play better on the defense. It really is a question of how good, how far, how fast are you able to pick up point A if you unlock point A. Unfortunately, you still have to worry about places like that immediate choke into B, and then we haven't even discussed point C and how defensively favored that is with the spawns being so close.
We also had a sub come through for Redacted. I believe Lady Basti Uwu is in the game on that Reaper again. I mean, that's kind of interesting too, because their Reaper player from last game was doing pretty solid. So Doobie out, and then Lady Basti in. See if that pans out for Redacted.
Well, we'll see whether or not Starry Night is going to be able to land this first opening headshot, as there's definitely players with that Mercy damage boost, but no. Everyone from Fable Rising will keep their heads, no early haircuts today. And Redacted swap the Widow onto the Mei.
Fable Rising sitting towards the point. Redacted waiting to go through that choke point. Maybe they'll walk across. No, they just want to go straight in. And it's actually all the way through. Coming back on that archway now on Fable Rising spawn sign. Echo understanding they want to play it slow. Has to fall back to the rest of the team. Down to 20 HP, but still stays alive. With some great Baptiste kills from the Gila, resulting in Sleepy Eels finding two. I mean, immediately removing Moonlight's lamp. The rest of Redacted falls, and Sleepy Eels with a 3K in that fight has been such a mainstay for this team.
Yeah, I mean, you get a Ramatra close enough, and that pummel really starts doing a whole chunk of damage, and that body occupying a whole amount of space, as it is going to be Redacted immediately pushed back to that respawn, trying to figure out this rotation yet again. If they wait for all of these rotations of the Lucio speed amp, they're going to be losing a lot of time on A.
And Redacted seems to be very streamlined, but telegraphed, right? Doing the same thing they did previously. Maybe this time it pans out, but no, Willow finds Starry Night early. Doesn't even have to probably use any ultimates here. I mean, can use the Blizzard if they want to secure it, but I mean, it just seems like they have all the damage in the follow-up. 2 fights in a row now. Redacted has gone through that hotel side, and it's not been successful.
Well, Willow does go down. Fable Rising, they see that they've won the fight, so Najila actually throws in the Immortality Field to try and stop anyone from the defense from going down, because they know how important having 5 players is when these fights begin, because that's how you control those chokes. Redacted, if they move fast enough, they're going to be able to get into position and just brute force onto the point without worrying about the main. That's exactly what they do.
They may wall off the Baptiste, but Najila can just jump over that, and then eventually Willow's Blizzard finds Minnow. So removed is that Ramatra player, and then Willow finds Moonlight too. I mean, nice shots from the May player of Fable Rising, and the rest of Fable Rising to secure all of the kills.
Nice shot.
May is the dive hero now, Dustin. May is the dive hero. Fable Rising, yet again, with just control of this choke, Willow's going to be back into this fight as it begins. It's so unfortunate for Redacted that the fight that they're able to remove the May from earlier, she's already got the Blizzard Bolt up, because the second she comes back, she just lops it onto point, and immediately all of that space that Redacted thought they had to work with is just denied entirely, and they even lost the amp off of the back of it too. This time, however, they're going to have a Blizzard. I want to see them get aggressive with it. Fable Rising can just kite out.
Yeah, I mean, another fight for Redacted. Let's see if it pans out for them. They get on Echo. Nice before the beat drop can get committed, but Casey trains. Minnow on that low ground through that Ant Matrix. The heals fall so low and will go down during that ultimate. The Annihilation no longer there for Fable Rising. The Najila finds Fable Rising 2. Beat drop committed. Willow got the Blizzard. Throws it out there. It's perfectly timed. Redacted is frozen. Do they have the follow-up damage, though, without that Sojourn? It doesn't look like it. Lady gets 1. They get 2 with Starry. And it looks like Fable Rising were almost close to getting the recontest. However, Redacted in overtime will close it out.
Yeah, but they've burnt through so much of Redacted's ult bank. They're only in this next fight going to have to work with support ultimates. As a result, if they lose this next fight, Dustin, we go right back to square one, right back to another choke with Fable Rising in control. This next fight has to play perfectly for Redacted, otherwise they are going to lose so much time in street space, and with how long it took for them to pick up point A, almost going into overtime, that's time they can't afford to give.
It's not. Redacted want to keep that pace up, but they have to also focus on the payload, so we'll see what they do. Maywall early on the side to stop KC from getting a lot of damage. Now Overclock goes through, though, after the wall is gone. Lucio 1v1 with KC. KC can't find any targets, and Minnow's found Najila, and oh my gosh, Looter will find KC on the flank, too. Overclock removed. Ultimate committed by Fable Rising, where Redacted didn't have to use anything for this one.
Yeah.
And they're just getting the stagger kills now.
They get the stagger onto the Lucio. Fable Rising know that the fight is lost, so they're just going to try and stall on that payload for as long as possible. But like you pointed out, both Silent Barrier and Amplification Matrix still in Redacted's hands. Now, off of all the damage they've done as well, they're going to have Blizzard to be able to stop this recontest coming through from Fable Rising. We're going to try and rally around having the Annihilation, sending Sleepy Eels directly in.
Welcome back, everybody. You know, ISP issues, internet issues happens to the best of us. We are back, though, definitely coming back. After some technical difficulties, we have a pause right now on King's Row. So we'll update you guys on everything that happened there. But Moxie, I mean, an interesting streets phase here, right? Fable Rising, we're looking to stabilize. However, I mean, it looked like on the other side, Redacted were just able to keep up the momentum.
Yeah, so it's an interesting trade-off, right? Taking the Reaper over the Sojourn. Sojourn has that immediate pick potential if you're able to come in with an alt fire and immediately find a squishy. Reaper is really good at deterring just brawl compositions from rushing directly into your face. As everyone will know, Reaper is one of Winston's best counters, right? Because the closer the Winston is, the more damage the Reaper's going to do. And that approach transfers over to Ramatra. So if the Ramatra is trying to just brawl into your face and you have a Reaper, you know the Ramatra and the rest of the team with things like that May is going to be directly behind him, is going to be super close. So those Hellfire shotguns are going to be doing maximum amounts of damage. The trade-off is you don't have that immediate pick potential. So it's actually really smart coming through from Redacted that the way they're taking these fights, icing off a lot of the pressure from that potential pick potential of the Sojourn on the other side with things like the Maywall to be able to block a lot of that line of sight before the fight properly kicks off when the Ramatra is close enough for the Reaper to find a lot more value.
Be very good points, Moxie. I think that, you know, I 100% agree that as well. Maybe to just add on to it a little bit, just for like this rank in particular, because obviously we're in, you know, a lot of these rising hero players are about diamond level, and Sojourn is like one of the hardest heroes in the game to play, right? And you know, every other hero on the team I think is, you know, relatively, I wouldn't say easy, but definitely like the skill floor is a lot higher, I think, than Sojourn, right? It's a lot harder to just be at the baseline of Sojourn. And you know, when we compare Reaper to that, I think Reaper is just a lot of team play, right? And like you said, the Sojourn is very individual reliant, very pick reliant, and if you're not finding
Sojourn's also
those,
very unforgiving with how hard you have to work to be able to gain that alt fire. If you miss the alt fire shot, not only does the other team immediately know they have a huge opening to jump on the Sojourn, because it's very obvious, right? The way that you track the Sojourn alt fire is if the gun is glowing bright blue, you don't peek the corner. If it's grayed out, you're a-okay to go right ahead. And as a result, like, the Reaper gets a lot more value all around the clock because he's always a threat at the close quarters.
now we're coming back into the game. 2 minutes left. That's actually made it on the third phase while we were gone. So they obviously have been able to stay. Oh my gosh, Echo! Goodbye, Minnow. See you in the lava. Fable Rising. Amazing first boop from Echo. And now they don't have to use any ultimates, right? Just finding the cleanup. Moonlight goes down. Starry finds a trade, but nice boop there from Echo 20.
Yeah, really good boop to just deny Redacted from having that tank presence and also denying the threat of Annihilation, which would have put onto so many players with Vapor Rising and either force them into disengaging or holding their ground and throwing in that sound barrier. Now, as we head back into C, the defense should have control of that choke, but Redacted just running directly at them, trying to put this Reaper into that forward position to find the value, and Blizzard catches no one.
Well, the Baptiste is frozen at the moment, but the beat drop was able to slow things down. Willow gets 2. And Starry Night Blizzard doesn't find enemy. You're right on the back. It gets that Lucio. However, the beat was popped before Echo 20. Again, has been so consistent. Interesting ultimate there from Lady Banshee. Was able to find one, but nothing more, right? I mean, that was just a little bit of a Hail Mary ultimate. Now 60 seconds left. Moxie, Fable Rising are able to hold so far.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see a swap from the Reaper. I mean, like you said, that Death Blossom, it could have been really interesting, right? Redacted trying to kite Fable Rising into that disengage panic mode so they would run directly into it. Now, however, Redacted are running directly into the overclock, so even if they pop things like the Amplification Matrix and Annihilation, Fable Rising can just disengage the fight and come back in with ults once they've run out.
Ready, like you said, Fable Rising now holding the choke. Also have their own Annihilation, so just playing back and forth. Reveals towards the point. And this is with 20 seconds left. Overclock with the Matrix. 2. Do we have a potential 3? Yes, we do. Goodbye, Lady Dynasty. Back to the spawn you go. Make it 4 for KC. And with 9 seconds left, Luna's going to be able to touch, but will not have any members of their team. In fact, this is something they will be able to touch because there's too much damage here. Fable Rising hold in the third phase of King's Row.
That's another trade-off when you take the Reaper over the Sojourn. If Annihilation gets popped on the Ramatra by the enemy side, you can simply power slide out as the Sojourn and still keep your presence in the fight with that ranged threat on that railgun as opposed to the Reaper, who can teleport out of Annihilation, but unfortunately as a result removes themselves from the fight almost entirely. As we can have a look at the stats coming through. Willow, no surprises, 7,000 damage picked up by the Mei, 21 eliminations, 6 deaths. But honestly, the most impressive thing for me here, Dustin, in the stat screen, Najila and Echo, 2 deaths on the Baptiste, 3 on the Lucio. That's insane.
That is crazy. They're just so good at avoiding all of that damage. Yeah, like I said, Echo was so good. And then, you know, on top of things, Sleepy Eel's also playing well, just so consistent so far. I love these stats, by the way, that we're getting in calling out heroes.
That's
it's
so nice because you
Yeah.
you can see all of these sort of differences, right? Moonlight coming in with 8,000 healing in comparison to Najila, who's sort of sitting around about 5k. And we talked actually to Z yesterday about Baptiste and how there is sort of meaningful damage, which actually translates into kill potential, and then there's sort of non-existent damage where all it does is generate ultimate charge for the other side, and that's sort of happening here with Moonlight getting so much healing done, but unfortunately Redacted not really able to find a lot of value off of all of the poke pressure that Fable Rising kept just pushing onto them.
We're walking through the choke point now. Fable Rising around the statue. Hello, Caster CD, wondering where Willow's 360 Blizzard is. We're still waiting for it. Redacted, meanwhile, looks like they're giving up a little bit of space here, right? Fable Rising kind of taking the far angle around, getting that poke off. Not necessarily going for a hard engage just yet. But Sleepy Eel's right with the space, able to just kind of melt down Minnow and remove. I mean, goodbye, Ramatra. Sleepy Eels and the rest of the Fable Rising putting so much pressure on Redacted. We're able to just remove the Ramatra. Now they're just on the point. Nobody can really touch.
Yeah, it was a slow burn of a push, but it did exactly what it was needed. Fable Rising just ever so slowly moving forward, exerting a little bit more pressure, bullied Redacted into using so many meaningful cooldowns. Starry Night, before the push had even properly began, had already burned through both the Mei wall and the ice block, which meant that the Mei is vulnerable. The second you remove the Mei from the equation, you get to be so much more aggressive in how you bully the other Ramatra.
He's being a focal point of the game. By the way, Willow's close to 80% towards that. But Sleepy Eels also has that Annihilation. And Mox, they have such a big time bank too.
Maywall's already been burned out from Redacted side as well. We're going to see the wall come through from Willow. Vortex to try and stop Fable Rising from disengaging. As Sleepy Eels feels how close they are to that Annihilation and gets aggressive.
Sleepy Eels trying to block, try to play their lives. They're a bit too aggressive without using any ultimates to support or back them up, especially the Immortality Field. But it doesn't matter. When Casey hits shots like those, Starry Night throws out the Blizzard, but nobody's even caught it. Willow can ice block, shift away for KC. Ant Mage looks for a defensive position because of Redacteds, and they just find the kills, although they lost their Ramatra.
Not on my watch.
I mean, you can see how important Willow is in this composition in the fact that Najila literally uses Amp Matrix so that when the Mei Ice Block runs out and you're still getting frozen up in Redacted's Blizzard, you have the overheal to push through that window and keep the Mei alive, because the threat of the Mei is what's stopping Redacted, is what's forcing them into being a lot more passive and hesitant in how they take some of these engagements. Lunastorm will have Sound Barrier for the recontest, but Fable Rising have so many ultimates, they're going to immediately start off with the overclock to deter Redacted and force them into using Sound Barrier so early into the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they have to use it now that Annihilation comes out. But they're actually not getting the kills. Casey's low, needs that beat drop from Echo finally. Sleepy Eels able to shut down Lunar and couldn't support their team towards the objective. No Lucio AoE heals there, and although you have Lady Basti finding KC, there's nobody else here for Redacted, and Fable Rising move on to third phase flawlessly. They have 5 minutes.
So here's the domino effect, right? You see Casey pop the overclock, Redacted feel forced into throwing in the Sound Barrier. As a result, when the Sound Barrier runs out, Sleepy Eel's Annihilation is still going, is still picking up those kills, as opposed to Redacted. When Meteor comes in with their Annihilation, Echo still has the Sound Barrier to keep everyone from Fable Rising topped up. They can keep themselves on that payload, on that objective. They don't have to disengage from Ramatra, they simply chunk them down. And now we're in final fight territory, and Redacted have no ults except a Death Loss to work with.
Yeah, and this has to be huge. Towards the point. Immortality Field here temporarily. Everybody backing up from Fable, understanding it's coming through, but because of that positional edge that Redacted have, I'm frozen again.
Do you know what? We're just stuck in the blizzard. There we go. We're quite literally stuck in the blizzard. Starry Night, unfortunately, is going to fall to KC with that ult fire. And Dustin, this might just be cleanup.
Yeah, it might just be. At this point, right, no more Reaper Ultimate available. Redacted, just kind of trying to survive. They lose Lunar. Ant Matrix was there to try to help, but it doesn't seem like they have the damage follow-up just yet. Overclock here as well, and Fable Rising. They just clean up now. Blizzard towards the point from Starry. Could they maybe find the kills? That'd be insane. Nope. Goodbye, Starry. Nice try. Lucio to touch. Wait, they've got the... No! Willow shuts it down. What a shot. What a shot under the beat dropping Lucio. Fable Rising go up 2. Now we're on map point.
Yeah, we did say off of the back of some of these map choices that maybe that previous 5-map series would become a little bit more of a free mapper, as Casey is going to be picking up MVP of this match, play of the game, with the Sojourn sitting behind that Ant Matrix, and you can just see that that game plan that the Ramatra Annihilation had of just freeing up the space and trying to just keep that payload pushing through is entirely sunk the second that the Sojourn is able to slip out of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, that was so clean from Fable Rising. And, you know, on Redacted side, they had their moments, Moxie, but this was a big storyline that we talked about yesterday with Fable Rising, is that this team doesn't even look like a Rising Heroes team because of either coaching or just how good this team is as an entirety. It feels like they're just kind of at another level, right?
Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of a struggle when we saw the Reaper, especially in Streets phase, because they were just trying to get incredibly aggressive, and as a result, Redacted saw how quickly Fable Rising would try and push some of those advantages, how close some of those players would get, which was definitely punishable. But other than those moments, it really did feel like Fable Rising just had a much better grip of the macro, and that was my concern when we came to King's Row. That was something that Ash actually mentioned. Maybe Redacted have a better micro, but Fable Rising, that true strength is in their macro, and King's Row is a map where if you have a grip on macro and you're running that mirror macro composition, it just becomes so hard to be able to work this through.
Now Redacted down in a massive hole, right? I mean, this is the first of 3, so Fable Rising only need to win 1 more. In the next map time is going to be Flashpoint. So I don't know if there's really anywhere you take this Fable Rising team that makes you feel comfortable, because Flashpoint should favor KC in Fable Rising with how pokey they've been playing this composition, right?
Yeah, it is incredibly poke favored. I mean, that does mean that Redacted might be able to, since we're going to another objective based map with, you know, set locations, maybe they can again take advantage of some of the players from Fable Rising looking to set up on the point and thus splitting themselves off, as we can have a look at some of those stats and see how much damage the Sojourn does. But again, it's that meaningful damage, right? That Sojourn always a threat, always stopping you from being able to pick up a lot of that spacing. It's a pain for those tanks to go through. It's also a pain to try and keep a track of that railgun charge, because normally you have, you know, your IGL, you have your shot caller in terms of like your tank player saying, okay, this target is low, well, we're going to rotate this way, everyone follow me, so everyone sticks in that one direction and no one gets split and left behind. Because if you get split and left behind and you're playing up against a mate, that's the surefire way to go right back into that respawn room. But you also tend to have someone on your support role actually tracking the ultimates from the other side. Sojourn comes along and throws a spanner into all of that communication, because not only do you have to keep track of ultimates, you also have to keep a track of the ult fire charge coming on through, as it becomes a lot faster charging than that overclock, and it has just as much threat with the one-shot potential. But we can see where Flashpoint is going to head, and no surprises, it's yet again going to be Suravasa. I am yet to meet a single team who willingly puts New Junk City into rotation.
Maybe it's just not a fun map, Oxy. I don't know. And like, is Suravasa just more fun? I don't know. What's the reasoning behind that, right? It's like,
it's a little bit more open. I feel like if you lose a fight on Suravasa with how many sort of like angles and approaches there are to all of those points and spacing, you can pull a lot of attention. You can divert both the front line and the back line from being able to work as one, as opposed to New Junk City, where if you lose that first fight, those chokes are absolutely brutal and devastating. New Junk City has compositions of things like Bastion actually coming into top tier meta because of how those fights always start off in incredibly small rooms when the team that lost the fight prior has to rotate through, and things like the either Junkrat or a Bastion nade just make that absolutely impossible a lot of the time.
Fair points all around. Turavasa, the map choice of most teams. A lot like, well, I can't say the product name. I was going to say a commercial, a classic Western commercial, but instead, I'll hit you with the classic Chipotle Bowl commercial instead, right? I mean, make your Chipotle Bowl today. Actually, I keep getting Chipotle because, I mean, obviously they're a sponsor of this tournament, but I keep getting it before the broadcast, and I keep finishing it before it starts, so I can't show it off. Like, I know everybody's been showing off their Chipotle bowls. I'm jealous. I'm just like, I can't.
Well, what's your order, at least? You can show off your order. In fact, I can judge you on your order.
Well, it changes, though. Like, I get tired of it sometimes, right? So it's like, just get rice and, like, the pinto beans and, like, the chicken, you know? I got the carne asadas the first time. That's the carne asada? The carne asada or I can't speak Spanish. Save me here, Mox. Well, you're British. You can't speak Spanish either. Okay, anyways, I get that, and I also get some guacamole.
Donde es la biblioteca? That is literally all I know in Spanish.
Yeah, I took Spanish in middle school, so you might actually know more than me. I switched to German for some. German is so useless, though. I'm okay. That's actually not. Sorry, that's German's not useless, but in America, nobody speaks German really. Like, so it's mainly Spanish. Anyways, Turavasa, the next map we're going to. Enough about rambling.
A country that definitely doesn't speak any of the languages that we just listed.
Oh, jeez. Well, you know, I don't speak that language either. So there's a reason this is the English broadcast, right, Moxie? You know, we don't have the other languages.
I don't know, Dustin. I would pay good money to see you try and pull off a Spanish cast stream.
Yeah, that would be. I'd be just like taken down immediately. Like, I don't know how. That would be immediately removed by every platform. It would not work. Anyways, we're waiting for both teams to come in, and you know, for the sign of Redacted. Speaking about Redacted, from things. This team needs to make this comeback right now, Moxie, right? Obviously, yes. Turavasa is the map they think they have the best chance at. What's the win condition for this team to come back? Because obviously, as it stands, this Reaper Ramatra composition has been solid at points, but do you want to still run it on this map to make the reverse sweep?
I mean, you can play Brawl Reaper. You just have to be incredibly fast in how you rotate. Unfortunately, like, Flashpoint does not favor a lot of waiting around for fights to begin. So if they play like they did on King's Row, right, where they're trying to kite through Hotel and they have to wait for all of those cooldowns to line up, Fable Rising, if they're in control of that objective, they're going to get so much point percentage for absolute free. So I really hope that we do see Doobie pick up something like that Sojin to take advantage of how long a lot of these open line of sights are. We talk about how many different angles there are. Sojin flourishes when you're able to pick an off angle, and I want to see the mirror as Redacted see how much value KC's presence in the fight and even in the setup to the fight has been able to pick up for Fable Rising.
Redacted gonna swap or stay with Doobie on that Sojourn for this one. And Doobie was, you know, a lot of the reason that Redacted on the first map had some success, so maybe leaning back towards that as they start out.
Well, Redacted this time around are going to be the ones playing the objective first. Fable Rising, a long rotation. The Gilles, a lot of damage taken by that Baptiste.
Yeah, immediately using that regenerative burst, so cooldown removed. However, building towards that ultimate Redacted, understanding that want to go first. But they lose Lunar on the engage. Oh no! They had such a big advantage and just immediately gets thrown out the window by Sleepy and KC. Nice 2K for KC in that fight to open things, getting rid of that Lucio. They don't even get the point. Redacted, no consolation prize. Fable Rising take the point first.
Oh, and unfortunately, they don't even really get a lot of support ultimate charge off of the back of losing that fight either, so they're not going to have the silver lining of something like an amplification matrix ready before Fable Rising. Najila, again, taking a lot of damage, having to utilize that burst, but Redacted, unfortunately, having to wait for all of those cooldowns to line up yet again. Fable Rising trying to bait the Maywall and then disengage are able to do exactly that. And yet again, Redacted are going to have to wait. They can't walk into a fight against a Mei when they don't have the wall available.
Well, Story is doing a good job building towards that Blizzard, though. It'll be the first DPS ultimate surely in the game.
Oh,
Unreal
that's
comes out, but-
isolated.
oh, nice immortality kill from Moonlight. Keeps Starry alive for now. Moonlight also finds Echo, who went aggressive. And no, Casey misses the jump, hit their heads at the little lip at the ledge. And now Najila trying to equalize it, trying to keep Sleepy Eels alive because that's the route back into this. Willow also finds Starry, then throws the Blizzard, but dies immediately to Minolar. Frozen on the point though is Mino. And no longer in this fight too. Whoa! Beat shot from Looter. It keeps Doobie also in this, who's got the overclock in a second. But Sleepy, I mean, just can play so consistent with Najila towards the point. They tried to clutch up. And in overtime, I guess you might as well try. Fable Rising doesn't matter. They'll take the first point.
Well, Fable Rising don't have the Blizzard for the next fight, but unfortunately they're going to have a whole lot of other ultimates to work with. Redacted, losing that fight late as well, aren't even going to be able to set up on the point prior to the fight breaking out, which is where they may find so much more advantage. Yet again, we're going to have to see Redacted just put a little bit of pressure and try and bait some of those cooldowns before they can properly come out.
Coming in now, Fable Rising have that high ground position. Very favorable for them. Also holding onto the Annihilation Beat Drop and Overclock now. That's trying to go in. They want to commit the ultimates. It looks like they don't need to for now as Lunars finds one. Immediately Blizzard by Starry, but it cost them their lives. Doobie has the follow-up there. Really has been a difference maker for Redacted. They're able to find the follow-up kills on a Fable Rising, who also did commit an Annihilation on the Sleepy Eels. That is a solid takeaway for Redacted, who controlled the point first.
Redacted now, with control of that point, can start taking advantage of how that point is actually archetyped. So many chokes, so many good areas for the Maywall to be able to find that isolation into something like follow-up from the pummel on your Ramatra. Fable Rising looking to try to rotate, aren't going to be able to immediately invade into that backline either, so Moonlight and Lunarstorm have so much space to be able to work with.
Overclock from KC, trying to open things, shot through the wall. Unfortunately, that isn't gonna result in a kill. Lunar going aggressive. That's been a consistent for Redacted. Gives them that space to work with for now. The follow-up is the Ramatra of Redacted. Immortality to keep him healthy too. Shuts down the Lucio of Echo. Dude, I mean, Doobie also has the follow-up shots. Was that beat drop canceled, or am I crazy from Echo? I think he popped it, or they popped it, and then immediately got shut down by Mino and Redacted. Amazing fight for them. It looks like they're gonna win this point.
Yeah, I mean, look at the difference of what happens when you have an overclock from an enemy Sojourn, but you don't have control of the space. Immediately, Starry Night is able to wall off a lot of the pressure. Moonlight's coming in with the amplification matrix, so even when the wall falls off of the pressure from that Sojourn, you're not able to find any kill, and you have to be so quick with your shots because you're taking so much additional damage through that window. And as a result, with just the Annihilation popped as well from Minolaw, Redacted have all of the control. Unfortunately for them, however, this time around, the team that lost the point still have enough time to be able to rotate on to the next one. And now Redacted are fighting an uphill battle without 3 of those ultimates to clear that space.
You know, that's the cost definitely of winning that fight outright. Have to come back into this. Mino's able to find one immediately on the KC as well. The dealer trades it back, and Willow again with the Blizzard, able to find maximum value. 3 people frozen, and they're all gone. Fable Rising of a fantastic Blizzard from Willow win that fight.
Yeah, 3 people frozen, and one of them is unfortunately Moonlight, and that means even though Lamp had been invested, there is no follow-up healing. Starry Night incredibly close to a Blizzard of their own, but Fable Rising going to have Annihilation to be able to ice off a lot of the pressure that Redacted can try and pick up off of it, especially if they can slow Redacted's rotation down with the pressure coming through from Sojourn May.
Good from Starry. Willow will ice block, but they still lose Sleepy. No immortality field there in time to keep them alive. It kept Echo alive, though, in the back temporarily. However, Doobie will find the follow-up damage onto Willow and eventually onto KC, too. Like I said, Doobie has been really Redacted's star player, right? Every time that Redacted wins, it feels like it's off the Sojourn.
Well, the Sojourn has the ability to be able to collapse onto these low health targets, right? Sort of like a Genji, where you have that dash and you can find the low health targets and you get the dash reset. Sojourn obviously doesn't get a reset on power site. That would be a little bit broken. But having that range with the railgun and able to follow up on these low health targets that both the Mei, the Ramatra, even the Lucio and Baptiste have been able to slowly chip down is absolutely huge in terms of kill translation off of damage done.
Now, Redacted have that point control 50%, but either team, right, if they win this fight, it might just be over for this point in particular. Also, support ultimates for Redacted. However, they're going against Fable Rising with pretty much every single ultimate in the book. Sleepy Eels goes aggressive, has to deal with this amplification matrix, and actually does so, but it costs them their lives. Oh no! No help, even from the matrix in the back. KC pops the overclock, but it's against the beat drop. No way can they get the follow-up kills here, and they're going to get delayed. A potential stagger could come through, and Redacted, against the odds, now gets staggered. 95% on the board. They're going to go up. Potentially round point now for Flashpoint.
Yeah. One more point away from Redacted being able to take this map. Neither team as well going to be able to rotate onto that point first of all. Fable Rising not able to immediately take the scrap against Redacted on rotation too, because they're still waiting for those players who were caught late out to respawn. And as a result, Redacted now with control of that spacing going to be able to utilize the pressure early on from both the Mei Sojourn and Ramatra to force Fable Rising into throwing potentially an ultimate directly into the fight that you can see they're expecting. Doobie is going to make sure that she's away from the rest of the team, so if the Blizzard or Annihilation comes through, she can shut it down.
Wait, that was an amazing Blizzard. Baptiste, Lucio, frozen. Goodbye. Fable Rising, though, right, Moxie? They just won that fight off of Blizzard, now have the objective, but they need to win off these other ultimates, right, besides the Blizzard.
Redacted are going to have a Blizzard of their own. Fable Rising, however, with control of that spacing, are going to be able to position themselves around it. So at worst, something like your Ramatra is going to get caught out. Maybe it catches 2 or 3 players, as long as it doesn't catch the backline, specifically Echo. That time bar is going to be huge.
Redacted now walking in. Fable Rising, what do they want to do? They actually are caught out a little bit here. Starry goes super far in, but splits the team actually with that positioning. Willow's able to find Moonlight. Starry trades back Willow. 1 for 1, but it's Annihilation and beat drop, and that is just far too much. You called it, Moxie. For Redacted to deal with it now, 60% of the board. Hard recontest, too, because of how far away this point is.
Well, Fable Rising take that fight in this space specifically because it is away from the point. Redacted do not have the opportunity to be able to use either the Blizzard nor the Annihilation because they know they need them to hold on and clear the spacing of that point as fast as possible, so Fable Rising unable to burn us into overtime stall potential. Unfortunately for them, with how close Fable Rising are trying to take this fight again, Redacted are going to have caught those ultimates sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Willow really deep in without any cooldowns. Perfect Blizzard from Starry. KC finds the trade, and also Nagila gets rid of Minnow. And also just dives on the Moonlight. This new player to Overwatch, Nagila, has been an absolute mainstay for Fable Rising. 3K for them in this fight. They take this point. Redacted now. Backs against the wall. Fable Rising tied them up 2-2. Last point here.
Redacted, are they going to be able to rotate onto that last point? They do have the only 2 ultimates currently in play, but KC approaching that overclock. Redacted, are they going to rotate to that point, or are they going to try and cut Fable Rising off on rotation?
Yeah.
So often they prioritize fighting together as a team. Looks like they're going to instead rotate onto that point and prioritize the objective. They know how fast that objective ticks up. It's so much faster than control. As a result, you need to be in control of it, especially up against stall heroes like the main round.
And in this fight, Redacted have that positional advantage towards the point. Focusing the objective. Fable Rising now have to walk in without any ultimates. They're waiting for the overclock of KC. But in the meantime, they have to deal with potential annihilation from Minolor. Overclock pop from KC. Dealing with a Maywall from their own team. Beat drop counters. Also annihilation from Minolor. Just diving on the Fable Rising. KC falls up to Minolor, who now finds 3. And this annihilation just keeps running, not falling out of time. Lilo's able to find 1, but it doesn't matter because Redacted had that point, Moxie. And it's going to go up to nearly 60%. Fable Rising, this is going to be last fight.
Yeah, I mean, you even see Sleepy Eels just throwing themselves off of that map to be able to reset and respawn with the rest of the team as quickly as possible. To be able to secure that point, Redacted did use a whole host of ultimates. They're going to have the overclock to try and pressure Fable Rising before they're able to come in with ultimates of their own. Because if Fable Rising just stall and try and buy themselves the damage to build something like this Blizzard or Soundbar, Redacted hit overtime.
We could co-huge this fight with their overclock. Nagila with the Ant Matrix could also get a ton of value. Now overclock pop by Doobie. Starry also has that. Blizzard beat drop to counter it. Sleepy Eels finds Lunar. That's a massive kill to find. Also finds Moonlight. Starry gets one in the Blizzard. Can they find any more? I don't think so. The annihilation is too good. Sleepy Eels. Disgusting ultimate. Fable Rising claim it back in overtime.
Fable Rising, crucially as well, because they lost Willow at the beginning of that fight. still gonna have Blizzard, still gonna have Amp Matrix to be able to either sustain aggression or make sure that you punish whoever gets caught in that freeze. Redacted now might be able to jump on Fable Rising while they're split, but no, it does look like the team have been able to regroup before Redacted can try and punish that late respawn coming out of the May. Really good stuff coming through from Fable Rising to ferry Willow safely back into the ranks.
Yeah, I mean, this Blizzard, I feel like has a 100% win rate for Fable Rising. We'll see if it does it again. Willow tosses it out. Anybody frozen, though? No, Redacted, avoid it for now. That's rare. A mistake from Fable Rising. Nice block by Starry. They've got the 8 Matrix. They need to keep Starry alive. Starry falls low, but the heals from Moonlight are there. And Doobie and Looter come back. Oh my gosh, Casey and Sleepy are down. 8 Matrix counter from Najila, but is shut down by Moonlight from the back of the map. Redacted, all they need to do now is clean up the point. They're on it. Overtime ticks down, and Redacted start what potentially could be a reverse sweep and take Flashpoint.
The big difference maker, Dustin, was the Reaper going away and the Sojourn getting swapped back. I am so happy to see the Sojourn back in that team on position. Really good stuff coming through from Redacted to be able to turn that around. We said Flashpoint is definitely going to be a map archetype that's going to play into their favor. They've been able to play into having that objective, pushing Fable Rising's positions into being incredibly specific and a lot of the time predictable. And as a result, they're able to bait things out like the Maywall and the block a lot easier. When we see in that last fight, you can see Willow like looking for that block, looking for that wall, looking for the Blizzard to be able to isolate some of those players from Redacted's side. But they play it perfectly. They bait all of those cooldowns just the same way that Fable Rising baited everything out of Redacted all the way back on that first push of King's Row, and then are able to, off of the back of that amplification matrix, find those kills because they know that there is no Maywall for Fable Rising to hide behind and kite out of.
Beautiful stuff there from Redacted. And, you know, it did, Moxie, from the outside, it really did seem like Fable, with the, at the macro, were playing well, right?
Their macro was really good. Like, they were coming in with really nice team rotations. They were holding on to ultimates to be able to have them when they saw that a fight was getting lost and they knew that the next point would unlock. A lot of the time as well, they were finding stagger kills onto Redacted's backline when the next point was about to unlock. As a result, Redacted weren't ever able to rotate onto the point a lot of the time first, so Fable Rising were always coming in with that positional advantage. But again, where it started to really fall apart was Redacted suddenly were able to meet the poke pressure. Suddenly, Fable Rising don't immediately have that one leg over the other team, where with a little bit of pressure coming through from something like a Sojourn, your Baptiste and backline is immediately forced into burning everything before the fight begins, and that then plays into a domino effect of how soon the Ramatra has to use all of their cooldowns, and then that plays into how early the May has to use all of the cooldowns. These compositions are all about pulling out those abilities from the other side in a mirror matchup as early as possible so you can come in with everything the other team doesn't have available.
A lot going on in the grand finals of the Rising Heroes Major 3 grand finals. This is an absolutely massive series. Redacted trying to make that reverse sweep, but before we see the next map, we have to go to a break, so we'll see you on the side of this one. Welcome back, everybody. We're in the grand finals of the Rising Heroes Major. Well, I think for them it's been 2 actually, not Major 3, right? If I double check here, yeah, it's their second major. So,
Yeah.
but it's still called Major 3. Regardless, these teams have been playing incredibly well, right? Obviously, Fable rising up 2 in the series, but Redacted just won that last map. Moxie, walk me through it. What gave Redacted that chance to come back through and win on Suravasa?
Sojourn. I'm gonna keep saying it. Having that Sojourn, being able to just keep that backline always being pressured, always forcing them into burning things like the regenerative burst on your shift as a Baptiste, or that lamp incredibly early. It has such a huge knock and dent on the confidence on the rest of the team in terms of how much spacing they're able to take, and that in terms has a knock in terms of how much space your DPS have to be able to work with to try and find some of those first picks. If you're going into a May and Ramatra, Baptiste, Lucio composition, you want that Sojourn, you don't want the Reaper, because at that, just when the fight begins, you have to burn the May wall just to keep everyone safe on your side, and as a result, you don't get to use it aggressively to try and isolate and lock down some of the kills on the enemy team.
I mean, it's been really good for Redacted, and now next map we're going to is going to be Push Moxie. We're going to New Queen Street, which, by the way, I just want to real quick touch on Flashpoint. It's so unique how Flashpoint's always played Moxie, where it does feel like a different game, right? It doesn't seem like the rest of every single other map type in Overwatch, where you just watch these up. We go to the map view to see these teams rotate and stuff, and a lot of that macro gameplay has been incredibly important for these teams. And if we go to a map like New Queen Street, Moxie, which is going to be our push map, right? I think things become a lot more simple, which I'm assuming for you would favor a team like Fable, especially on this map type, right?
Well, it depends, because you can either go directly for the objective, or you can sort of try and monopolize a lot of that spacing. If you have something like a Sojourn, you want to have control of both tunnel and high ground, because that's where you're going to get your best point of vantage into the enemy team's backline. And as a result, it may be on paper incredibly simple. Tug of war with one objective in the middle of 2 teams, both spawning from the exact same distances, both getting very symmetrical sort of advantages in terms of high grounds and corners to be able to hide around. But a lot of the time, teams are forced into making that decision on whether or not they do want to go for that immediate objective control and get a little bit of distance, or if it's worth giving a little bit of win in terms of overall push, picking up the position people ready to do.
Now, both of these teams obviously want to win this map, Moxie. Fable rising up 2 in the series and a first to 3, which definitely can be hard, for these teams in general, right? Instead of a first to 4 necessarily, so you can have more, breathing room. I mean, if you lose this map, Fable rising, that just means Redacted now, Moxie, are now tied up in the series already. They just had to win 2 in a row, and the momentum will be in their side. So I imagine there's a ton of pressure on this team, right?
Yeah, I mean, get the brooms out. We're quite literally on a curling rink, but the reverse sweep potential is knocking on the door. Redacted, really happy to see that they're going to be sticking with the Sojourn. They've identified that they need to have that same level of pressure coming through to force that same amount of abilities out early. Are we going to see a mix-up, however, in terms of how these teams approach objective in comparison to position to set those Sojourns up?
Redacted. What do they do here? Playing a bit slow. They have their Sojourn on an off angle, it looks like. Back towards the stairs, but regroups with the rest of their team. Do be taking that, maybe set them behind in terms of ultimates. Both walls out on either side. Redacted, however, the ones taking a ton of that poke early on. Still have a lot of healing. Doobie finds the shot in a Willow, but it's traded. Minolor falls, and now Sleepy's just able to get as much value as they want here. Forcing away everything, forcing the cooldowns out from Moonlight. Has to be low, though. So maybe that Baptiste slips. Nope, never mind. Immediately Sleepy will find
It's a
that
tank
kill.
health.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too much damage.
It's tank health full. There's too much health to chunk through. It's so unfortunate for Redacted, because normally when the Mei gets picked on the other side, your tank gets to play so much more aggressive and forward without having to be concerned about, baiting that wall out early. Unfortunately for Redacted, the trade is their tank, and it is a much worse bargain as Fable Rising continue putting this pressure in, making sure that Redacted are not able to organize a fast recontest, so even more distance picks up the Fable's team.
Luna's got the beat, though, because of how much damage they're taking without dying. And also,
But that's the Immortality field off of Cloak.
Yeah, they need to use this beat probably early from Lunar to keep the team alive. Oh, they have the heals there for Moonlight, so never mind. They don't need to just yet. Ant Matrix and Overclock here from KC. Beat drop re-engage from Redacted. KC trying to chunk through it. Hasn't been able to chunk through the beat drop barrier. Doobie, oh my gosh! What a shot on a Sleepy Eels. Sends that ragdoll flying. Meanwhile, the Overclock from KC ran out. And Redacted recontests with their support ultimate, right? Just get the staggers. Now Willow does find Moonlight, has the Blizzard. Do they want to use it? No, just gonna run out of there, get staggered. Well, maybe. No, eventually we'll just jump towards that robot. A perfect recontest from Redacted there. Have control of the robot now.
No, this Blizzard from Fable Rising is going to be so important. You do not throw it in as stall potential. Redacted could potentially have to mirror Blizzard themselves, which then opens the door for Sleepy Eels to find a lot more value with Annihilation, or maybe we're going to see the Sojourn have to use the Overclock just to stop Fable Rising from being able to use that Blizzard to push Redacted off of picking up more distance, and thus the lead.
Fable Rising, they couldn't really sit up there fast enough because now they have to deal with Juby with the Overclock over the top. I mean, Sleepy Eels taking a ton of damage. Got the Immortality Field for now. Echo, the pressure is on them with the beat drop, but a counter Blizzard from Willow. Immortality Field just there in the nick of time for Moonlight, but they're all frozen. I mean, if the Baptiste, Lucio, and Ramatra are frozen, you're basically donezo as a team. Starry throughout the Blizzard in a lost team fight, and now...
Yeah,
right,
it sort of looked like there was a difference in communication on Redacted side, right? Because normally when you have to counter Blizzard, you counter Blizzard almost immediately, but like you said, Starry Night uses that Blizzard a lot later after Willow's already thrown in hers. As a result, they're not going to have it for this next fight. Minola is coming in with Annihilation. You are going to have the Amplification Matrix. The difference maker is Fable Rising have the Siren Barrier to keep that Ramatra alive as, oh no, that is a very early Amp Matrix, so that Redacted can get aggressive around that corner and try and push Fable Rising back.
Yeah, I mean, at least they gained some space back, but now Nagila able to use theirs in a more favorable position. Sleepy Eels
and Sleepy Eels get so much sustain off of this.
Yeah, and the beat drop from Echo too to sustain even further. I mean, they're just getting a lot of value, but now Redacted actually came back with their own beat drop, so it almost works out until Willow hits that final blow on Amino Lore. It was very close on both sides. Support's being tested really in that fight. The Fable Rising giving themselves the advantage now. Surely just going to find the stagger kills and get the checkpoint here.
Yeah, so there's your explanation for why Redacted got incredibly aggressive with that Amplification Matrix from high ground. They wanted Lunarstorm to get into position to be able to match Sound Barrier charge to Echo. They understood one Ramatra coming in with Annihilation with a Sound Barrier is going to trump your Ramatra with no Sound Barrier, and as a result they had to match a beat for beat quite literally. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for them, and now they're coming in without that Sound Barrier to have to deal with both Overclock and Blizzard.
That's the point. Willow has to deal with this Ramatra. Oh my gosh, what a shot from KC. Starry Night. No more value found. KC also hits another shot on the Lunarstorm Blizzard here just to give them even further advantage. And, you know, Fable Rising halfway through the map now, 5 minutes left. They are sitting pretty.
Redacted will at least be coming in with 2 ultimates in comparison to Fable Rising, but unfortunately Fable Rising are so close to both support ultimates. Redacted have to be incredibly fast in how they throw in this overclock. If they dally too long, Echo's going to have the Sound Barrier, and Fable Rising all of the sustain to just phase tank all of that damage.
Blizzard Wall deleted by the robot there, so not a lot of value found by it. Overclock flanked by Doobie. With the Ant Matrix, they're finding the damage, but no kills just yet. Doobie finally gets that. And then the second shot on the KC. However, the peel eventually came back. Now we just have a 3 versus 2 on the payload. What do Echo and Willow do here? Just as he die on the payload, Echo's going to run away for now, and Fable Rising will just have to give up this team fight now. Redacted, they have so many meters they have to close out on if they want to win now.
And even though they won that fight because Willow was the one that they had to deal with the major stalls with both the wall and the block, so even more distance denied for Redacted to be making up for, as we see Amplification Matrix come through onto that high ground, keep Redacted around the bus edge.
Both these Baptiste opting for really early windows. We would like to see them use them a bit later now. Sleepy Eels in the low ground, though. Broke Immortality Field. Also has the barrier, but it's counter barrier and annihilation on both sides. Blizzard committed by Willow. No Blizzard for Starry Night. That gives them a massive advantage. But Doobie shuts it down! What a shot onto Willow. That should just be the end of it for Fable Rising now. I mean, you don't have any more damage with this annihilation. Sure, you get Starry Night. I mean, they could potentially get more. It's not over just yet necessarily because you still have your Sojourn here in the fight. And the heals are actually still getting through. Never mind, Sleepy Heals able to come back through. Middle-earth not equalizing it. Missing some of these pummels. Can't find the damage somehow. Fable Rising are back in this. Sleepy
Yeah,
Heels
they're
finds
just
another
not
one.
able to oust that back line and separate them from Sleepy Eels.
Oh my. There's no way. There's no way they came back in that. Fable Rising have control of the robot. 2 minutes and 45 seconds now left.
Yeah, Redacted, I'm not going to be happy about that one. They were at least coming into this next fight with 3, nearly 4 ultimates, but Willow getting aggressive, looking to keep Redacted taking that fight before the regroup can come through. And as a result, Fable Rising able to get the objective right back into pushing more distance.
And they give up some space too, right? I mean, just pushing as far as possible, knowing they have the edge, but a flank with the overclock as well as that Ant Matrix. Doobie, I mean, has been really consistent. But that's 2 ultimates out right there. Maybe you're wondering if they only had to use one. Control the robot again. 2 minutes left now, Moxie, and...
But
I
they're
mean,
not
what,
going to
they're-
get more distance. This
Yeah.
is the thing. Fable Rising didn't pick up more distance their end, but they made sure that the objective ran all the way back, and as a result, Redacted, when the next fight begins, they have to have one person sit on the objective, everyone else try and deny the high ground approach from Fable Rising. Finally, now they're going to start picking up the distance, but they've only got 1 minute 46 seconds to try and equalize, and Fable Rising have the ultimate advantage.
Overclock in Ant Matrix, but KC kind of shut out by Minolor. Doing a good job forcing them away, but is falling very low. Oh no! Immortality Field not there to keep their Ramatra alive. Now Blizzard committed from Starry. They want to win right here now, even without the Ramatra. And they're doing so far. KC is able to find Starry though after the Blizzard. But is the damage finally there to get rid of Sleepy Eels? It is. Now a minute left on the clock. Oh shoot, that's a big pick from Willow. And they're just gonna stagger in. Redacted don't have close enough spawns to kind of contest.
Doobie going incredibly low as well. Redacted just trying not to stall. Luna will be able to find Willow. The May remove means that it's a lot safer to be able to hug that objective. You don't have to worry about the Interferry Blaster, but still, unfortunately, Redacted having to wait before they can probably try and engage in. That's more time burnt off that tank as Minolor with the pummels able to take the Sojourn out.
Wait, Fable Rising kind of... I mean, they just threw away their advantage, Moxie. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah,
They
but
could've-
Dustin, Fable Rising are taking a dry fight. They're keeping Redacted's attention. They're forcing them to fight every single scrap, every inch that they pick up on this objective. We're about to hit into overtime. Redacted are coming in with ultimates, but Fable Rising are going to have faster respawns, more ultimates, control of the high ground, and if Redacted lose a single fight, this map and the series is done.
You're right. 60 meters now. For Redacted. Though if they win this fight, it could be over. Starry Net over the top side. Has to use the ice block. Minilor's caught out. Immortality Field not there. They don't have any ultimates to sustain. Blizzard is well on top of it with the overclock. Barrier is here, but I mean, where is the damage? Doobie can only get one. Unfortunately, after that big pickoff, it's basically over for Redacted. It was a miracle comeback nearly. But Fable Rising shuts it down and wins the series and wins the $1,000 in the grand finals of the Rising Heroes Major 2. Beautiful work from them. Congratulations to their team.
Yeah, gorgeous macro coming on through from Fable Rising, identifying that their opponent have so much distance and so little time to be able to make up. Every single time they're able to win a fight, they make sure that the objective rolls all the way back, so it eats into the distance that you're able to pick up. Even if you win a team fight, it forces you into throwing in so many of those ultimates to be able to keep that objective moving as quickly as possible. And then when we head in towards that overtime, not only are Fable Rising making sure they have control of the high ground, so as a result, we see Minolor having to actually on the Ramatra go up there and contest it. As a result, they get walled off with the Maywall, Immortality Field isn't in time to save them, the tank being removed, then opens the floodgates for Fable Rising to come in with that huge ultimate bank that they just souped up to have at the ready as soon as we hit in to 0 seconds remaining on the map. They all tumble from the high ground directly onto the objective, and there is nothing that Redacted can do.
No, amazing job from this team, Fable Rising, right? They were able to close it out. I think at points you were a little bit worried considering the rest of the tournament has gone pretty smooth for them. But finally to close it out versus this team Redacted, we're trying to make it close, obviously. But this team deserved the win, right? The better team won today. Fable Rising really are your champions for a good reason, right? Willow popped off. The rest of the team played well around them. Sleepy Eels today as well had a very standout performance, Moxie.
The backline, the fact that Sleepy Eels in that fight when all of those ultimates have been removed stays standing. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe that they won that fight, because off of the back of that fight, they get to push the objective all the way back to Redacted spawn, and Redacted have to throw in like 3 ultimates just to be able to drop safely off of the high ground, and that eats into what they have available for the rest of the map, and unfortunately, they just don't have enough. The deficit in terms of time and distance is too much to be able to overcome when you're that far behind in terms of ultimate damage.
Well, everyone, we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you for the MVP and also an interview from one of the members from Fable Rising. So don't go anywhere, guys. And then also we have the championship, the grand finals as well, the Challenger Series. So really don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Welcome back, everybody. That was an intense game here for the Calling All Heroes Rising Grand Finals. Fable Rising running away with that one, but Redacted definitely ended up putting up a fight, especially once we got to that third map there, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, there is going to be so many questions that always are when you finish on a push map, whether or not that first fight had gone in Redacted's favor and they had control of that high ground. Maybe things would have been different. Fable Rising, however, able to find that crucial first pick onto Minolaw and just open the floodgates for the aggression and space they were able to secure.
Yeah, it was a pretty wild matchup there. Just the fact that the team coordination, again, was something that we just can't shut up about, to be honest, Dustin. And I know that we are going to reveal our Chipotle match MVP just shortly, but I got to get your overall thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Their coordination was on point. I think for all of these players, I know this is a learning experience for a lot of these, diamond level players trying to improve. For them, it's just a matter of, target focus, mechanics, really just honing it down, getting that grind in, as we've heard earlier in interviews. That's really going to elevate their game and give a lot of these players the chance to go in the Challenger Series.
Very much so. Looking forward to seeing how they continue to move forward from here on out. But we also have to reveal the match MVP here, the Chipotle match MVP that is, and without further ado, it is going to be Sleepy Eels. This tank player here, Moxie. I mean, you talked a lot about how the backline was able to just be able to keep them up in situations where you would expect them to be absolutely melted, but that only makes it easier when your tank is playing so damn good.
Yeah, I mean, 5 deaths on Ramattra is insane. Ramattra is incredibly vulnerable if you're able to burn through a lot of those cooldowns early on, especially if you're going up against a Mei composition. Everything has to play perfectly, otherwise that Ramattra is going to just walk forward, try and take that space for the rest of that team, immediately find themselves being Mei-walled off and going down. So Sleepy is doing a very good job coming with some huge annihilations to be able to buy their team so much space, playing the macro that we have just lauded Fable Rising's team at being so good at doing. They may be diamonds in terms of the Rising series, and there's definitely a couple of bits and pieces that they need to work on in terms of mechanicals, but I think for macro game sense and awareness in terms of like ult tracking and how to take those fights, where it's best to take those fights, 100% they are far beyond diamond level already.
Really excited to see how they get to continue to elevate their gameplay there. But I'm going to have to say goodbye to you two for now. Give you guys a bit of a rest on that mic while we bring in the Chipotle Real Talk interview. We get now the opportunity to chat with Willow. How are you doing? Congratulations on this giant job.
Thank you. No, I'm doing great. Today's been a calm day for me. Weirdly, coming into grand finals, it was like I'm not actually too phased. I'm not worried too much. It's been, I don't know. We'd played all these teams before, whether it was LFS or Redacted. We knew what we would be going up against. We knew that we could beat it. We'd done it before in scrims. We'd done it in qualifiers. We'd done it yesterday. So yeah, today, actually, of all the days, I was like, oh no, I'm the most calm I've ever been.
Hey, well, it showed. You kept your cool in the server, and that's for sure on that May pick. But overall, Willow, I mean, we have a couple questions for you. Yeah. I was curious how long you've been playing. That one actually coming over from Moxie there, because I know that when we were talking to your teammates yesterday, they talked about how your team actually takes a lot of time during the week to scrim and scrim and scrim. And was that making up for lost time? I don't really know how long you guys have been together as a squad.
Fable Rising, I think it'll be pretty much a month today, actually, that we started doing trials and bringing people in. There were a couple of people who we had in trials who didn't make it, but pretty much it's just been the same 7 of us the whole time. You've got to see 6. I think it was mainly just Echo and actually today for broadcast, but yesterday you got to see B as well. We've only been really together for a month as an actual full team, but I've been playing a little bit longer than that. I know Monica came on yesterday and mentioned she's only been going for 3 months, but I have no excuse. I've been going for a fair bit longer.
How much is a fair bit longer there?
I was playing in the Overwatch 1 open beta on my old Dell touchscreen laptop trying to make Genji work, which was about as good as you can expect. It did not go particularly well. But yeah, all throughout Overwatch 1, all throughout Overwatch 1, just playing Mei the whole time, all throughout GOATs, all throughout every release, just Mei one trick. So good to be able to play it properly for a team now. I think we maybe saw what the result of that was.
Oh, we definitely did. We definitely did. We're still looking out for that 360. That is pending a future
I forgot.
event for sure. You forgot.
I forgot. We loaded into New
Yeah.
King Street, and I was like, oh, I just play the game. CB messaged me like, hey, you're running out of time, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, okay, we'll see. And then I just in one ear out the other. Forgot.
It's okay. I'm gonna pull up my like Men in Black pen and just like flash that CB. Forget
Yeah,
this
okay.
conversation. You're not seeing
Yep.
this clip.
All of chat as well.
Willow did not forget. Yeah, no one forgot. It just, I don't know what 360 you were promised.
Yeah.
A three.
No.
I don't know.
Actually, I'm gonna go
I
delete
have
that
no
DM
idea.
right now.
Yeah, wipe it from your memory. Never existed. No evidence. No receipts.
None at all.
But we also know, Willow, that you have a background in casting, and this is your
Little bit.
first time coming in as a player. So, curious, do you feel like that experience as a caster kind of influenced your ability to bring in bits and pieces into your macro gameplay and be able to add that layer to the team?
I think it's kind of like one thing that's fed into the other. It's been like a cycle. So I started off as a player, trying to make that work. I'm barely scraping into Diamond even now, so it wasn't fantastic. Then I started casting. It kind of gave me the more outside perspective, looking at strategies, looking at the way that teams were taking fights and players were trying to, plan around ultimates with each other. In particular, it's really fun and interesting. It was something I had an idea of, but like seeing it play out in front of me was really enlightening. And then as I employed that more in my games, I started doing better in ranked, right? So teams started picking me up, so I started practicing in scrims, and as I've practiced more in scrims, it's helped me with my casting because I'm learning more macro and strategies from coaches that are, elevating my overall knowledge of the game. So one's fed into the other, back into the other, and it's just this whole cycle of knowledge that I'm building up. I'm like an egghead now.
That's really awesome, though, just to hear that cycle to be able to come to fruition for you, almost like a bit of like a Ouroboros situation, like did the chicken or the egg come first, in that kind of sense. But also curious, I know that for the most part it's been best of threes here for your team, not having as much of that experience for these longer series. So having to deal with the stamina to go into a best of 5, did you guys feel a little bit tired from that? Did that influence anything as far as like that mental or just like energy that you had for this matchup?
I think the most difficult was definitely during the qualifiers where we had 3 best of 5s in one day, just back to back. That was against
Yeah, that's fair.
Redacted, LFS, and Fruit Salad, who all easily were top 4 teams. We were just like, that was tiring. But coming in today and yesterday, I don't know. Again, I'm a little bit more experienced than perhaps some of my teammates. I've played into these tournaments before. I didn't really feel any kind of fatigue, but I think if we'd had to go through like the lower finals today and then also play like a best of 7 for the grand finals, it probably would have started to
Yeah.
get to me towards the end. That's where the tiredness starts to cut in. But honestly, I think I could have gone another few maps. I've got it in me.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Up next. But do you feel that experience and whatnot? Are you sort of like almost taking on like a mentorship kind of position with some of your teammates because of your extra experience?
That may be a bit presumptuous. I don't know. We've definitely got, obviously we've got Wicker and HK, who
Yeah.
we just saw in the match before ours, who are both our coaches. So they are the ones in charge, and I defer to them every time. But obviously, at times when they can't be in lobby, I do try and let's just level ourselves, right? We want to be confident but not cocky. We want to be thinking about how we play the maps. I'm yelling at my team every time to die on the push bot, don't give them the distance, and I do it because it was a problem. I appreciate we did it well this time, okay? Don't watch any of our matches prior on push. It is ugly, okay? But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to lean on the fact that I have that experience and I have more of that tournament knowledge as well to just be like, okay, I'm calm, and if I'm calm, they're calm. So we just chill out, we take it easy, and we just play. Like at the end of the day, all we had to do was repeat what we were doing before. So as long as I'm level-headed about that, I can make sure the team is too. It definitely helps in comms as well, having that experience. Previously, I've been on tank, like the main tank shot caller Overwatch 1 style. So being able to bring that forward onto the main now in particular, who's kind of like acting as the pseudo off tank to the SIG and the RAM, I think it's definitely helped out just in terms of having it in practice. But everyone on the team is great. It's not like they need it, to be honest. I'm just kind of doing it for the fun of it.
Well, that's awesome. That's awesome to hear. And it's also cool to hear that you guys were able to make that adjustment on your push maps, like just continuing day to day,
Eventually.
trying to make that improvement. And it pans out
Mhm.
this time around, right? With an amazing performance throughout this third major. What's next for your team? Do you guys plan to stay together? If that hasn't really been discussed, like no pressure either in that kind of sense, but I personally would love to see you guys continue the grind and hopefully make it up to that Challenger Series.
Yeah, I mean, everything yesterday was coming up Willow, and seeing the amount of support and love that was thrown my way by broadcast and chat and friends and other competitors in Rising Series. I think it would be a terrible shame for me on my end personally if I was like, yeah, okay, I'm done now. I'll see you all later. But Fable Rising, we've talked about it. You know, everyone loves playing with each other. It's one of the few teams where there's like no friction. No one's secretly mad at each other. No one's like, I kind of don't like this person. Like, we all just get along. It's been really nice and really natural. So I would be surprised if you didn't see any more Fable Rising. I think we all want to dial it back a little bit. Monica mentioned yesterday that we scrimmed a lot. We're doing 8 blocks a week. So we're scrimming every day except Tuesdays, double blocks on the weekends. It's kind of consumed my life. So I want to rein it in a little, right? But we needed to play that catch up to a certain extent. We hadn't formed too far away from qualifiers. So yeah, I think you'll definitely see more of us, if not on Fable Rising for me, which I would like, but if not from Fable Rising for me, you'll definitely still see me in the esports scene. You know, you mentioned I'm casting, I'm still playing now. I've got a few other things in the works, all right? A few new roles for me. You'll be seeing me around regardless. But Fable Rising, no, I don't think we're done by any means.
Absolutely love that. That's so lovely to hear. And everybody keep an eye out for Willow. She is coming up next for sure. And I've got one last question. I'm going to phone a friend on this one. So Dustin, aka Dogman, was asking, do you feel that you would be as good at May if you hadn't been one-tricking it throughout all of these years? If you had been maybe dabbling with a different kind of DPS in that kind of sense?
I mean, okay, I think the easy answer is obviously if I hadn't been playing hundreds of hours May and nothing else, no, I wouldn't be as good. You've probably seen that, like, I think it was called yesterday the cat among the pigeons in a pseudo tracer. That is not how you usually want to play that hero. And that is just forged through hundreds of hours of playing this hero as, like, in solo queue quick play, whilst metas change and they come and go, and I'm just here playing May the whole time. It's not how you play May in Coordinated, and I think you saw me dial it back a little bit today as we went up against Redacted. We knew they were going to be a tough opponent. But it's also, like, one-tricking for that long, and being able to just learn the game whilst you don't have to learn anything about your hero, just understanding what you're doing intrinsically and being able to focus entirely on everything else. It has given me so much knowledge on just how everything else functions that now I'm transitioning between heroes, I'm transitioning between roles, and it's not a problem for me at all. Like I mentioned, I've been on tank for previous teams. This is the first team I've played DPS for. Like, I've got the experience now on the May that I can just pick it up and be comfortable. But it's given me the knowledge that I'm comfortable on flex support at this level. I'm comfortable on tank at this level. If you put me on hit scan, I can't promise I'd be as good as Casey, but I'd give it a go. Main support as well. It's not the best, but I can make it work. I'm pretty much comfortable on anything you could put me on, and I will attribute that to the amount of time I spent playing May and then using that knowledge I got of just learning the game to make it work for everything else involved and every other hero and every other composition. It's just, yeah. I don't think you would have seen perhaps as crazy of a play from me if I hadn't been playing May as long, but I don't think I'd be struggling, I'll be honest.
That's fair. That's fair. It all comes down to that macro game sense. And then also, of course, just having that added comfort on a singular hero adds so much depth and layer to your ability to kind of just pull out those off situation plays, if you will, in that kind of sense. But when it comes down to the last question that I have, I'm not sure where you're located at right now. So if you don't have a Chipotle near you, you can make up an order for what you think you would order, but I'd love to hear what your staple would be if you could order off the Chipotle menu.
Well, you're right. There is no Chipotle in my country. However, I gave my code to my friend Nova, and I've got her order instead. So I'm assuming it's just the best order that you could possibly get because, you know, why wouldn't she get that? Are you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Okay, carnitas burrito, double wrap with tortilla, no beans. Queso blanco, fresh tomato salsa, fajita veggies, sour cream, cheese, brown rice. With chips and guac, Mexican Coca-Cola. There you go.
That is a stacked order right there, but that sounds pretty bomb. I'm not gonna
There you go.
lie.
If you were wondering what the best Chipotle order is,
yeah.
that's it right there. And if you disagree,
Chat, take notes.
sorry, I've got bad news for you.
Chat, take notes right now. Well, Willow, it was so lovely to be able to have a chat with you. Thank you so much for this interview. I want to give you a last chance to give any thanks or shout outs, and then we'll wrap up for today.
Yeah, huge shout out to obviously our managing and coaching staff, Alison, Veronica, and Amanda. They have done a fantastic job. We wouldn't have made it here without their help. They have been instrumental to seeing the Fable Rising that you have before you as the Grand Finals winners for the Rising series. Shout out to my friends Nova, who we just gave the Chipotle order of. Penny and Bruce, I know they've been following along today. Anyone else from the Rising series who's also been following along, thank you. I see your support and I appreciate it massively. Especially the people in chat who just started messaging me like, you're an inspiration. Like, again, I'm barely out of plat, but thank you. And a final shout out to my team. Eels absolutely 100% deserved match MVP. I think they got shafted a little bit yesterday. They were phenomenal, so consistent, so good, so strong. And I know everything came at me because I was playing so flashy, but you got to see today the benefit of just having a consistent routine tank who just plays how they're meant to play. And yeah, I love my team, I love my friends, and I love chat. Shout out to everyone.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing how your team continues to grow. Thank you so much, Willow, for joining us for that interview here for the Chipotle Real Talk interview. We're going to throw to a quick break, though, but stay tuned and don't go anywhere because we'll be back with the grand finals of the Challenger Series. are now in the home stretch of the Calling All Heroes Radiant Heroes Major 3 Grand Finals coming up next here. It's going to be Timeless Ethereal versus NYXL Embers, but we got to take a look to see how we got here first. Now, swinging over to the bracket, Moxie, these two teams have faced off before.
Yeah, I mean, I said in the last series that I love rematches in grand finals after a 5-map meetup, because you can see a lot of these teams, they figure out some of the weaknesses, then they figure out how to counter those weaknesses, and now that we've had a little bit of time off, I think we're going to see some of these strategies change up yet again.
That's for sure. And I mean, Dogman, I gotta get your thoughts on how you think this is going to go, because NYXL Embers, they've been on a hot streak within that lower bracket, even beforehand in that upper bracket, taking such close games and matches. Now facing off against Timeless Ethereal once again. Do you think they have it in them to actually take the W?
Definitely, yeah. The NYXL Embers is an exciting team to watch, and really any dive team is. For them to beat down, Microwave earlier in the lower bracket as well. I mean, after Microwave had their own really good run, to come back now, beat the other dive team, go against Timeless Ethereal is definitely huge. However, this is a meta I do think that favors Sigma in general. Like, I just think the Sigma as a character is just so freaking, I would say, overtuned. He just has so much stuff, right? He's just got, his whole kit is really, really strong. And overall, Timeless Ethereal obviously want to take advantage of him being prevalent in the meta.
I was listening to everything that you've said there, and I know that it's going to be really interesting to see how that does go head to head. But I'm genuinely so distracted right now by the logo change on Timeless Ethereal. I was like, what does it say on the border? And I'm going to read it out to everyone. Timeless Ethereal team has finally reached a compromise on our logo design. We believe this is evolution. This evolution captures the essence of our team's vision while in court something after days of passionate debate and collaboration. So very interesting to see that come through, but refocusing now back on that, my pea-sized brain so easily distracted in that kind of sense. The classic Lucio hovers for all of them here at Moxie, but we know that this squad is gonna pull out some pretty typical compositions from what we've seen.
Yeah, we know one of those Lucios is going to be a genuine pick. Everything else, however, is going to change up entirely. I mean, Timeless Ethereal, we've already talked about it. They're a very flexible team coming in, right? They can play a whole host of different heroes. Dustin's already talked about the fact that Sniper is most likely going to be on that Sigma, because I do agree he is incredibly strong as a tank in the current meta, especially if you know that you're going to be going up against an opponent who in the past has liked to push towards something of the dive variety.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting in that kind of sense, too. I think we also have to look out for Bun on that May as well. But now switching over to who they're going head-to-head up against here, NYXL Embers. This team is extremely flexible. We also saw the prowess of Anya, probably the most experienced player on this squad, Dogman, throughout this competition.
Yeah, in the last series, that was... The last series that MXL Embers played in the lower bracket finals, like you said, I mean, this backline was absurd. They did the unthinkable and clutched up against Microwave when really all was lost, right? It did seem pretty much impossible. Besides those support players, right? You obviously have HKey, which is definitely the best Genji player in the tournament. I think Zoe's definitely has a good shout, but HKey has been so consistent for this team, for NYXL Embers, just playing that, mid to medium long range and really never dying and generally just popping off.
Very much so popping off. Had some insane reflex there as well on that Genji. We are pending the map pick here that is coming in first. It is going to be Samoa here for control. And right now, Moxie, we also know that NYXL Embers currently have the momentum behind their backs.
Yeah, but Timeless Ethereal have the map pick. And as a result, they're going to put us onto Samoa, which is going to benefit the Sigma. You can get away with running things like Doomfist or Winston, but it's definitely a lot harder into a map type that benefits one of your hardest counters in the game currently.
That's for sure. Well, I am going to send you guys off, though, into this matchup here. We're getting straight into it. Again, it's the Challenger Series Grand Finals here for Calling All Heroes.
Ooh, thank you, Ash. Going into Samoa, map number 1. I mean, Timeless Ethereal running that Sigma composition's been a consistent. Moxie, other side, pretty much just the full dive team, right? I mean, we know exactly what both teams are gonna run. I don't know, early predictions. I know we haven't done predictions like all tournament, Moxie, but early predictions maybe leading into Samoa and maybe the full series.
I mean, Timeless Ethereal, they picked this map specifically. They know it's where Sigma is at his strongest in terms of those control types. I think Timeless Ethereal takes this first one, and then I think we're going to start to see the counter-picking come through. NYXL Ambers, they're going to pick a map that is incredibly beneficial for something like Genji Dive. They've seen that in the past, Timeless Ethereal has struggled against it. We have seen multiple counters that Timeless Ethereal have played and put into the board in terms of things like the Sombra, the Echo, the Tracer. Either way, we're definitely in for one hell of a matchup.
Chat, make sure to claim your Chipotle code. Checking down below. 2,000 free Chipotle burritos and bowls available now, guys. So make sure to claim yours. Texting GWT994. That hashtag on the right side. And still waiting on these teams and these players to get ready in the map. I know it takes some time on both sides to get it all kind of going, Moxie. But here we are, finally starting off. Timeless Ethereal in the grand finals versus NYXL Embers, the much anticipated matchup, which, Moxie, this is also big because this is the last major before the championship.
Yeah, it's going to be really good to see both these two teams interact, both of them juggernauts in the Calling All Heroes. Seen a lot of these players have been, for instance, the inception of Calling All Heroes too, so a lot of experience playing under this pressure, as well as experience coming out playing under the banners of contenders teams as well. And having that experience lends itself really well into being able to sort of adopt some of the rising teams, put them under your wings, as we talked about, even teams with killer recognition, which is also a part of the rising and lending help in terms of.
We'll start off, and obviously Timeless gonna rock with their Sigma. NYXL Embers with that Winston. By the way, these camera shots have been so good overall, Moxie. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to our observing team who have been killing it this tournament, right? It's like it's just night and day between just having absolutely amazing observers and then not. So shout out to Maka, Unstop Monkey, and also Shane Coombs back in the back rooms of our observing team. They've been doing great this whole tournament.
Oh, it's the Tracer counter. Bun's gonna be just playing backline bodyguard and trying to figure out what H key is going to be popping up as Wisps mirroring the Sojourn up against X10. The dive potentially coming on through. Good knockback coming out from Timeless Ethereal to distort the Winston's landing position.
Already that Sigma poke coming in massive. NYXL Embers. I mean, they gotta play it slow now, right? Just heal up, build towards that nano, maybe get a re-engage off. They're playing towards that coastal side, and Sniper really not allowing NYXL to have any amount of leeway here. Pressured off temporarily, but that poke comes through. Wisp distracted on the Sigma, gets taken, or takes out X10 on the other side. Fantastic shot from Wisp. Been so good throughout the tournament. Now Timeless Ethereal able to go up with that person advantage. NYXL now have to play slow, build towards that nano boost, and maybe get the Ricky test with Moxie. There's so much pressure on them right now.
Yeah, and the nanoboost is going to have to go into moving fishes. HP has just not been able to do anything. As you can see, Bun occupying the back line. Onion does come in with the nano boost, but do you have line of sight on your Winston? There it is. Moving fish going in with that dive, now looking for the commitment, finds the soldier, and the Bun! The pulse bomb off screen picks up both supports! And even though it started so well, that dive is immediately sunk.
Yeah, that was amazing from Bun. And now Timeless Ethereal on the defensive hold are nearing 40% margins. NYXL used the nano as well, and they've got to feel bad coming into this one.
It's really rough because that's their best engagement. They can't even really use the sound barriers too progressively because then that opens the door for Sniper. Sigma fluxes Ethereal. Use the Ant Matrix to stop a dive from coming through.
Bun immediately with Wisp combined for 2, and that fight is pretty much over. Off of a fantastic Ant Matrix as well. Oh! Wait, Bun did... Whoa, my... Bun almost got it, but okay, trade back by Wisp. That was incredibly crucial.
Timeless Ethereal, because they have this Tracer, even though they're playing a Sigma composition which flourishes when you anchor a particular spot, the Tracer just has so much mobility to stop NYXL Embers from being able to formulate a composite dive, and as a result we're heading into final fight territory, and NYXL Embers have to use Primal just to try and reach the back line.
Yeah, Primal beat engage as well, and they're not even giving up the point, or they don't have the point yet just yet either. Wisp able to get for you. Moving Fish trades it back, but needs those heals desperately. Is in the air to the Gurdic Flux, and Bun and Z combine for more. NYXL Embers, even though they had so much going for them, can't even flip the point. Now they have to get the Tracer to touch the point, or maybe if the Lucio to touch the point rather for Poor You. They do touch it, but eventually, oh my gosh, 1 HP. Poor You lives. He does a good job avoiding that, but nobody else can touch now, and it's over on round number 1.
Well, Dustin, if you ever want a statement to see how you deal with a Genji, stopping Blade for the entirety of a map is definitely going to be a starting point. Timeless Ethereal, statement indeed. They struggled against the Genji, and NYXL Embers thought that was going to be their in, but we saw Timeless Ethereal yesterday, and they have made groundwork to make sure that that weakness has immediately been covered up. As a result, I think we're going to see the mirror matchup. Yeah,
I think so. You're right. And NYXL has shown this to be in their back pocket, but I mean, it's got to be a warranted swap after that 100-0, right?
I mean, that Tracer from Bun was just so intrusive. It wasn't letting the Genji go into the backline. Every single time she was pressuring both of the supports as well. We've seen Bun's antics. She's always going to be on an off angle. Look at her now in the overhead map. We need the overhead map 24/7 to try and figure out where this Tracer is. And NYXL Embers, unfortunately, don't have access to that. They have to play it by ear.
One flanks around the main side. Poked a little bit, but understands that yin and yang, how you play the Tracer, immediately dealt with by Poor You, who has been great throughout the series. Booped around. Bun can't get anything done just yet. Has to recall back away. No cooldowns either. Meanwhile, on their front line, they're still setting up. Maybe the railgun shot is there, and it is. Body shot into Bun's follow-up. Aniyu goes down. NYXL now missing that main healer. From Aniyu not going to get anything else done here. They do get that objective first, but it's going to go right back in favor of Timeless Ethereal.
Yeah, Halo removes moving fish as Bun and Sniper collaborate to pressure Poor You, so the Lucio is not there to aid the Sigma in the disengage, and as a result, Timeless Ethereal will be able to find the flip. Only 15% of the point picked up for NYXL, and crucially as well, they had to bunker their position up on the point, not getting a lot of that poke damage, so their ultimate charge is so far behind Timeless Ethereal because Bun's already got a pulse bomb.
He's got a pulse bomb but no recall, so has to back up for now. Down to 1 HP, but is able to live. If those heals up in just a second from health factor or something along those lines. Immortality field already popped, so that's something for NYXL to move forward with. Now they're going to have to deal with that pulse from Bun, like you said. Coming through now. Just takes out the immortality field. Nice job from Aniyu in there. Amplification matrix here to also capitalize, also counter amp from Timeless Ethereal. Railgun shot from Wisp is there. Not able to find much more through that amp matrix, so they're going to finally be able to push up, but they've already found the opening pick. And they're trying to continue that advantage in that edge. However, health pool-wise, Bun's low. Can't be in this fight, so it's technically a 4 versus 4. Railgun shot being popped up. Wisp goes low, gets those healed though. Now Gravitic Flux is there. Bun gets picked by Poor You. Lucio player now counters with the beat drop. Halo has theirs in a second, maybe, but no. They just go for the wipe. 70% now on the board for Timeless Ethereal, but they give up the point to NYXL Embers, who re-engaged was slow, but they were able to get it done.
I mean, like you said, that was a lot of slow push, and unfortunately it has bought Timeless Ethereal 70% of that point. The good news for NYXL, however, is that Timeless Ethereal invested ultimates. Sniper trying to come in with that Sigma Flux Bun as well, now going to be off of the Tracer onto the mate to be able to mirror. HQ does not want to give that advantage of the May wall solely to NYXL Embers, especially on the recontest approach with the threat from the overclock.
Oh, the May wall is there. Able to get out though, nice movement. Manipulate the headlocks. Meanwhile, Sniper walled off at main, gets the immortality field. Beat drop to counter the Gravitic Flux from Halo. Good job from her. Now, Timeless Ethereal pushes in. And Mike still have some ultimates though. And there's none for Timeless Ethereal. They need picks without ultimates. Can they do it? Blizzard in immediately after. The grasp is gone, so Snipers is removed. NYXL Embers rotate the ultimates well. Halo finds one, but it might just be over for them at this point, right? And nearing 70%.
It's a drawn-out fight, though.
Yeah. Drawn-out fight. NYXL.
And that's still
Wait, Amp Matrix though.
Wait, Timeless Imperial throwing the amp. They want to win this.
Yeah, they're trying to win it, but they're gonna just have to wait for their team. No, at this point, Moxie HP found a pick as well. That's awful.
I mean, maybe you use the amp to try and keep that forward position right next to the point so Bun has an opening to throw in the Blizzard. Either way, you don't have the amp into this next fight. Anyun is going to have hers. We're in last fight territory. This Blizzard from Bun has to be exceptional as she's looking to find the off angle. Almost found the kill onto X10.
Well, immediately Amp Matrix as well on the left side. Blizzard though to counter it.
Shift's gone.
Are they able to get away though from the Blizzard? Nobody caught out. Beat drop, counter engaged from Poor You. No ultimates for Timeless. Only a railgun shot. A pipe dream for Timeless Ethereal. HT finds one. X10 finds another. And 2 down now for Timeless Ethereal. It's pretty much over. Unfortunately for them, the macro did not go their way. NYXL tie us up. Moxie, we're going to Volcano for round number 3.
Yeah, we are indeed. This is potentially where we're going to see that dive composition come on out as well from NYXL, but I don't know, you found value in the mirror matchup. I'm really hoping we're going to continue to see these two Sigmas butting heads, because you can see that NYXL Embers, they ran out with the Mei. They did lose a little bit originally with Bun being able to control so much of the spacing as a result on the Tracer, not a lot of shutdown potential every single time she shows up as well. She's pulling your attention, diverting it away from the mirror into the Sigma. But NYXL Embers very quickly just realized, okay, the Tracer's presence is annoying, but it's not always going to translate into a kill as long as we play together, and as a result, Bun was forced to swap on off. And there it is, NYXL Embers not running the dive, deciding to mirror once again.
It's looking good so far. Kinetic grasp to walk through the Mei wall here. At the choke point, Bun meanwhile taking an off angle with Wisp. And Duo doing quite well so far in the overall series, but it is this round number 3. Wisp gets the first shot on the X10 through that off angle. Bun's there with the follow-up. Poor You and X10 back to the spawn doors. They go. And NYXL Embers, I mean, yeah, they're just going to get staggered out here at this point. Timeless Ethereal will get the first cap, but they want more. They're getting the stagger kills first before going to the point.
Well, they have one on the point.
Yeah.
So it's very slowly gonna tick up. It was Halo. She was assigned objective duty as everyone else. And for the more flashy plays of holding ultimates and grabbing some of those stagger kills. And now NYXL Embers are gonna have to force themselves through some of these devastating chokes. You can already see Bun priming up that wall, trying to figure out which angle of approach the team is going to take as they decide to go for main.
X10 takes a bit of poke from that disruptor shot and a body shot from Bun, which by the way is close to close to the Blizzard. And Z also Ant Majors coming up as well. Moving Fish taking a lot of poke to build that Ant Majors for Anayun. But getting poked down towards that point. NYXL trying to avoid now the Ant Matrix. Actually just going for a bit of a retreat for now, slowing down the team fight and re-engaging potentially.
I mean, they can rubber band back in. Onion is going to have an amplification matrix of their own, and that's exactly what she's going to now throw in. As off of the back of it, X10 denies the Sigma presence on the fight, and NYXL Embers can get aggressive.
Yeah, railgun shot to the Ant Matrix. You're not going to live through that. Bun, though, well, actually just goes down too, so it's just such a consistent offense now for NYXL Embers as they're able to reclaim the point and find the stagger kills.
X10. Those mechanical shots on this Sojourn, the tracking is on point, Dustin.
Yeah.
As also on point is the ultimate bank. NYXL Embers are gonna have 4 out of 5. Timeless Ethereal are gonna have to part with at least one of them to secure a safe passage through choke.
Yep. Railgun shot in a second as well, built up for X10. Always have to be wary in the neutral game. A lot of ultimates on both team sides, except an Ant Matrix for both Baptiste. Counter beat drop to the Gravitic Flux of Sniper. So the immortality is held on to Blizzard now, committed from Bun, but it just kind of segments off the point for now. Meanwhile, counter from HT, who was flanking the whole time, and frozen on the front line is Sniper. That's huge. To continue this, NYXL wants to pop the overclock as well as, Wisp pops the overclock to try to counter it, but no kills found just yet. HT, though, is found by Halo. Although no Sniper in this fight, so can they win without them? X10 finds Bun too, so they keep trading it. Doesn't matter if Timeless finds one because X10 is there to find 3. NYXL Embers hold on to the point.
That earlier kill onto Sniper is absolute art. the Blizzard, the counter Blizzard coming through from HQ falls, and then Poryu comes in with the boop on the Lucio to knock the Sigma back into the freeze, and as a result, Time and Sephiroth do not have a tank to be able to shield nor shift them from the damage of that overclock. Now, however, NYXL Embers only have the amplification matrix. Time and Sephiroth also going to have one of their own mill used on NYXL's Embers side. Should signal Time and Sephiroth getting to use that Bat ultimate, but it's shielded. A huge majority of that damage absorbed by Booming Fish.
Yeah, all of that pressure, however, because the Ant Matrix resulted in Poryu going down. Thought that Lucio player, the re-engage is going to be slow. Rock slows down NYXL Embers, and yeah, they're just going to back up now, understanding they have the advantage to come back in through.
Poryu coming back into this fight as well is going to be incredibly close too. Has sound barrier Time with Sephiroth, making sure that X10 doesn't get it off angle to try and slide in for a cheeky kill onto that backline unnoticed.
Blizzard being built up for Bun. That's the only ultimate in the game besides a beat drop coming up for Poryu. Meanwhile, HT going very aggressive, but nothing there to save them. Maybe an immortality field out of Ice Block, but Blizzard here now. No Ice Block for the Blizzard. HT barely gets out of it though, so the Blizzard doesn't find necessarily any direct value. 90% of the board as well. Timeless Ethereal coming out on some ultimates. Poryu could counter, beat, engage whenever, but they want to save it for this Gravitic Flux from Sniper. There it is, counter. Now they also have the Ant Matrix. No Ant Matrix on Timeless Ethereal's side. They want too many ultimates. 97% of the board now. Accretion to stop Sniper on this engage, but counter Rock there. Moving Fish so low. Immortality field there in time. Ant Matrix here in the main side as well. The counter beat runs out from Halo. Sniper goes so low. Counter to Flux goes into the Baptiste. Shuts Z down. Can't even live with the immortality field. Overclock from Wisps. Can it find anything? There's too many ults towards the point. Too many members for NYXL. They need to find the kills and they can't. X10 shuts it down. 98%. Nobody else to be able to touch. NYXL Embers win on map number 1.
Smart gameplay coming on through from this team. Even though X10 doesn't manage to find that isolated target in the backline, right? Immediately they get spotted out as they try and rotate. Your presence, that paranoia, that threat potential of a player popping up on that off angle actually buys the rest of the team safe passage through one of the hardest chokes to get through in the game and back onto that point. And as a result, they don't have to use any of those ultimates to be able to get all of the space back. And that is huge for them because that means that when the fight starts swinging in their favor, they have the ultimates in reserve to guarantee that that point is sectioned off and firmly NYXL Ember's property. And as a result, we just see the convergence onto every single target. The focus coming through from Ember's absolutely on point. As if you think about how this map started, everything was going wrong for the dive. HK didn't get a single ultimate off. And then you compare it to the performance when we moved into both Downtown and Volcano. World of difference, Dustin. Move away from the dive, mirror.
Yeah. I mean, this team, you know, you would, like you said, you would expect them to, you know, maybe be a little bit weaker on the Sigma composition or something, but yeah, overall as a team, they look better on it, right? I mean, moving Fish on the Sigma's been clean. Aniun really has been, like, arguably the best flex support so far in Challenger Series, so yeah, you're right, Moxie. They look so good on the Sigma composition, and now, you know, there is some discussion I think this team has to have, too. I mean, yes, the next map pick's going for Timeless Ethereal. So for NYXL Embers, do you go back towards that dive that you've been comfortable on, or do you take that mirror matchup because they've been doing it so well?
Yeah, I mean, that is the worrying concern, right? Like you've said, they have chosen so often this dive composition, but that dive got shut down entirely. It went so poorly. And it wasn't even that sort of like they were playing the dive poorly. It was just that Timeless Ethereal was so equipped at being able to deal with the dive. Because you think about it, right? They haven't just won against one team running the dive. They faced like 3 of them running things like Doomfist Genji and Winston Genji, and they've shown that they are adept at being able to pick up all of these different solutions, so you don't even know what you're running into. That was a huge reason why we actually saw the swap over to that mirror being so good, because it actually forced Timeless Ethereal into having to go for the swap off of the Tracer onto the Mei, and that reset the ultimate charge and pushed you so far behind in terms of Blizzard, which is such a crucial ultimate. When we were talking to Willow, you know, she was saying earlier, Mei has sort of occupied the space that Overwatch 2, moving away from having 2 tanks left behind. She's playing pseudo off-tank, and that Blizzard being available is a huge part of the spacing that she's able to buy to your side just by existing on the game.
He's such a great hero, and you know, for NYXL Embers, Moxie, this team, like you said, they are really doing everything other teams are doing but better. At least in that previous map, and then also, you know, taking the other series against Microwave earlier, right? Anything that the other team throws at them, they just kind of, okay, well, we'll match you, right? We'll match you in the mirror and pop off. And, you know, it's kind of like Echo, kind of, right? Like, they just build up the ultimates faster. They, as a team, play better. Anything that Echo can copy, that's like this team. I don't know, this is a bad
NYXL Embers cast duplicate. It was super effective.
We're going to Midtown, by the way, guys. So this upcoming map is Timeless's pick. They feel very comfortable here.
I mean, you can run the Doomfist, you can run the Sigma. I hope that we get to see more of the Sigma. I really do feel like Timeless Ethereal are going to try and force this mirror matchup as often as possible, because when we actually talked to them in the interview yesterday, they did, like, admit when they were losing against some of the dive, a lot of the time it was because they tried to mirror into it, so they've seen the power of forcing some of these teams outside of their comfort zone and onto heroes that maybe don't suit them. The problem is that Timeless Ethereal are a very flexible team, so too are NYXL Embers. This is what I was talking about when I was talking about the previous experience that so many of these players on these rosters have. They have gone through so many different metas, and as a result are incredibly well equipped at being able to deal with one of the biggest features in Overwatch, which is counterpicking.
Interesting decision-making from them. And I mean, you like it as well. I imagine Ani probably part of the decision-making process here too, because, you know, it's easy to get anti-grenades off on these defensive holds. And especially, I mean, there's points where the Ana does really well, but for Timeless Ethereal, Moxie, I mean, I know that they're leaking some of this stuff, but we probably know what they're going to play, right?
Defensive dive coming through from NYXL Embers. This is incredibly interesting because you don't have the Brigida to be able to protect your Ana. A lot of that is trusting the spacing of the choke control that you have as a defensive team, right? Able to set the Ana up out of line of sight of a lot of these fights. If Timeless Ethereal are able to make it away from choke, however, that Ana is going to be a sitting duck. And Bun moving onto the Tracer is going to make that duck look a lot tastier on the plate.
You know, Kariko of all things, you're going to have to hope that poor you can hit those shots against Bun. Meanwhile, NYXL, they play it slow, obviously around this fire truck. Timeless Ethereal giving a lot of space to the dive right now. NYXL Embers playing it patient. Timeless Ethereal kind of figuring out where this Ana is. Now they know AT comes through onto Sniper, but they're playing slow enough, right? You can't really go through the underneath the train on the defensive side. Disruptive shot forces away on you, and for now, HK takes a little bit of poke, but has the heals from that off angle. Kariko, X10 as well needs some of that too. Timeless keeps taking these anti-grenades. Wisp hits the shot onto Onyun. Unfortunately, that little Ana had peeked a bit too far. Now Bun will take advantage of no heals being here. HT goes down, and as does poor you. Bun. This with the follow-up damage after Wisp hits that shot. That DPS tandem of Timeless Ethereal comes through, and surely they take point A.
Yeah, that's the power of Sojourn. Ultimate amount of damage in neutral fight. And like you said, all it takes is one person peeking at the wrong time. And when you're running Ana and you rely on line of sight, it becomes a lot easier for the Sojourn to be able to track when that's going to happen. As Timeless Ethereal moving forward, deny any chance of recontest. The NYXL Embers, the deflect already being forced out of HK as well. This Genji is incredibly vulnerable, has to wait for that cooldown to cycle back in before you can try and commit onto the dive yet again.
Another card space for now. Ant Matrix available for Z, but Aniun has that nano boost. Taking a lot of damage. Timeless really not giving any space. Bun.
Yeah, I mean, Moving Fish used the jump cooldown to jump back to the team.
Nano boost engaged now. Ant Matrix counter it. Sniper finds X10 somehow. Through that top side, right? The dive came through from Moving Fish, but it didn't matter to Sniper. Sniper just was able to find that kill, and now NYXL Embers, they're on the back foot. Pulse bomb now. Whoa!
Oh,
wait,
no!
I think got teleported towards that Ana and got hit by the pulse bomb. So what a pulse from Bun. It was a whiff, but actually not a whiff. And now the Ana of Anayun trying to just run, but Sniper is there alongside Bun. Moving Fish has Primal Rage available, but is just not going to be able to use it. Just backs up. And he gets picked as well. Timeless Ethereal are just snowballing through the streets phase right now.
Oh, that was Suzu. That was Suzu invested from NYXL Embers to be able to back on up, and as a result, Wisps pops the overclock. Sniper, the Sigma Flux. No iframe for NYXL Embers to be saved. They lose Moving Fish before Primal can be used to stall the recontest.
That might tilt NYXL Embers after that point, right? I mean, you had to use Primal Rage there, you would think, but I'm not a Winston main, so maybe Moving Fish understands it a bit more. Now NYXL Embers have at least an ultimate advantage, but Moxie 5 minutes in third phase is a lot.
Yeah, I mean, HQ is going to have the Blade, but Halo is going to have Sound Barrier. Bond's going to have the Pulse Bomb. Of course, Bond's going to be sneaking around. Where's she going? 1 ult used, 1 kill picked up this map so far, 2,419 damage done, 7 eliminations, by the way. And I don't think Bun has died once.
Trying to keep that streak up!
Oh no!
And she does! X10 going back to the spawn doors. NYXL Embers, they're just committing ultimates now. Understanding you can't do much with Timeless Ethereal or just finding pick after pick like they are. Moving Fish, I mean, do they live at this point? So low. Has those heals to back out of their Genji Blade. It's going to be dry unless they build up this nano boost.
Into a Sound Barrier, though. I mean, you're waiting for the nano boost. That is your win condition. X10's trying to come in with the overclock to bait that Sound Barrier early, but Timeless Ethereal reads the bluff and only use Lamp. And the Sigma shield from Sniper forces X10 to back off without a kill picked up.
But it's a dry blade against the beat from Halo. I mean, they're just going to back out of there, so now they only have the nano boost, and Wisp finds HK on the retreat. What a consistent player Wisp has been for Timeless Ethereal. Moving Fish with a nano boost. Can they find anything more? X10 finally able to wake up on this map. It's been tough for X10 to get a lot done. But that's going to slow down Timeless now.
Yeah, Nano Winston into that Sigma, so you're not able to disengage with the shift. We're going to see the jump come through from Moving Fish. Orion does have that Kitsune Rush, but where's Bun? She's got another Pulse Bomb. She's 2 for 2, 100% elimination rate on that ultimate. HG just used deflect. That Winston bubble is gone. Force out the Suzu, and you're in the clear. Good to go with another. And there it is! The stick! Oh my goodness, the power slide from X10 just carries them over it.
And X10 hits that shot too, so it's traded 1 for 1. Bun had to play it slow, but there we go. Wisp again hits those shots, pour you down. Might not need Bun in this fight if you have Wisp with the overclock. Moving Fish's Primal Rage is being melted. And eventually will die to Z as well, so with that pressure, they're going to be able to get the Bun back in this fight. There's no tank on the payload. You just have that Suzu to sustain. Z finds X10. That's 2 in the fight for Z on the Baptiste. And now this Genji's going to fall this E as well. Make it 3 final blows for the Baptiste player of Timeless Ethereal. And, you know, map number 1, Samoa, was definitely rough for them. But you come over here to Midtown. There's a reason you picked this map. 2 minutes and 27 seconds. They fully cap out Midtown.
Did Bun die once?
Yes, actually, yes.
She died just there.
Once, yes. At one time. But throughout the...
That's insane. Like, you have to remember as well, NYXL Embers, like, they purposefully picked the Kiriko over the Brigitte. Okay, here's our stats. Bun died yet once. 13 eliminations, 1 death, 4,406 damage. That's insane.
Look at the whole team, Moxie. Like, nobody died.
2.
Yeah, they had 2 deaths. I mean,
well, you have Immortality Field, you have Sound Barrier, you're denying NYXL Embers from being able to have the stars align for that Nano Blade to be able to come through, right? HQ was looking for the opportunity, but Genji had to dry blade to try and deal with Wisps up on the high ground. As a result, the Nano Boost went onto the Winston, but everyone from Timeless Ethereal has the mobility to be able to kite around it, and then you have even more pressure going onto your backline with Bun still being alive and present, so Moving Fish has to use a huge majority of the Nano Boost to just zone Timeless Ethereal away and can't chase after, because if they do, the team can't commit after them. Like, it's a really rough situation. It's why I wanted to see NYXL Embers go for the Sigma Mirror, but they keep thinking that that dive composition is going to work because they've been able to use it to beat Timeless Ethereal before.
Timeless Ethereal on attack, gonna stick with this. Meanwhile, NYXL Embers realizing maybe what they realized on Control, which is to just mirror against Timeless. Maybe have X10 able to match up easier against Wisp. NYXL Embers. You know, they're stuck underneath the choke point at the moment. Timeless Ethereal just kind of poking out down below, taking the neutral game. Sniper actually in a very aggressive position considering where he is at the moment. Walled off. Now Engage comes through. Counter rock. Moving Fish slowed down. Immortality Field already committed from NYXL Embers. So that cooldown remove gives Timeless Ethereal the edge. But you always have to be aware of these Sojourns. Like during the neutral game, they could hit these one-shots. Meanwhile, that duel is happening on the coastal side, and Bun's able to find H-Key on the front line. So with the Sojourn fight on the right side and the May fight on the front, Bun's able to win.
Yeah, it's amazing. Timeless Ethereal, Sniper Shield breaks before Moving Fish, but Moving Fish is the one who has to cycle through both the Shift and then your Immortality Field from Anyun first because of all of the damage and poke that you're taking from Wisps and Bun, who are miles ahead of their mirrors in terms of the ultimate charge. Off of the poke, however, that you've sustained, Anyun is going to have the Amplification Matrix, but Timeless Ethereal has so much scenery to be able to outlive and use to block line of sight on the window when it pops.
Mortality Field A Matrix here committed by Anyun. Next 10 through it, able to find Wisp, so that has been a massive pick. Now Gravitic Flux to slow them down for now. No kills though because the fact they're missing Wisp. Wisp just got the respawn, now has to come back. NYX Limbers and Matrix to slow down. They just need to buy some time for Wisp to come back.
And that's what they do.
Yeah.
They've done that. They've slowed the fight down. NYXL Embers, all of that momentum that they had of picking that Sojourn up and potentially having freedom to move into these line of sights has been removed entirely. Bun and Wisps coming up to their ultimates in this fight as well. Moving Fish has the Flux, but it's unfortunately going to be stopped in his tracks by the sound barriers. NYXL Embers just haven't found an in onto the point yet.
The Sniper comes through to harass X10 to the back. Gravitic Flux to Moving Fish with the beat drop. Both beat drops pop. Overclock here from Wisp. Tries to find some kills. He's walled off for now. The Blizzard is here, but two are already dead. Bun's already dead. Through the Immortality Field, a nice wall for Moving Fish to also keep X10 alive during that Blizzard. So Bun's Blizzard unfortunately goes to waste, and now NYXL Embers with all of the advantage looks to go towards that point. Now Halo and Sniper actually make a play themselves to find Anyun. That was big. HK able to trade it back though. No more Baptiste, so a lot of the heal's gone now. Sniper goes low. They need to find kills now because they're going to lose in terms of the sustain. Wisp able to trade HK, but Moving Fish will trade back Wisp for you also in the Halo. Bun's able to find one, so Timeless are trading it, but eventually, yes, NYXL Embers come through and capture point A.
But those trades pressure NYXL Embers enough into throwing in the Blizzard in the fight. As a result, you're not going to have that ultimate. You now have to have X10 just move forward aggressively, try and just reserve this position on the high ground, cement the Sojourn on top so that Timeless Field do not have access to it. But the second that you take pressure from that Mei, immediately X10 is forced to just power slide and regroup with the rest of the team, especially when Bun hits the headshot like that.
Yeah, they were definitely a little bit off center there, trying to go for that window results and then just kind of collapsing. Now 3 minutes left for NYXL attack.
Sniper continuing to just apply this pressure onto NYXL Embers, hold them in their spawn for as long as possible. And that attacking team is now walking into a choke. They don't have control of either lane of high ground. We can see Timeless Ethereal trying to establish Sniper up on the other one. Unfortunately, that Mayol not quite tall enough for the Sigma to be able to get on top.
Still, Gravitic Flux now onto the Lucio player, and the rest of NYXL Embers. X10 will go down. Ant Matrix is here for NYXL Embers too, so that's going to be a wasted ultimate. In the grand scheme of things, NYXL Embers kind of crumbling under the pressure at the moment as Timeless Ethereal just pressure them back to the spawn.
You can see how much value Timeless Ethereal hold in this choke as well, in the fact that they actually overlap both Blizzard and Flux to be able to determine that fight, because now it resets. NYXL Embers yet again going to be walking into a set-up Sojourn who's going to be able to chunk damage into you, build that railgun charge up, and find the first ult fire before X10 finds an angle to be able to come in with an overclock of their own.
Sniper drops off the high ground. Gives it up for now. HT walls them off as well, so I might actually end up in a kill. However, Immortality Field is here. Destroyed immediately by X10. Overclock now from Wisp to try to equalize it. The beat drop is here to sustain. And X10 on the other side, able to get two. Alongside that beat drop, Halo has been so smart with that beat drop to hold on to it for later. And now a minute 30 seconds left in the street phase for NYXL.
And Timeless Ethereal, because they had that chokehold, because they had that prior high ground, not only do NYXL Embers have to use both Sound Barrier and Overclock to get into a position to be able to use them, they also burnt so much time in those rotations of cutting Sniper away. As HQ just waits to see! Bun! Not gonna be the target! Have they... There's no way you don't spot this mate. There's no way you don't spot this mate! What is going on? There we go!
What? That was definitely odd. Anyway, HK now has the Blizzard ready for this fight. Gravitic Flux available for Moving Fish. Halo ready to go with that beat drop counter. Heart pushing backward, by the way, because nobody is on top of it. NYXL trying to win the fight first. There's the Ant Matrix over the top. It's kind of met, but also avoided. Now Gravitic Flux into it too. And in the air, Onion dies to Wisp. What a shot to take down the Baptiste player in the sky before the Immortality Kill could save them. HK on the flank will die though, so that's still going in favor of Timeless Ethereal. And Wisp in Co are able to push forward. 24 seconds left. I mean, this is going to be a very dicey last fight now for NYXL Embers.
I don't think anyone can touch. Especially because Timeless Ethereal, they've established themselves up on this high ground. NYXL Embers, yeah, HK is going onto the Genji to be able to have that dash and the wall climb to try to put yourself onto that payload and activate OT.
Gravitic Flux engage towards the Baptiste of all players. Into the sky. He will die. And that's a smart gameplay. X10 was there with the follow-up. Oh, what a rock hit by Moving Fish, too. And in overtime, when you need it most, this is exactly what you need out of your Sigma player. However, Wisp on the other side, able to find one. Low HP, dives the cart, has the beat drop, overclock built up. Now they can use it. In they go. They go down, though. On the other side, Poor You with the beat drop and 2 kills of their own. HK also finds Halo. And in overtime, NYXL have clutched up to move us into third phase.
Yeah, Moving Fish, absolute MVP. Using that Sigma Flux, knowing how close Z is to the Amplification Matrix, throwing everything in to determine that that Baptiste goes down before the fight properly breaks out, and things like Immortality Field can save those players when HK tries to dash onto those low targets, and then the Genji becomes vulnerable without that exit option of the dash reset after a successful kill. They're gonna be swapping now, still holding on to the Amplification Matrix. As HK off of the Genji, mission done. Point C picked up, 53 seconds left. Into C we go.
The Major's committed is a bit far back though, so Timeless is going to use that as a bit of a buffer while NYXL Embers play it slow too. They're going to come back in with their own and an overclock.
I mean, they're going to come in with an overclock off of the back of it.
Yeah. Well, and there's the amp. It's a very aggressive one actually. In the middle of the streets, but Timeless still able to stall the cart with Bun on this off angle. Overclock out of it here. Oh my gosh, what a Gravitic Flux to slow down X10, knowing X10 was going to be there. Bit of a blind faith. Gravitic Flux. It might not matter. Oh my god, but X10 whips a few shots and Halo gets out with her life. So now, NYXL Embers, they're the dicey situation. Gravitic Flux counter
Blizzard
from Moving Fish. Into the sky, Z goes again. The target of these Gravitic Fluxes every time. I mean, what could Z do there? Just dies to the sky, no help from their team. Bun also will fall here. Overtime about to tick down as well. NYXL in that are in the advantage. So when Timeless Ethereal just wants to die on this payload and come back with ults.
That was Lamp though. Anion had to use Lamp to guarantee that everyone from NYXL Embers was still alive into this next fight. They do have 2 ultimates to work with, but Bun has a Blizzard Sniper going on to the Diva to try to use the Matrix and stop HK in the tracks.
All off, Sniper tries to go through it, can't get that Blizzard. On HK's side, counter Blizzard by Bun there, but Moving Fish gets the beat drop to live through it, although it takes a lot of damage. Met gone for Sniper. Sniper also will fall. Ant Matrix is here, also is HK with those icicle shots. Moving Fish as well, and NYXL Embers in overtime gap out against Timeless.
But it's overtime, and Timeless Ethereal have over 2 minutes to work with, Dustin. All they need is 1 tick of that point.
Wait, does it not go down a whole minute? I thought it would. That's crazy,
No.
Actually. That's a lot of time.
They keep the 2 minutes 27.
I can't believe that as an ex-Overwatch player, I actually don't even freaking know that at this point. That's pretty sad. Regardless, Timeless Ethereal, like you said, Moxie, that's a massive advantage, even though NYXL Embers looked unstoppable there in overtime.
I mean, NYXL Embers, like, they have to be able to build ultimates. They need to be able to build this amplification matrix faster than Timeless Ethereal, because you don't have the point percentage nor the spacing to be able to give up, right? You can full hold on Midtown. It is entirely possible, but so much of it relies on your presence and hold of choke underneath train carriage. It has to be absolutely perfect. Everything has to go right. Your supports can't get picked off by a stray shot coming through from something like a Hanzo or a Sojin, which I'm sure Whisper's gonna swap to, just, you know, checking with the Sonic to see whether or not NYXL Embers are holding a little bit closer. Everything has to go to plan.
Timeless Ethereal roll out. See what they want to do, right? Do they want to have Bun on that flank? Or do they want to just go through main? Building up that railgun shot is Wisp. Off the shield. Already 2 minutes left to go. NYXL will just obviously have to play it slow. You can't really dive underneath here.
Oh,
Wisp has the railgun shot. See what happens. Wall there from Bun is actually big to slow down Moving Fish, who is rocked. No immortality there. Moving Fish caught out. And oh my gosh, I mean, everything should just fall now for NYXL Embers. They lose Aniune. Z will be traded by HK, but I mean, without your main tank, I don't know how you do this. HK gets delayed. X10 finds one. I mean, if they found another, that could be big, but yeah, no. Timeless Ethereal will be able to do this with 2 minutes on the clock. They get the job done to tie the series up 1-1.
That coordination. Oh, it was so clean, Dustin. The accretion from Sniper connecting onto Moving Fish, so the Sigma isn't able to use any of the defensives to mitigate the alt fire coming through from that Sojourn. It's so clean, and it's that one kill that Timeless Ethereal needed. If one player goes down, it becomes so much harder for NYXL Embers to be able to pull off that full hold with so much time that they were working up against. But when it's your tank player, you lose so much spacing. Your DPS immediately just have to get aggressive and try and find any trade that they can. But they were playing passively. They were playing hesitantly. They were trying to play for the long haul, understanding that they could not afford to get picked. That was why it was Moving Fish who met Timeless Ethereal moving through that choke. So you could cycle through the Sigma defensives and the Baptiste defensives while anchoring that space to deny Timeless Ethereal from being able to just push you and capture you, pincering you in between their forces and also that objective. Because NYXL Embers, when you only have 1 point of tick that Timeless Ethereal need to pick up, they can't disengage, they can't rubber band, they have to hold their ground. And Timeless Ethereal play that Sigma like an absolute fiddle.
Yeah, I mean, you would think because of, you know, how these clutch situations have gone for NYXL Embers to give them the edge, maybe they had a chance there, but I mean, you're right, Moxie, I just don't think there was too much on NYXL's plate for that fight, for sure. And now we're moving over to Flashpoint. I can't help but think, Moxie, maybe a little bit of this has to do with NYXL Embers playing like this split compositions, right? I mean, scrim time, if you think about it in their practice, they have to play Dive and Sigma, whereas Timeless Ethereal are just one-tricking the Sigma comp.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to be asking yourself what would have happened if you'd rolled out on that Sigma composition before the dive on your attack. Maybe we wouldn't have seen Timeless Ethereal being the only ones to be able to full push with time still available to them. Since, unfortunately, even though you do full push, it's an overtime, and the other side still has access to 2 minutes and 27 seconds. And when we're in this meta, not only can you afford to use all of that time to just bank up all 5 ultimates and just death ball on top, you also have that Sojourn. So every single time, every single push, every single fight that you take, there's that voice in the back of your head saying you have to watch out for that ult fire. You cannot afford to get picked. Now, however, we do get to see one of these teams for the first time that we've been here on the casting desk, Dustin, are going to be moving away from Saravasa and fielding New Junk City. I feel like this is a team coming in with a very map-dependent plan.
Yeah, I mean, New Junk City is an interesting choice for sure, considering a lot of teams tend to avoid it these days, like we've talked about before, with Saravasa being a favorite. But it's fun. I mean, every Flashpoint is fun for me. I think it's the best map type for me in Overwatch 2 just to watch because of all of the top-down POV. We get to see the rotates. It really makes the game feel like a MOBA. Kind of like, I don't know if I can say this, Heroes of the Storm. Shout out Heroes of the Storm, best game of all time, but it's...
I mean, it's a Blizzard IP, so I would say you can.
I love that game so much, but anyways, it reminds me of like a MOBA in that sense where a lot of these players like are doing those long rotates.
Yeah, like the lanes, and you can come in with some of those ganks, and you can definitely catch a couple of people unawares.
We're just gonna cast as a mobile game now and just ruin everybody's experience. But like, yeah, you're right, because there's like, I think we saw in the last series where the choke points can even be way far away from the point, right? Like you can set up more towards the other team's spawn.
Well, you can make sure that even though some of these teams are coming in with these ultimates, like things like Blizzard, Annihilation, where they want to be played onto the point in these objectives, so that even if you don't win the fight per se, you still have enough presence in it to be able to find that flip and keep building a little bit of a percentage, and also deny the other team from accruing that percentage. If you proactively and aggressively take those fights away from that point, the team is a lot of the time forced into the really tough decision of either using the ultimates and losing their presence on point, or holding on to the ultimates and losing the fight, therefore domino affecting into the amount of percentage that your team is able to pick up.
All right, so Embers, what do they want to run here now, Moxie? Did they want to play this Sigma composition? It looks like they do. Just
Yes.
take the mirror again.
Yes, you absolutely need to be able to play the Sigma composition on this first point. It is indoors. If you're able to take the fight away from those chokes, the dive does definitely become a lot more valuable. But just having so much of the kiting arena to be able to move into with all of these corridors, Winston does not benefit from having that mobility stunted. You have to have the Sigma and the Mei.
Nice walls from both Maze. And Wisp is the one to find the first kill. X10 a bit focused on playing that frontline battle, which does get Sniper low, but the immortality field is there to keep everybody healthy. Now without H-Key, I mean, you're going to be down a lot of utility and potential damage from the Mei. But they still want to fight this.
Point picks up.
And like, so Embers, yeah, the point is about to be picked up. Bun finds Oniyun too, and with that, Timeless Ethereal just able to snowball it right. That first pick really was to a detriment. Ben Mixel.
Well, it's not just that, it's the macro that follows as well, right? Z comes in, drops the immortality field, not because Timeless Ethereal are worried about losing one of their own, it's so that one of their own can rotate onto that point and immediately pick it up, and as a result, even though the fight's still going on, Timeless Ethereal are nearly halfway through the first point of New Junk City.
Halfway through, 50% on the board now. And that's a lot of ultimates as well they built up. And, I mean, just positioning. Bun finds H-Key. And that, again, is awful for NYXL Embers because H-Key got picked off in the previous fight, resulting in them losing it. And now they have to wait again for them to come out of spawn to maybe get a recontest.
I mean, are you going to be able to recontest through some of these really narrow corridors that may find so much value? Bond just coming in, spamming with those icicles, making it that NYXL Embers are going to have to commit a lot of those cooldowns just to try and touch the point. And that Mei wall, keeping them trapped behind their own amp matrix, denies the chance of that happening entirely.
And they get staggered. I mean, that's awful for NYXL Embers. Timeless Ethereal, they're just going to get full positioning, right?
You lose the Mei, which means that Timeless Ethereal, like you said, are going to be able to pick up that forward positioning on this next point. Defensive Mei is always going to have a lot more power. Not only that, with the stagger kill going on to H-Key, Timeless Ethereal are going to be able to cap the point out before NYXL Embers are able to contest. So no matter who wins the next fight, Timeless Ethereal is still building to that win condition.
While they're early moving fish, nice job to find Bun. Finally, NYXL Embers get a little bit of stability here. They stopped Timeless early, who were just trying to Ant Matrix, maybe a little overzealous with their ult usage. NYXL Embers used two and Timeless Ethereals, well, also two.
Gorgeous power slide as well from X10 to put themselves onto those high ground cylinders. Denies Timeless Ethereal from using the amplification matrix to being able to cap out that point. They wanted to use the amp to just keep NYXL Embers in those chokes so that they were able to find that contest. And as a result, NYXL Embers now going to have control of that high ground, have control of that spacing, have control, crucially, of the choke, unless Wisps, with the off angle, almost catches moving fish.
Yeah, Wisp coming around the flank like a lumberjack just chopping at the tree. That is moving fish, and it eventually pays off with the Blizzard of Bun. Wisp also from that back end able to get onto Anayu. X10 does trade back Z, but you know, at this rate, you've already lost your tank player and just gonna run away.
Yeah. Flip found as well. Timeless Ethereal, that height is beautiful. Wisps with the off angle, pops up in main, has the overclock, panics NYXL Embers, gets moving fish so incredibly low. The Sigma burns through shield and shift. We see the Lucio have to use the sound barrier to save the tank, and as a result, Embers know that they have to just play out of sight of the Sojourn for this cooldown to realign, and as a result, run directly into Bun's Blizzard.
Trevor trying to slow down while there as well, so both cooldowns removed from Timeless Ethereal. And Moving Fish is stuck in the corner of the Bay wall. You hate to see that for Moving Fish, but now they just come through with the Gravitic Flux. HT also can get some help. regain back to normalcy. Over the top side, Sniper does have immortality field, so all this damage moving fish is negated. Understanding that, looks to break the immortality field, eventually wears down. Now they come back through on a Bun, but Timeless Ethereal doing a great job avoiding all the damage, and Poor You dies in the air to the gravitic flux of Sniper. Bun and Timeless Ethereal collapse on it. Overtime 6 down, now 2, and Timeless Ethereal bring us 2 rounds in. They are on round point to win Flashpoint on New Junk City.
Sniper gets solo fluxed by moving fish, uses the shift, understanding the danger in the flux is not the damage off of the slam, it's being up in the air and vulnerable for that Sojourn to pick. So with the shift is able to mitigate so much of the follow-up damage. Timeless Feel now looking to be able to cut NYXL Embers off, establish themselves on the point. Bun's going to have a Blizzard, Wisps as well, going to have that overclock. NYXL Embers need a pick to come through from X10, but they just don't have the spacing to try and find that Sojourn, the angle, especially when the Sigma split.
Blizzard Wisp there with the follow-up. Everybody's already gone for NYXL. They're just back to the spawn. And Timeless Ethereal again get this first point cap. I'm not even sure you found Z, but at this point you're dead. Timeless Ethereal take the point first.
Yeah, Wisp found their mirror. X10 is denied the off angle. Moving fish, unfortunately, separated away from the rest of the team, kept separated as well by Bun and her Blizzard. HQ is going to have one of her own, but it's going to be really tough being able to get into position to use it because Timeless Ethereal now, they're playing that macro. They're cutting NYXL Embers off before they can hit these ultimates in to positions of power.
Little clock flank and Matrix on the defensive hold. Can X10 find the kills? But they desperately no, it's Wisp without an overclock. Dry, able to get one. Also, Halo is there to disrupt X10, and that fight is shut down. Overclock was used, as was Blizzard. I'd be in shambles if I was NYXL Embers right now.
Whisper's gonna have overclock. Sniper's approaching with the flux. Timeless Ethereal are chasing the staggers! No!
It's over.
Both the Baptiste and the Sojourn going to fall late in the fight. We're approaching last fight territory. And you can see the Sojourn is gone. Extends onto the Tracer to try and recontest for as long as possible.
I mean, HP just runs in, not even using cooldown. No overclock for the top side. Beat shot from Poor You is perfect. If the supports can pop here, it might not be over for NYXL Embers, but Wisp on the flank comes through with the overclock. S10's able to find one. Oh my god! The peel from Poor You. It slows down Wisp for now. Sniper, though, able to find one. Poor You dives on the Wisp and wins the trade. But meanwhile, on the front line with the Gravitic Flux, Sniper gets one, and Moving Fish is low. There's not much Poor You can really do at this point for the team to win it for them because the rest of their team died. Timeless Ethereal win that fight. Will reclaim the point. In 3-0 on Flashpoint, go up 2 in the series.
Yeah, Maywall onto main just to make sure that NYXL Embers are not able to tap onto that overtime. Timeless Ethereal, one map away from walking away the victors of Calling All Heroes Major Free for 2023, as Sniper is going to be picking up play of the game as Sigma. An absolute standout performance. This Flux was devastating. It catches so many of those players on the side of NYXL, just leaving them so incredibly vulnerable. And a lot of the time too, when we see multiple people getting picked up by the Sigma Flux, it only really translates into one kill because everyone sort of target focuses down one particular person, especially when you're up against something like Baptiste and Lucio, who have so much sustainability in being able to deal with that Flux, right? A lot of the time Flux is not finding kills, it's actually burning things out like the lamp so that the Blizzard afterwards is able to catch on to all of those players when they're prone, vulnerable, and not able to walk out of it. And that's where you hit your win condition. But the fact that they pick up that much value off of a dry Flux, not even into the Blizzard follow-up, goes to show how well, how good Timeless Ethereal, how rehearsed they are in being able to play the Sigma composition.
Beautiful stuff from Timeless Ethereal and Moxie. You know, I thought that NYXL Embers would have maybe made like this adjustment to Moving Fish having on the Sigma after we saw Samoa, but you know, you're right. It's just Sniper and the rest of Timeless Ethereal are getting the edge at the moment. I mean, HK really wasn't able to get much done. Got picked a lot of the times first, and you know, how do you? I'm just wondering. We'll talk about this later, obviously, when we come back, but. For NYXL Embers, right, you gotta hope they bounce back as a team. A lot of their fans, I'm sure, are hoping so. But before we see the next map, before we continue the series, we have to go to a short break, guys. So we are on map point for this series. Obviously, Timeless Ethereal looking to win 3-1, like you said, win this major, solidify themselves as the top seed for the championship. So, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Radiant Heroes 3, Major 3 of the Challenger Series. So far in this grand finals, we have Timeless Ethereal versus NYXL Embers. If you're just tuning in, Timeless Ethereal has it now. Map, Point, Moxie, Flashpoint went all in their favor. NYXL Embers seemed like they couldn't get anything done, and all of the momentum is in the side of Timeless Ethereal.
Yeah, Flashpoint is one of those. I would say it's probably the most unforgiving map type currently in Overwatch circulation, right? You lose one of those players a little bit too late in one of those fights, and you're just not going to be able to recover. It was something that we saw Tons of Field being very good at being able to do. They would finish a fight, they would close it all up, and then they would just continue pushing ever so slightly, whether or not they found kills, whether or not it was just denying space. Either way, it was banking them up so much point percentage that very, very quickly everything just turned against NYXL Embers, like you said. Moving into push, however, it's potentially going to be more of the same in terms of momentum, right? You need to win this first fight, doubly so because it's going to be Colosseo that we end up going into. So I think we're potentially going to see both of these two teams run that Sojourn and literally just play footsie under the table until that Sojourn is able to either find a pick off of the ult fire or do enough damage that the team is then able to actually commit into the fight because they think it's going to result in a kill.
Hot take, Moxie. I actually like Sojourn meta. I actually like it a lot.
I do too.
It's actually the best meta. Like, I'm sorry. I'm glad you agree with me too, because I know that, oh, I'm so tired of Sojourn meta. You know what? You're going to be really sad when we go to Ramattra meta and we have Moira and we have Reaper and we have a bunch of dull characters. I'm sorry, not dull characters. Okay, very, you know, they just deal damage over time. There's not a lot of pop-off moments. And
okay, we've ticked off the Dustin Moira rant.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, I immediately it came up. Okay, anyway, Colosseo, like you said, is Sojourn's specialty. And like I said, I love watching a lot of Sojourn. I'm sure a lot of people in chat do. And Colosseo is a map in particular where I think, you know, there's a lot of back and forth and push in general, Moxie, but this one, I mean, I feel like compared to New Queen Street, it actually can have a lot of varied areas you fight at.
Yeah, so New Queen Street, everyone sort of scraps over that high ground control, right? If you're running something like Sojourn, you want to be able to establish yourself there because then you can intrude and invade the other team's space, denying them control of that sort of miniature health pack as well, right next to Boss Shelter, which can be huge in terms of just making sure that you have control of so much distance of that objective incredibly early on, which pressures the other team significantly more running into the latter stages of this map type. Like you said, Colosseo is one of those where there are so many different angles of approach, right? You can flank through all of the side rooms, you can go directly down the middle. If it's a Sojourn, however, then we're going to be seeing both of those two Sojourns sort of post on up, try and figure out where the other is playing, build enough poke pressure into the ult fire to try and commit in with a shot, and then if that doesn't result in a kill, rinse and repeat. In fact, Dustin, you and I are very familiar with how long it can take for either of these two teams to feel comfortable enough to actually commit into a fight off of the pressure that Sojourn's presence brings.
And both of these Sojourn players, too, Moxie, are really good, right? I mean, that can't be understated. Both X10 and Wisp are really talented, and, you know, you can even tell, I don't mean to mean this as like a dig towards the Rising series or anything like that, but definitely, like, if you want to, like, improve, right? If you're a Rising series player, you definitely have moments. A lot of these Rising Heroes players played very well, and they could hit those shots with the railgun shots. But when we watch the Challenger series with Wisp and X10, they don't miss, right? They don't miss in...
Yeah, that's the thing, the consistency.
Yeah.
Some of the players in, like, the Rising series, they have that level of aim.
Exactly.
But it's only in these sort of pop-off, isolated moments. They're still working on being able to hit that peak so many times that it's not a peak anymore. It's just the natural state. Both Wisps and X10 are always in that natural state, and it becomes even more important for both of those teams to shut that DPS down as a result of how quickly a Sojourn can swing a fight massively in their favor. But NYXL Embers, they don't have a Sojourn, they don't even have a Sigma. They're going for the commitment of this dive yet again.
Oh my gosh. I mean, an X10 on the Hanzo too. So no more Sojourn.
There's more shield pressure at least with the Hanzo into the Sigma.
I agree with that. Now moving fish. Kind of controlling the robot. Not really going for the dive just yet. Playing it passive. Just want to build up towards that Ana. It's interesting they also decided to really go with this Kiriko instead of Brigitte. You know, a lot of teams like to have their main support play Brigitte, but Moxie, we're in that neutral game they talked about. Now the team making a move just yet. Timeless actually maybe set up on the right side, but yeah, both teams actually playing super passive. No, wait, no, Sniper's all the way over here.
The dive is waiting, like you said, for things like the nano boost and also an anti-nade to potentially come through. Timeless Ethereal are waiting for the go sign from Wisps, a reward to come out from Bun. Either way, this objective is going to stay into the middle until either of these teams hit an advantageous spot.
Oh no. Oh no, we're at the beginning of Coliseum again. Nearly a minute and 20 seconds off the clock. And the robot hasn't moved either way just yet. Is there going to be a meter on the board? Might as well hype something up here. It's very close. Come on.
Yeah.
Get there.
We're not playing push anymore. We're playing seesaw.
Moving Fish ready to go for a dive whenever. Anu builds that nano boost, but Sniper threw that damage output they made will do on that off angle. Already has Gravitic Flux, and you only have a Suzu to deal with it. Again, nearly 2 minutes off the clock now. Coliseum moment. Moving Fish ready to go on the front line. Poryu takes a lot of poke.
Nano.
Both support ultimates ready to go. Nano, like you said, ready to go for Moving Fish. Bun finds the opening pick on HK though. I don't know if they have the damage, even with the nano boost. Moving Fish trying to go in, gets rocked temporarily. Also Gravitic Flux here. Moving Fish, oh, what a perfect dive on a Wisp. Wisp caught out of position. That equalizes it up. Gravitic Flux is here though. Bun also has that Blizzard if they need it. Everybody backs up though from NYXL Embers. X10 gets poked low, but has the heals there. There goes the Ant Matrix, but it's into the Kitsune rush. Easy gets rid of Moving Fish. That's huge. A lot of that pressure gone, especially since Primal Rage was coming up. And yes, NYXL Embers finally has to back up. And in just a second, Timeless Ethereal will have the robot control.
Timeless Ethereal will have high ground potentially if Bun is able to win out against X10. Anion, however, goes down. That has got to be NYXL Embers. Even if they had control in that 1v1 of the high ground, they have to fall back now. With that vein of sustain cut off. Wait for Anion to come back in. Concussion onto X10 with the accretion landing from Sniper. Immortality Field being forced as Bun gets aggressive with the Blizzard and drops down into the middle of the team.
Bun! 2K. Disgusting. I mean, carry job right there by Bun. They get it. They have the ball rolling even more now, Mox.
Wisp as well, going to have the overclock to keep NYXL Embers sequestered up outside of their spawn. All the while that objective is getting pushed. If Timeless Ethereal get pressured, they can drop off of the high ground onto the low for sound barrier. This Dragon Strike tries to cut the team off, but it just disengages. They immediately drop from the low ground and it's gone.
And NYXL trying to fight this aggressively, but Anu's not with their team right now. Moving Fish still pops the Primal Rage. Get the Baptiste away from their team. That's actually super clean. But eventually Halo comes back for the peel. Moving Fish understanding that and just backs away. Gravitic Flux into the side from Sniper, who goes aggressive without their team. Now looks for the Lucio on the low ground. No kills just yet. Their time was Ethereal. They're able to come back into this with some ultimates. NYXL do it as well, though. They've got Nano Blade, but really haven't been favoring it. ANT goes, connects
There's
on
no
a Bun,
sound barrier,
Sniper.
though.
Yeah, no sound barrier means that should get some more value. Now the overclock comes out with, gets X10 back to the spawn, but HK trades it. The Blade finds one. Immortality Field is here, but it doesn't matter. Z gets taken out, and that's a big kill from HK with the Blade. And Ani still popped the beat in that fight as well. I don't know if it was necessary. Regardless, X10 swaps over to Sojourn now, Moxie. I think it's a much-needed swap.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to see the ferry come through as well from Porian to be able to make sure that everyone from NYXL Embers is into this next fight. They're still not able to pick up all that much distance. Timeless Ethereal as well going to have control of that high ground as well as Amplification Matrix, but NYXL Embers should be able to just full aggressively push directly through it. Where it's going to be at its most concerning is when that window first opens.
Well, the room on again. NYXL still down in terms of meters, down about 50 meters. Oh my god. Halo by HK. See you later. Amazing pick from Halo. He's been so good for Timeless Ethereal. X10 finds one on the retreat. However, you know, I don't know if they could do this without missing members of their team. At least they get an Ant Matrix out from Z.
Yeah, one ultimate removed, but it puts Timeless Ethereal into a much better position to be able to utilize the ultimates that come afterwards. Bun with the Blizzard, Sniper with the Flux. We're going to see the overlap of the two to make it Porian. Even if you utilize the sound barrier perfectly, you're still going to lose the fight after.
Finally, NYXL trying to deal with Sniper, but X10's going to have to come back from spawn. And Sniper goes so low, but the Immortality Field there just in the nick of time. Z's been perfect with those so far through the series. Now Gravitic Flux counter engage onto Aniun. And Aniun the sleep! Oh my god! The Wisp still kills
But you still beat it!
Yeah, and they still get the beat off. X10 trades back. Flex support for flex support. So at least Timeless Ethereal have to back up, and that's all because of the sleep dart from Aniun.
Yeah, but the beat drop from Poryu.
Oh
before the sleep dart hit means that there's no sound barrier to counteract Bun's Blizzard in the next fight.
Just gotta maneuver as a team around it, right? Like, just try to avoid
You have
it.
to take the fight into the open.
Yeah.
If you take the fight here in middle lane, that Blizzard is going to connect onto every single player in the area.
Almost ready to go on there, engage. And myself have not been able to get a single advantage. We have nearly 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, and they're still down 50 meters. Moving Fish trying to finally gain some sort of ground. Gets the nade to keep them sustained for now, but oh my gosh, poke so low. That was really greedy. The prop to Primal Rage regardless. Blizzard on the other side from Bun. Can Moving Fish finally find a kill here on the Baptiste? Looks like no, because the support from Halo is too good. Finally gets the kill, but is so low. 155 HP. Gets the nano boost because this fight is so close. Sniper Winston is here. 2 kills for Moving Fish. Make it a 3 potentially, unless Halo gets out with her life, which she does. But a dry fight now for Timeless Ethereal besides the Blizzard.
Tri-Blade is going to have to come through for NYXL and this Bun swapping now onto the Tracer as we maneuver ourselves up into her favorite position on this map towards that ramp. She's going to be looking for the infiltration, punishing the fact that the Lucio is not a great avenue of peel to stop the Ana getting jumped on by the Tracer, and immediately you can see Bun directly there dueling the Ana.
I mean, you got to win 3 fights in a row now if you're NYXL Embers. X10 has to go off, but can't because they got hit by the rock. Sniper. What a rock from them. Wisp also on to Poor You. And both support's gone for NYXL Embers. They got nothing done in that fight now. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. At least they got it to 43 meters.
But they didn't pull ultimates out. Timeless Ethereal are going to have 5 ultimates because Bun's going to be able to come in with that pulse bomb pulled before this next fight starts. NYXL Embers have the blade, but they don't have the time bank to wait for the nano boost to cycle back to use it.
Wisp has been really smart about positioning, not getting killed. Out of position, beat drop to counter the Gravitic Flux. Sniper has to fall back. Immortality killed there. Again, from Z, it's clinical. Ant Matrix as well to sustain Wisp, then hits the shot. Overclock. Done. Bun with the pulse bomb can save it for next fight now. 2 kills. NYXL backs up again, save the blade for the next fight.
Siren Bear is going to be in the back pocket for Timeless Ethereal as well. They're looking to get these staggers secured onto NYXL Embers as well if they can take HK down. But Wisp overstays the welcome.
Wisp, clean your dang mouse. That's literally, I had that same problem. It's because Wisp has dust in their freaking mouse. Oh no.
Yeah.
Sniper at least finds HQ on the delay. That could be beneficial. They want to come back into this Moxie, and they do so. Sniper over the top of the bridge. They're looking for Ani, and Ani wasn't expecting this. They thought the fight was won. And now, Timeless Ethereal, even though they lost Wisp, it doesn't seem like it matters. Moving Fish can pop the Primal Rage. Maybe they could find a kill here. Halo maybe wants to hold onto the beat drop. No. Commits it to counter the beat, or the Primal Rage. HK now can sit with that blade, but Z and Sniper combined for both X10 and Poor You. And again, NYXL are back to spawn.
There's a window here for NYXL Embers. It's going to take a Herculean effort to turn this around. But with the beat drop being invested to save Z from the Primal, Nano Blade now goes directly into a team without a support ultimate to counter it.
HK's going to have to go big, and they have to not use too many ultimates. See if they can do it. NYXL walk in. The rocks are so terrifying. There's the Nano Blade. Immortality Field slows it down. Wait, Boop as well from Halo, but oh my god, 2 for 1. Make it a combo deal. NYXL Embers takes control of the robot, but they've got 50 meters to now close out on Moxie. Ooh, scary.
But what's the win condition? Okay, here we go. Anion swaps onto the Kiriko. We're going to see actually HK double back to spawn so that the Kiriko can swift step to that position. Really good stuff coming through from NYXL Embers. That Suzu has to save whoever gets caught up in the flux coming through in this next fight.
And X10 overclock on that side has to get kills, but it's against 3 ults nearly coming from Timeless Ethereal, right? Moving Fish on the Doomfist. Could maybe do something. Overclock Copper. X10 wants to go aggressive. They need to win the fight. Hitting shots, but no kills. Now the Gravitic Flux is here. The beat drop. Just in the nick of time from Poor You. Ant Matrix over the top to sustain Timeless Ethereal. They avoid any kills coming through from this overclock. HG falls low to Bun, who's got the pulse, but it gets deflected. On the other side now, NYXL Embers. What do? They're sustaining at the very least, but no kills. Sniper goes low on the cart. Gets those heals. Bun in this 1v1 falls away temporarily. NYXL actually still relatively healthy. They've got Dumult in the second. And Oniyu's got the Kitsune Rush, but Wisp with the overclock has been big before. The robot's still in their favor. Now Moving Fish dives in. The slam dunk on to Z. Now Wisp, I don't think they get much done here. on the low ground. Goodbye! Moving Fish is insane on Doomfist. 3 kills in overtime. When it matters most, they do lose Exit at the very least, but they've got so far to move.
You've got a Kitsune Rush though. Anyun has the ability to set up both the Genji and the Doomfist to have those cooldowns far faster. Timeless Fear will know that there's one fight left. They swap Bun onto the Bastion, understanding that NYX Embers with the Doomfist. No more Winston don't have a bubble.
There's the Kitsune Rush. The Bun just runs away, and as does the rest of Timeless Ethereal. Oniu can't poke
The
that
Bastion
down.
zones it entirely.
Now they come through on the top, waiting for the dive. Moving Fish has been big on the Doomfist. Bit of a surprise pick from them. Now they overclock for the top from Wisp with the beat drop. This could be massive, but gets punched away. And now Wisp is a bit disgruntled. Through it, has the beat at least to sustain, but the overclock nearly ran out. Moving Fish stopping it for now. Did Moving Fish just fall off the map? No, okay, did get found by Z. Oh, yeah, did get pooped off the map. And without Moving Fish, HD pops the blade. Without their teammates, though, I don't think they get anything done. And Timeless Ethereal are your Radiant Heroes Major 3 Grand Finals champions.
It's so close, Dustin. It's so close. Unfortunately, in the true nature to push, so much distance had already been picked up, so much time bank already burnt down, that even though NYX Ember started picking up that momentum with the Doomfist, there just wasn't enough time, wasn't enough meters for them to be able to equalize the amount of distance that had already been picked up prior. Timeless Ethereal, once again with the macro, they understand one more fight is left. Kitsune Rush is going to be online for the other team. They have to use the Bastion to zone it, because Kitsune Rush looks at the ultimate deficit between these two teams and just mitigates it entirely. You get to do so much more damage, so much faster in the middle of that rush. You would have been able to build every single ultimate that NYXL Embers members were missing if the Bastion had not been there for you to take advantage of. Timeless Ethereal with such a good heads-up swap. They know that the Bastion's going to be vulnerable. They decide to go for that burst potential. And as a result, that winning condition that was there ever so slightly, that glimmer, Dustin, of the series continuing, entirely poops out of existence. And Timeless Ethereal find themselves the winner of the Major 3.
So good, Timeless Ethereal. Through and through. Both these teams were so close, Moxie, like you said, even though it was a 3-1 series. I mean, maybe a meta change or maybe slight heroes being meta or not could even dictate the whole series. But obviously, Timeless Ethereal have been so consistent as a team to win again. I mean, what a shout out to them. Full squad showed up today.
Yeah, and it goes to show, right, the importance of investing in these players, not just having a one-off team for some of these competitions, but carrying that experience, synergy, communication, and coordination throughout the rest of the year benefits you massively in the long run, because Overwatch, like so much of it, it is a team-based shooter. So much of it, so much of these metas, so many of these different compositions, we've moved away from the sort of hero play where one person can solo carry a fight, right? Sojin can still do it from time to time with, you know, overclocks, but a lot of that is actually set up by the rest of the team. When we see these Sojins popping off with multiple kills on an overclock, it's off of the back of something like Baptiste's amplification matrix. So that synergy between all of these players into these compositions, things like Dive, which needs so much communication and coordination to be able to pull effectively off, where you're not just immediately diving in 1v1 and giving all of the ultimate charge to the enemy team, whether it's the Sigma composition and you have to have that vein of communication between your Sigma and your Baptiste so that you don't feel pressured when those cooldowns are off cycle. It is so important that these players have this space to be able to build these relationships with each other so that their gameplay can improve as a result.
All right. And with that, we're going to a short break. We'll see you guys in just a bit for an interview with one of the winners from Timeless Ethereal. What a fun series that was. We'll be right back in just a bit.
insane overall how they were able to play and whatnot. But when we are considering, hold on, I am not muted on VMix.
Ooh.
Hello, hello. Okay, sorry about that, guys. It seemed like I just had to refresh my call. My mic got disconnected somehow. But again, your grand finalists here for Timeless Ethereal, the fact that they were able to bring it back in this matchup, especially when NYXL looked so good in that initial first map there, Moxie.
Yeah, it was insane. Like, Flashpoint really went super far. We also saw that push map going incredibly down to the wire as well. Like, a little bit less distance that they've been able to pick up prior to that, and we'd probably be headed to another map to conclude the series, which is insane to think about when you have to remember as well, like, 2 minutes of the opening of that push map were literally just people, as I called it, playing footsie around all of those angles and trying to figure out who had a better vantage point coming into the engagement.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just quite the flip there as we shifted into the remainder of the series, of course. On the likes of NYXL Embers, they did keep it very close despite some of what those score lines may be telling you here. But we do have to shift into the Chipotle MVP, but not only the match MVP this time around, it is the Chipotle Finals MVP, the one that gets to win Chipotle for the entire year, and without any surprise here, it's going to be Button Dogman.
Yeah, deserved for sure. Although I think everybody on Timeless probably could just share this. I imagine Buns is totally fine just like giving the MVP to everybody because I mean they all played well. Bun, yeah, Tracer was crazy. That pulse bomb to pour you, slightly luck, slightly skill, but also the pulse stickies in general, and then also on May, huge right clicks, massive in general with the positioning, the blizzards. It was just clinical from Bun, and the rest of Timeless Ethereal deserved MVP for sure.
Absolutely, and just so you guys kind of know how this works, this is a community vote kind of situation here for the MVP. I know previously it was more so off the statistics, off performance, and of course, Bun did absolutely perform within these matches, within the entire tournament as well, but it's community sentiment at the end of the day that grants her this W. And a big thank you for Chipotle for offering this MVP prize as well. But overall, I mean, I got to hear a little bit more about your thoughts, Moxie, about how this entire series panned out, because when things started off, it really looked like it could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, when it started off in Control, especially that first map of Samoa, it looked a little bit rough for NYXL Embers. I'm not going to lie, right? They were coming in, they were trying to run this dive composition. They'd found a lot of value previously against Timeless Ethereal, but since then, we'd seen Timeless Ethereal being able to not just deal with the Genji dive, but really be able to keep such a good handle on it to the point that not a single ultimate came through from HK on that first round. And then when we saw the mirror swap come through, suddenly things started picking up, and I was really hoping that we'd see a little bit more of the mirror matchup. But it looks like, Dustin, you know, your theory was that this is a team that probably had to split their attention and scrim multiple different compositions. There's always going to be one that you feel like you have a much better handle on your comfort composition. So when we headed into somewhat like Midtown, where dive is still perfectly viable, they decided to sort of backstep into what they were more familiar with. Unfortunately for them, all of the win conditions were just a little bit too predictable, because dive, no matter what route you try and take to it, at the end of the day is always still going to be around things like the Nano Blade and also the Winston engagements, which are very easy to be shut down by a Sigma composition.
Yeah, especially when that pressure is being put on the back line as well. But we actually get to call in now to our Chipotle MVP in the Chipotle Real Talk interview. Hi, Bun. How are you doing? Congratulations on being our grand finalist champions here for the third major of Calling All Heroes.
Hello, thank you very much.
I was just wondering, I mean, overall, we saw some incredible things coming from your team throughout the entirety of the season, like the undisputed top dogs, if you will, within Calling All Heroes. And I was wondering how your team actually felt going into this grand final series, knowing that the last time that you had faced off against NYXL Embers, you were able to knock them down to that lower bracket, but it did come down to that fifth map.
I think we're pretty confident in our ability to beat them. We actually thought they would play more of like the Doom and Winston, and when we were like warming up to prep, we played a lot of Sim Bastion actually. I'm kind of sad we didn't get to bring it out, but yeah, we were pretty confident we could win.
So we saw a lot of you both on the Mei, but I think most prolifically on that Tracer trying to get into the backline and jump on things like the Ana. A lot of the time we see some teams run a Brigida alongside the Ana to prevent that from happening, but NYXL Embers decided to field the Kiriko instead. Did this change up in support line change any sort of way that you would rotate and try and take those engagements against the Ana?
Um, yeah, kind of. Like, I don't really try to go for Ana directly necessarily. Like, I try to like take important map space, but it's like it's scarier when you're against the Kiriko because the Kiriko can fight for it. So yeah, that it changed a little bit.
And Bun, I mean, overall for you, you make that you swap over to Tracer and May. That's like been the consistent kind of for that flex role. How have you felt throughout the year making that swap, or like just constantly playing May, constantly playing Tracer throughout the year? Have you felt very comfortable on those two heroes? I mean, obviously you're MVP for a reason. You looked awesome on it, but what was the initial transition like, just playing a lot more Tracer or May?
So like the past few weeks, I've had to play more Tracer because a lot of the teams in Call, they started playing like Doomfist and Winston. Like a lot of them, I think, tried to avoid Sigma Mirror, and we found that it was like really hard to win with May. But like if I just swapped Tracer, everything was fine. But yeah, like I wasn't really used to playing Tracer in that situation, so I had to learn a bit.
Hey, well, the learning definitely paid off. I mean, you looked really good. I remember even yesterday you had that backcapping situation, and when we were talking to your team about it, they were like, yeah, she didn't say anything. Like, she was just backcapping. You guys nearly managed to get that C9 situation. Just to be able to hear your flexibility on your damage heroes is really cool. But I have one last question for you
hmm
to wrap up this Chipotle Real Talk interview. You've now won Chipotle for the year. What's your go-to order, or what will it be?
Um, I might be missing some things, but I usually get like a bowl with white rice, no beans. I get the lettuce and cheese, fajita veggies, the corn salsa, and the tomato salsa. And I don't know
Okay.
if I said my protein, but it's chicken.
Very solid. I feel like protein really has been like the staple. I think if we pull the stats, it's definitely the performance protein of Ka for sure. But it's been lovely to chat with you, Bun. I want to give you this last chance to give any thank yous, shout outs, or say anything you'd like on broadcast. And thank you so much for your time.
I want to shout out my teammates especially because I feel like I'm a really competitive person, and I think I'm very overbearing at times sometimes, and they still stick with me like through thick and thin. So I really appreciate them. And shout out to all our staff like Debit and our coaches. I know it says Cointree is our coach, but he's more like our manager. So shout out our coaches, SNR and Lep. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us, Bun. You have a good, well-deserved rest and enjoy celebrating with your squad over this major W. And we'll see you guys in championships in 2024. But as for us here on the desk, we have a little bit more wrapping up to do, if you will, for the end of today. I mean, overall, Timeless Ethereal, they did not break their streak of wins here within call whatsoever, Dogman.
No, they didn't. I mean, this team really is insane at the game, right? They're super good. I mean, not much else can be said besides they've made it through multiple different metas, right? Just consistently playing at the top level, no matter what is the main tank. And really, that just comes down to overall flexibility as a team, right? The overall cohesion. But obviously, shouting out our coaches. That's really due to good coaching too. So everything is going NYXL or not NYXL, Timeless Ethereal's way this season. I think there were some, obviously scares with Microwave and NYXL. Those teams are on the up and come on the up and come up. But as of right now, Timeless Ethereal is without a doubt the champions of Calling All Heroes, at least this major.
Absolutely. And now we have to take a look at these circuit point standings here, Moxie. Nothing has shaken up for the most part, just due to how cemented this top 6 has been, how consistent these teams have been throughout the season.
I mean, I'm just really looking forward to seeing, like Dustin has said, some of these teams who are on the up and coming. We've talked about synergy, coordination, having these rosters being together for a little bit of time, talking to some of these players, learning that some of their rosters have only been together as long as like a month, means that they're going to have so much time to be able to find that synergy, put into practice, make sure that they're a little bit more comfortable in some of these more coordinated compositions, as it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not they can take on Timeless, who, as Dustin have said, have proven by name and nature to be absolutely timeless, at least in 2023.
Well, there you guys have it, folks. Timeless Ethereal, #1 in the circuit point standings, #1 today on stream and within the broadcast. But we also have something else waiting for you guys, because it was the night before Camus went all through the house. Not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. There's a be quiet silent play of the day. I'm curious to see another sneaky pulse bomb here, Dogman.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was Bun on the flank on the left side, third point, Midtown, connecting with the pulse bomb. Definitely the play of the match, play of the day. Got to be quiet because Bun, I mean, just consistently was quiet. Nobody could hear her.
Nope. And we saw a few of those pulse bombs going out on those flanks, Moxie. So clean, just so consistent, being able to get those picks on the back line, which open up so much opportunities for Timeless Ethereal.
I mean, the double pulse bomb opener on the first map of Samoa, like, as the dive came through and your Winston is coming being like, well, Anna, I need the heal, I need the heal, bubbles on cooldown, jumps on cooldown, I need that line of sight, and then you just look at the kill pin and you're like, oh, okay, Bun had a pulse bomb, and she got literally every single member of the backline. It's not often as well that you catch both the Anna and the Lucio. If it's a Brigida, tends to be package and parcel because of how close they're playing next to each other. Lucio, however, that doesn't happen every often, so really good stuff coming through from her.
Really, really great stuff. But we do have to wrap up stream just shortly. So thank you to everyone who worked behind the scenes at Radiant and Blizzard, our production crew, and our observers for helping us put on this show. We wouldn't have this without them. And a big thanks to Dustin Moxie as well for joining me on the desk here for both grand finals of Rising and the Challengers series. As we wrap up the Calling All Heroes regular season, though, I want to know from both of you your favorite moment of the season, throughout the season, alongside your final thoughts. Moxie, why don't you kick us off, and Dustin, you can follow up.
Okay, I feel like this one is definitely going to be shared by a lot of people, but yesterday with Bun going for the back cap, like the cherry on top is the fact that HQ saw it coming, knew the only way you were going to be able to stop it was popping that blade, and for the first time ever, I got to see a Genji blade being used selflessly to stop a C9. Memorable moment for sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in my memorable moment, it's definitely also recency bias just because it happened earlier today. I mean, there was a crazy play on Suravasa where I think it was one of the backlines, I believe it was Michael Wave's team. No, not Michael Wave's. NYXL's team. They managed to clutch up like 2 versus 4, both of their supports with Annie Yoon as well as their support player, their other main support player on the Brigitte, able to pop the rally with a nano boost, win against the Winston and a bunch of other targets. They were able to come back and win Suravasa 3-0. That was an amazing moment for me.
A lot of great moments throughout this entire season of CAW thus far, but we're not just done yet. A big thank you to you all at home for tuning in this weekend, watching the last major that we had. But we'll see you guys again in the new year, because the last chance qualifier will be coming up in January for that opportunity to grab the last 2 spots for the CAW championship within the Challengers series. And you guys can anticipate that championship in February. So have a happy holidays, everyone. Stay tuned for that. And again, congratulations to Fable Rising and to Timeless Ethereal for winning respectively the Rising and Challengers series here. And again, to Bun for being that Chipotle MVP of finals. Happy holidays and have a good night, everybody.